If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 21, Madame Rakepick. 2 weeks later, September 1987. The Great Hall buzzed with activity as students poured in for the start of term feast. Harry watched from his usual spot at the staff table, stifling a yawn. The summer had felt longer than usual without any of his friends around. He spotted Charlotte at the Gryffindor table, looking better than she had after the Fear Vault incident. The dark magic scars were still clearly visible now if you knew where to look. Harry really wanted to catch up with her, but he'd probably only have time to do that tomorrow once things settled down. His thoughts drifted back to what he'd discovered about magical energy over the past few weeks. Before he had this sensitivity to his souls, he'd been thinking about magic all wrong. He used to think that he could feel his magic draining when he converted it to mist, but from what he figured out, magical energy was like an ocean, vast and endless. What mattered wasn't the amount available, but rather how much a witch or wizard could safely channel. Harry's soul acted like a cup, drawing in magic from that infinite ocean. But just like a cup could only hold so much water, his soul had limits. He could push past those limits, keep drawing in more magic, but that left him feeling drained and tired afterward. Better to let his soul rest and recover between uses. It would explain why casting many spells left wizards exhausted, not because they ran out of magic, but because their soul needed time to recover from channeling so much power at once. Harry watched the last first year get sorted into Hufflepuff, ready to sigh in relief that the long ceremony was finally over. The warmth from his bracelet stopped him short. Not now, he thought with a frown. The familiar static began creeping into his mind, making it harder to focus on what was happening around him. Harry gripped the edge of his chair, trying to anchor himself to the physical world like Dumbledore had taught him. Delighted to welcome our new students. Dumbledore's voice faded in and out as Harry struggled against the mental interference. The static grew stronger, and for a moment all Harry could hear was white noise. He could only be thankful his soul remained calm, and he didn't disturb the ceremony even as his Hun soul battled the bracelet's effects. Bit by bit, the Great Hall came back into focus. Harry caught glimpses of Dumbledore moving to the front, where a new face had joined the staff table. Forbidden Forest remains, as the name suggests, forbidden. Harry managed to catch that part clearly before the static surged again. He missed the next few sentences entirely, only tuning back in when Dumbledore's tone grew more serious. An important part of the learning process is to learn how to identify and overcome dangers, both seen and unseen. That caught Harry's attention enough to pierce through the interference. He watched as Dumbledore stepped aside for a pretty witch with wavy red hair and blue eyes. Her clothes looked expensive but practical, with a brown shirt and trousers that reminded Harry of dragon scales. A blood-red waistcoat hung shorter in the back, and her black robes had some kind of eye symbol pinned to them that Harry didn't recognize. White gloves and tall boots completed her outfit. Madame Patricia Rakepick, a world-famous curse breaker. The static was finally starting to fade as Dumbledore finished introducing her. Harry's head felt clearer just in time to hear her speak. "Thank you for that glowing introduction, Professor Dumbledore," she said with a slight smile. "I must admit, I was shocked when he invited me back, given all the trouble I caused as a student." Harry perked up at that. Someone who caused trouble at Hogwarts and still became successful? That was interesting. "After graduating, I became head curse breaker at Gringotts Wizarding Bank," Rakepick continued. "As a student, I tried warning everyone about the cursed vaults, but the faculty ignored me. Now that they've been forced to admit their mistakes, I'm here to open these vaults and uncover their secrets." Her tone grew sharper as she added, "I may ask some of you to describe what you've seen. I might even request help with my investigations. But I will not tolerate anyone interfering without permission. From now on, stay away from the vaults and stay out of my way." Harry glanced at Charlotte, wondering if she'd caught the implied threat in those words. They'd already solved 2 vaults, would this curse breaker try to stop them from finding the rest if they acted up? His hero's journal gave him a gentle mental nudge, suggesting Rakepick would be important somehow. Rakepick's words hung in the air for a moment before polite applause broke out from the staff table. Harry barely noticed, his attention caught by Charlotte's quick glance in his direction. She gave him a tiny nod, she'd definitely caught the warning in Rakepick's speech too. The feast appeared on the tables, filling the hall with delicious smells and excited chatter. Harry reached for his goblet of pumpkin juice, but stopped when his vision darkened slightly. His green eyes grew darker as another offer appeared in his mind. A dark body, Wizarding World costs 200 CP, 275 CP available to spend. The dark arts holds great potential for power should one be willing to experiment. From rituals to potions to curses and more, both your body and mind can be transformed and made greater, far greater. But as always, there are consequences to such things and not all transformations are compatible with one another. Fortunately, it seems your being is quite receptive to such things. From now on, your body and mind shall mitigate the negative effects of any transformation you choose to undergo. More specifically, it means that any modification you choose to undergo will, at bare minimum, not kill you. More often than not, such alterations to your form shall succeed. But be careful. You may live and your body may remain, but it would do well to remember that there will always be changes. This only mitigates such things. It will not rid you of them entirely. Harry's first reaction was immediate disgust. A dark wizard's body? The very thought made his stomach turn. He'd seen enough pictures in defense books to know what happened to people who messed with that kind of magic. But as he read through the details again, he realized it wasn't quite that simple. The offer wasn't giving him a dark wizard's body, it would just help protect him if he ever needed to change himself permanently through magic. Still, the whole thing felt wrong. Why would he ever need protection from dark arts transformations? He wasn't planning to learn dark magic in the first place. Harry shook his head slightly. No point wasting his limited CP on something he'd never use. This wasn't even worth bringing up to Grandpa, the answer was pretty obvious. He dismissed the offer and reached for his pumpkin juice again, turning his attention back to watching Rake pick. The new consultant was already deep in conversation with Snape, and Harry wondered what she might already know about the other vaults. 3 weeks later, Harry moved through his fire-bending forms on top of the astronomy tower, blue flames flowing around him in different patterns, first a spiral that wrapped around his body, then splitting into smaller streams that wove between his fingers like string. He'd gotten much better at controlling the temperature too. The flames could be hot enough to melt steel or cool enough to warm his hands on a chilly morning. Harry paused his practice, considering something he'd been experimenting with lately. He deliberately made his chi flow rougher, less refined, and pushed it out through his palm. Orange flames burst forth, crackling and spitting like a normal fire. It was interesting that he could still make regular flames, but Harry didn't see much point to it. The blue fire came naturally now thanks to his po-soul refining his chi paths. It was hotter, more precise, and didn't require any extra effort to maintain. Time to wrap up, he muttered to himself, letting the flames dissipate. The sun was getting higher, and he needed to head down to Hogsmeade soon to help with the festival preparations. It was nice to finally get the world to see his art, and he was even more glad that Aunt Min approved him helping out. The flight to the village was peaceful. Harry could see decorations already starting to go up, floating lanterns, colorful banners, and enchanted streamers that changed colors. Mr. Bilmes from Zonkos was organizing everything, running around with boundless energy as he directed volunteers. "Ah, young Mr. Potter!" Bilmes called out when he spotted Harry transforming back to a human. "Just the artistic eye we need. Come help us with these banners, would you? They're looking a bit, well, see for yourself." Harry looked where Bilmes was pointing and had to hold back a laugh. Someone had tried to paint festive scenes on the banners, but the results looked more like abstract blob art. Even the magical paint seemed confused, shifting uncertainly between colors as if trying to figure out what it was supposed to be. "I can fix those," Harry said, already pulling out his art supplies out of the pouch on his enchanted belt. "What kind of scenes were you thinking of?" "Oh, something appropriately autumn-themed. Pumpkins, falling leaves, that sort of thing. But please, nothing too spooky, we want this to be family-friendly." Harry nodded and got to work. Thanks to his painting talent and regular practice, he could create detailed scenes quickly and efficiently. The magical paint responded perfectly to his brush strokes, creating images that seemed to come alive on the fabric. Leaves flew in painted breezes, pumpkins glowed with warm light, and magical creatures played hide-and-seek among illustrated trees. "Merlin's beard, that's incredible." Madame Rosmerta had come out of the Three Broomsticks to watch him work. "I don't suppose you'd be willing to paint something for the pub as well? The walls could use a touch of your talent." "Maybe another day," Harry said, adding final touches to a particularly tricky bit of detail. "I should finish these first." More villagers gathered to watch him work, and Harry found himself explaining his technique to several interested observers. It was nice being appreciated for something he'd actually worked to master, rather than just being the boy who lived. Even if the talent itself had come from the special offers, he'd still spent countless hours practicing and refining his skills. The morning passed quickly as Harry helped transform the village for the upcoming festival. Between paintings, he listened to the locals chat about their plans and expectations. Apparently, this was the first time they'd organized something this big in years. The whole village seemed excited about it. Harry waved goodbye to the villagers and took off into the air, enjoying the cool breeze against his feathers. The festival preparations were coming along nicely, and he was looking forward to seeing everything come together the next couple of weeks. He was just soaring over the bell tower courtyard when movement caught his sharp eagle eyes. Charlotte stood frozen in place as a dark-robed figure glided towards her. The creature's tattered black cloak rippled unnaturally in the air, and Harry felt a sudden chill even from high above. Harry didn't hesitate as he tucked his wings and dove down to help. But as he got closer, the cold intensified and the world seemed to dim around him. Then suddenly he wasn't in the courtyard anymore. "Please, not Harry. Take me instead," a woman's voice begged. His mother's voice, he realized with a jolt. "Stand aside, you silly girl." A high, cold voice responded. "No, please. Have mercy." His mother pleaded again. A flash of green light filled Harry's vision, followed by his mother's scream. Then another green flash came straight at him. An unfulfilled prophecy, it could be a good source of power in the future. "Expecto Patronum." The shout snapped Harry back to reality. He was still diving, but now the ground was rushing up to meet him way too fast. His wings flapped frantically as he pulled up, barely avoiding a crash. He transformed back into human form, rolling across the grass before scrambling to his feet. A silver rabbit charged at the dark creature, which immediately retreated. Harry's whole body was shaking, and even creating a small blue flame in his palm didn't help warm him up. "Are you both okay?" Tonks rushed over, clearly concerned for their well-being. "What was that thing?" Harry asked through chattering teeth. His heart was still racing from both the near crash and the memory he'd just relived. "A Dementor," Tonks said grimly. "They feed on happiness and force you to relive your worst memories." Charlotte had finally started moving again, though she looked pale. "You have to teach me that spell," she said to Tonks. "The Patronus charm. Especially after what happened to Penny." "What happened to Penny?" Harry cut in, stomach dropping at Charlotte's tone. "She's in the hospital wing," Charlotte said quietly. "A Dementor attacked her earlier today. If Professor Sprout hadn't found her when she did." She trailed off, wrapping her arms around herself. Harry clutched his fist tight, the blue flame in his other hand flaring brighter. "Why are these things even here?" "That's a good question I don't know the answer to," Tonks sighed, running a hand through her currently purple hair. Harry shivered again, the memory of his mother's voice still echoing in his head. The blue flame in his palm grew even bigger, but the cold feeling inside wouldn't go away completely. He wondered if Penny felt the same way right now. "Hey, I know what'll help." Tonks dug around in her pocket and pulled out a chocolate frog. "Here, eat this. Chocolate's good for dealing with Dementor effects." She broke it in half, giving pieces to both Harry and Charlotte. "And why don't you both come with me to Hogsmeade? Could use some company while I stock up on more chocolate from Honeydukes." Charlotte nodded, already looking better after eating her piece. "Yeah, that sounds good. Maybe we can get some treats for Penny too." But Harry shook his head. The chocolate had helped warm him up, but he couldn't stop thinking about Penny alone in the hospital wing. "Thanks, but I want to go check on Penny first." He glanced at the castle, then back at Tonks. "Do you know if chocolate frogs are okay to bring to the hospital wing?" "Madame Pomfrey practically prescribes them after Dementor encounters," Tonks assured him. "Just don't tell her I said that." Harry managed a small smile at that. He knew he should probably be more scared after what just happened, but mostly he felt angry. Angry that these creatures were here, angry that they could hurt people by making them remember terrible things, and angry that he couldn't do anything about it yet. Maybe when he was older he could learn that Patronus charm Tonks used. But he was also grateful. Thankful that he had heard his mum's voice for the first time, and that it was now permanently in his memory for the rest of his life. He wouldn't ever forget it now. Chapter 22, Sleepy Patronus. Harry closed the door behind him and let out a relieved sigh. At least Penny was doing better now, with Kiara keeping her company. But the whole situation still felt wrong. Now that the panic had settled, he kept circling back to one question: could he fight a Dementor? Kiara had explained they were immortal non-beings, like boggarts, that couldn't be killed. But Harry knew that wasn't completely true. He'd already killed 2 boggarts when his mist created that weird feedback loop with their fear-feeding nature. But Dementors were different. They didn't transform or feed on fear exactly, they sucked out happiness and made you relieve your worst memories. His mist probably wouldn't work the same way. And if it didn't drive the Dementor away, he'd be stuck there helpless, trapped in memories of green light and his mother's screams. The thought made his stomach twist. He really didn't want to die because of a flashback. He needed to learn more about the Patronus charm. Even if he couldn't cast it yet without a wand, maybe understanding how it worked would help somehow? Harry couldn't accept being as helpless as he'd been in the courtyard, nearly smashing into the ground because of a memory. He wasn't some scared little rabbit or mouse, and he refused to become one. Movement caught his eye, and Harry spotted Madame Rakepick leaning against the wall ahead. Her expensive dragon scale outfit somehow managed to look both casual and intimidating at the same time. She smiled down at him. "Good evening, Mr. Potter," she said pleasantly. Harry blinked in surprise at seeing the famous curse breaker. "Good evening, Madame Rakepick," he replied politely. "I was hoping to run into you actually," Rakepick said warmly, pushing off from the wall. "I've been hearing quite impressive things about your adventures. The way you helped deal with that nasty ice curse? Very clever use of fire magic." "Thank you," Harry said carefully, keeping his answer short. Just because Grandpa had hired her didn't mean he needed to tell her everything right away. "Not very talkative, are you?" Rakepick observed with a slight smile. "Smart? In my line of work, being cautious often means staying alive." She paused thoughtfully. "I've also heard whispers that you might have been involved with that fear vault business as well? The one that created that fascinating still lake." Harry looked at her for a long moment. She seemed genuinely interested, and Grandpa had specifically brought her here to investigate the vaults. "Charlotte and I found it," he admitted slowly. "Things got pretty bad near the end though." "Yes, I heard about that," Rakepick's voice softened with genuine concern. "Those scars your friend has now, they're from dark magic, aren't they? That's not something that should happen to anyone, let alone someone so young." Harry shifted uncomfortably, guilt creeping back in. "Yet. Madame Pomfrey said they won't ever go away completely." "I've seen similar cases during my work," Rakepick said quietly. "While the scars themselves might be permanent, there are ways to reduce their effects. I could look into some safer healing methods, if you'd like." That caught Harry's attention. "You know how to help with cursed scars?" "I've learned a few tricks over the years," Rakepick nodded. "When you deal with as many curses as I do, you pick up ways to handle the aftermath too." She knelt down to his eye level. "That's actually why I wanted to talk to you. You and your friends are clever, but some of these curses, they can kill you before you even realize what's happening." Harry tensed slightly, but she continued, "How about this, if you find any clues about the other vaults, come to me first? I've been dealing with deadly curses for years. I know how to spot the really dangerous ones, and how to deal with them safely. Would you take me with you?" Harry asked, warming up to the idea. "I don't feel right if I don't help put a stop to them." "Of course." Rakepick patted his shoulder. "You've already shown good instincts for curse breaking. Quick thinking, creative problem solving, and you're not afraid to try new approaches. Those are exactly the qualities a curse breaker needs." She stood back up, brushing off her dragon scale pants. "Plus, this way your friend won't end up with any more cursed scars. Everyone wins, right?" Harry nodded quickly. "That would be amazing," he said with growing enthusiasm. "I've read so much about the kinds of adventures people like you and the great Gilderoy Lockhart go on, but reading isn't the same as actually doing it. And Grandpa, I mean, Professor Dumbledore, hired you specifically, so you must be really good at it." Rakepick laughed and ruffled his hair, making it even messy than usual. "You're an interesting kid, Potter. Most children your age would be scared of curses, not excited to learn about breaking them." She straightened up and adjusted her red waistcoat. "But for now, go enjoy yourself. There'll be plenty of time for curse-breaking lessons later. And no need to worry about informing Miss Whitewood, I've already been in contact with her and offered her some training." "Thanks Madame Rakepick," Harry said, genuinely excited now about learning from a real curse breaker. He watched her walk away, thinking that Grandpa really did know how to pick the best people. Almost all of the professors at Hogwarts were amazing, and now a famous curse breaker who actually wanted to help them solve the cursed vault mysteries properly. The thought of Tonks and Charlotte practicing the Patronus charm suddenly popped into his head. He'd almost forgotten. Harry transformed into an eagle and quickly took off through the castle corridors. The familiar rush of air under his wings helped clear his mind as he soared through the open windows and over the path to Hogsmeade. Beating his wings back as he landed in front of the 3 broomsticks, Harry changed back and pushed open the heavy wooden door. The pub was packed with students enjoying their weekend, their chatter filling the warm air. He spotted Tonks's bright purple hair at a corner table where she sat with Charlotte, both of them hunched over what looked like a book. "Hi!" Harry called out as he approached their table. "Can I join you? I know I can't cast the Patronus charm yet, but maybe I could learn how it works? That way I'll be ready when I get my wand." Tonks and Charlotte shared a glance before Tonks shrugged. "Sure, why not? But let's find somewhere quieter, bit too noisy in here to focus properly." Harry followed them out of the inn, noticing Marilla heading towards their now empty table. The afternoon sun was warm on his face as they walked past the edge of the village, finding a nice grassy spot away from the busy streets. Right then, Tonks said, pulling out her wand. "The Patronus charm is all about happy memories. The happiest you can think of. You focus on that feeling, let it fill you up completely, then say Expecto Patronum." She demonstrated, and the silver rabbit burst forth again, hopping around them playfully before fading away. "See? Simple enough in theory, but it takes most people ages to get it right because of the memory and focus required." "Oh!" Harry piped up. "I've seen the professors use those to send messages. Aunt Min's is a cat, and Grandpa's is a phoenix." Tonks blinked in surprise. "Wait, they can carry messages? I didn't know that. Have to try that out later." Charlotte stepped forward, gripping her wand tightly. "Mind if I give it a try now?" When Tonks nodded, Charlotte closed her eyes, taking slow breaths. Expecto Patronum. Nothing happened. Charlotte's shoulders slumped slightly. "Need a better memory, I guess." She went still, clearly searching through her memories. After a couple minutes, she raised her wand again. Expecto Patronum. This time, silvery mist flowed from her wand tip, hanging in the air like morning fog. "Bloody hell!" Tonks's hair shifted to bright yellow in her excitement. "That's incredible. It took me a whole 2 weeks to get even that much mist. What memory did you use?" Charlotte smiled slightly, her eyes distant. "I thought about the ice vault, when we finally broke through. Right at that moment, I heard Jacob's voice in my head. It was the first time I'd heard him since he disappeared." "What?" Harry leaned forward, confused. "I didn't hear anything back then." "What did he say?" Charlotte sighed, running a hand through her hair. "He told me I had to find the other vaults in his room." "And?" She frowned, looking troubled. "He said I couldn't let her get there first." "Her?" Harry asked. "I don't know," Charlotte admitted. "But that's why I can't stop looking for the vaults. They must be connected to where Jacob is." She gripped her wand tighter. "Even with the Dementors and everything else, I have to keep trying. He's my brother." Tonks placed a hand on Charlotte's shoulder. "Well, that explains why you're so good at this. That's a really powerful memory, hearing your brother for the first time in years, knowing he's alive somewhere." Harry watched them, thinking about the memory he'd experienced earlier with the Dementor. He'd heard his mother's voice for the first time too, but it wasn't a happy memory at all. He wondered what it would be like to hear from someone you loved and know they were still out there, waiting to be found. "We'll help you," Harry said firmly. "Right, Tonks." "Course we will," Tonks nodded, then shifted her stance. "But for now, let's keep practicing. If you're sure this memory of Jacob is strong enough, then it's just a matter of getting the focus and practice down." Charlotte smiled gratefully. "Thanks, both of you. I'd like to try again." "Wait," Tonks cut her off, staring at something behind them. "Is that Tulab?" Harry turned to look where Tonks was pointing. A Ravenclaw student with striking red hair and black eyebrows was walking toward the Forbidden Forest in a very strange manner. "Tulab!" Tonks called out, worry clear in her voice. "What are you doing?" The girl didn't respond or even slow down, continuing her steady walk toward the Trilene. "I'll check," Harry said quickly, transforming and flapping his wings to go and intercept the Ravenclaw student, landing and changing back to human form right in front of her. That's when he noticed her eyes were closed. "You're not supposed to go into the Forbidden Forest," Harry said, trying to sound firm despite his confusion. "It's out of bounds for your students." Tulip didn't acknowledge him at all, walking straight ahead. Harry had to quickly step aside to avoid being walked through. "Her eyes are closed." He called back to Tonks and Charlotte, who were running over. "She's not responding to anything." Tonks reached them first, grabbing Tulip's shoulders and turning her around. "Merlin's beard, she really is sleeping," Tonks muttered, then started gently shaking her friend. "Tulip! Wake up!" The red-haired girl's eyes fluttered, and she made some unintelligible sounds. Where am I?" she slurred, clearly disoriented. "Tulip? How did you get all the way out here?" Tonks asked, keeping her hands on the girl's shoulders to steady her. "I was studying library," Tulip mumbled, her head drooping forward before jerking back up. Her eyes kept trying to close despite her obvious attempts to stay awake. "She's sleepwalking," Charlotte said, moving closer to help support Tulip's other side. "My cousin used to do this sometimes. We need to get her inside before she hurts herself." Harry watched as Tulip's head lolled to the side again. Something felt wrong about this. His hero's journal was giving him a gentle mental nudge, suggesting this wasn't just regular sleepwalking. But before he could say anything, Tonks was already taking charge of the situation. "Right, I'm taking her to the hospital wing," Tonks declared, shifting to better support Tulip's weight. "Madame Pomfrey needs to check this out. You two can keep practicing if you want, just remember Charlotte, focus with your whole being on your happiest memory and say the incantation clearly." But Harry started to protest, wanting to point out that this seemed suspicious with everything else happening lately. "No buts," Tonks cut him off, already starting to guide Tulip back toward the castle. "If something's wrong, Madame Pomfrey will figure it out." He watched as Tonks carefully led the still drowsy Tulip away, leaving him alone with Charlotte. "Think this is connected to the vaults somehow?" Charlotte asked quietly once Tonks was away. "Has to be," Harry replied, though he couldn't exactly tell her about the hero's journal. First the Dementor, now this? Something weird is definitely happening. Chapter 23, Secret Organization. Harry and Charlotte started walking back towards the castle, the evening air growing colder. They both stopped short when they spotted a dark figure floating in the bell tower courtyard. "Not again," Charlotte whispered, reaching for her wand. Harry could already feel the unnatural cold seeping into his bones. The memory of his mother's voice threatened to overwhelm him, but he refused to just stand there helplessly this time. He gathered the magic from the world, letting it flow through his soul, be shaped by his Hun soul and finally manifest as mist in his palm. Harry carefully directed it towards the approaching Dementor. But something was wrong. The mist passed straight through the hooded figure as if it wasn't even there. Harry frowned, his mist always gave him some kind of feedback when it touched something living, even plants. This felt like throwing water at empty air. Not willing to give up, Harry gathered the mist again and tried to wrap it around the creature's hooded head from behind. Yet the Dementor continued gliding forward, completely unaffected. Charlotte raised her wand. Expecto Patronum. Thick silvery mist poured from her wand tip, and for the first time the Dementor seemed to hesitate. But after that brief pause, it kept coming, just a bit slower now. The cold intensified. Harry felt the memory trying to drag him under again, green light, his mother's desperate pleas. But he remembered his training with the mental interference bracelet. Instead of fighting the interference, he let it happen in the background of his Hun soul while doing his best to stay focused on the present moment. Harry knew his mist wasn't working, but maybe fire would. He concentrated on the chi flowing through his body, directing it down his arm in a controlled spiral. The energy built up as it traveled through his shoulder, elbow, and finally gathered in his palm. With a sharp downward motion like slashing with a sword, Harry released a whip-like stream of blue flame. The fire poured over the 12-feet-high Dementor's tattered black robes but seemed to have no effect at all. The hooded figure didn't even slow down. "None of our magic is really working," Harry said, backing away. "And I don't think this is a real Dementor." "What do you mean?" Charlotte asked, still maintaining her misty Patronus shield. "My mist went right through it. That's never happened before, not with anything alive or even magical creatures. It's like there's nothing actually there." But the cold kept getting worse, and Harry could hear his mother's voice getting louder in his head. Whatever this thing was, it definitely felt real enough. Real or not, we need to stop it, Charlotte said, her wand hand shaking slightly as she maintained the misty shield. It could hurt someone. Harry nodded. He could turn into an eagle and fly away, and Charlotte could escape as a cat, but other students wouldn't have that option. If this thing found someone else, they might just freeze up and. Harry, Charlotte's voice cut through his thoughts. Can you keep it busy for a minute? I need to focus properly. He hesitated for a long second, then nodded. If he had to guess, she probably wanted to attempt the charm again with all of her focus. And that would be difficult to do with a Dementor going straight for them. Hey! Over here! Harry shouted, waving his arms. Come get me instead! The Dementor turned toward him, its tattered robes flowing as it changed direction. Harry waited until he was sure it was following him before running away, keeping an eye behind him. The creature was fast, faster than he'd expected. He pushed himself to run quicker, jumping over a bench in his path, then another. While running, he checked on Charlotte. She stood completely still, eyes closed, wand raised. Clearly, he needed to buy her more time. Harry leaped onto a nearby fountain, spun around, and focused on his chi. He felt it building up inside him, different from the spiral movement he had used just now. This time he let it rush straight through his arm, building pressure at his wrist before punching forward with a sharp motion. A concentrated ball of blue fire shot toward the Dementor. Like before, it passed right through without effect. Great, Harry muttered, flipping backward off the fountain and starting to run again. At least the thing was still following him instead of Charlotte. Harry! Charlotte called out. He immediately changed direction, running back toward her in a wide arc. The Dementor was barely 10 seconds behind him now. Charlotte took a deep breath, and shouted, Expecto Patronum. The silver mist exploded from her wand, but this time it took shape, a massive tiger made of moonlight that roared loud enough to make Harry's ears ring. The Dementor immediately turned and fled as the tiger charged after it. We have to follow it. Harry urged, already moving. Make sure it doesn't go after anyone else. Charlotte nodded quickly, and they chased after her Patronus, watching as it drove the Dementor further and further away from the castle grounds and into the Forbidden Forest. Harry slowly stopped running when it became clear it was gone. That was amazing. Your Patronus turned into a real tiger. He grinned at Charlotte. And you learned it so fast too, way faster than Tonks said most people do. But Charlotte wasn't celebrating. She stared back toward the courtyard, frowning. Harry, doesn't it seem weird to you? That's the third time we've seen a Dementor in exactly the same place. You think the courtyard has a clue? Has to. Come on. Charlotte started running back toward the courtyard, her wand still ready. Harry followed close behind. The cold feeling was completely gone now, replaced by the normal evening chill. Charlotte moved quickly through the area, checking behind benches and under bushes. Found it. She pulled a black quill from beneath one of the stone benches. Charlotte drew her wand, pointing it at the quill. Reperifarge. The quill shimmered and transformed into a sealed letter. She broke the wax seal and read aloud, Congratulations, you passed. R. Harry felt a familiar tingle from the hero's journal, that same gentle nudge telling him that this R was very important somehow. This time though, he wanted more details now. He unclipped the journal from his dragon hide belt while speaking to Charlotte. That's really suspicious, he said, frowning at the letter. And I guess the Dementor was real after all, it wouldn't run away from your Patronus if it wasn't. Harry opened the journal, its pages warm against his fingers. He quickly flipped past the parts written from his perspective, those were less helpful since they just showed what he already knew. The really useful bits were always in the omnipresent narrator sections, where the journal seemed to know things nobody else did. His eyes widened as he found what he was looking for. Charlotte Whitewood stood in the courtyard, holding a letter from someone who had been watching over her progress for a long time. The same person who had guided her brother Jacob toward the cursed vaults. Unbeknownst to the siblings, R had plans within plans for them both. Charlotte, Harry started to say, but stopped himself. He couldn't tell her what the journal revealed, that would lead to too many questions he couldn't answer. Instead, he asked, do you think R might be connected to your brother somehow? Charlotte stared at the letter in her hands. This isn't the first one, she said quietly. R has been sending me letters for a while now. There was one that led me to the ice vault, and a few weeks ago they warned that they would unleash it, which must have meant the Dementor. She pulled another crumpled piece of parchment from her robe pocket. Tonks and I found this one at the Three Broomsticks earlier. Listen to this, as requested, I've brought the Dementor to Hogwarts. It has already made contact. Despite an encounter with the Hogwarts staff, I ensured that it eluded capture. I will continue to keep an eye on the situation. So far. She trailed off, shaking her head. That's where it ends. Harry frowned, thinking hard. Someone was deliberately testing Charlotte with a Dementor, and they had enough power to control one. That seemed really dangerous, especially since Charlotte was still just a student. And now this new letter says I passed their test, Charlotte continued, rubbing her temples. But I don't understand what they want. Why send all these cryptic messages? Why test me with a Dementor of all things? The mention of tests made Harry think of Rakepick's earlier offer to help. Maybe she could figure out who R was? He'd have to mention this to her the next time they met. Did Jacob ever mention anyone called R? Harry asked carefully. Or getting strange letters before he disappeared? Charlotte shook her head. If he did, I don't remember. But... She looked at the letters again. I haven't seen Jacob in a long time now. Anyway, whoever R is, they know about the vaults. They knew where to find the ice vault, and now they're watching us. I just wish I knew why. Harry wanted to tell her what the journal had revealed, about R's plans for both siblings. But he couldn't. Not without explaining how he knew, and that would lead to too many questions about where his journal came from. Sometimes having special powers meant having to keep secrets, even from friends. We should be really careful, he said finally. Someone who can control Dementors is really dangerous. Charlotte nodded absently, tucking both letters into her pocket. I should go check on Tulip and Tonks. Maybe Tulip noticed something weird before she started sleepwalking. Good idea. I need to talk to Grandpa anyway, Harry said, thinking about the Dementor and how his mist had passed right through it. That seemed like something Grandpa should know about. He watched Charlotte hurry off toward the castle before transforming into his eagle form. Flying was faster than walking, and right now he really wanted to sort through everything that had happened. The wind under his wings helped clear his head as he soared up to the headmaster's office window. Sometimes Harry felt bad about keeping secrets from his friends. The hero's journal was probably the hardest one to hide, especially when it gave him important information that could help people. But he was smart enough, especially now, to recognize that he should be careful about who knew what. Only Grandpa knew about his special offers, and it should stay that way for a long time. Grandpa was the most powerful wizard alive, so he could protect himself. But not everyone was unbeatable like his grandpa, and what if someone wanted to hurt his friends to know more about him? He couldn't take that risk. Landing on the window ledge, Harry changed back and knocked on the glass. He could see Grandpa sitting at his desk, already turning to open the window with a warm smile. Come in, Grandpa said, waving his wand to float a comfortable chair closer to his desk. I was just thinking about you. Harry hopped down from the windowsill, but didn't mention anything about the Dementor chase or RS letter. That was something for Madame Rakepick to handle, she was the curse-breaking expert after all. Instead, he had a different question burning in his mind. Grandpa, would my mist work on a Dementor? Harry asked, settling into the chair. Just wondering. Grandpa's eyes twinkled as he smiled. Ah, a theoretical question then. He adjusted his half-moon spectacles. I suspect not. You see, Dementors are quite peculiar creatures. They don't have souls of their own, which is why they're always trying to steal happiness and eventually souls from others. Like an empty cup trying desperately to fill itself. But my mist needs a soul to work on. Harry leaned forward, eager to understand. Precisely. Your mist is made of both magical and soul energy, and it affects the soul directly to create fear. Without a soul to target. Grandpa spread his hands. It just passes right through, Harry finished, both relieved to understand and annoyed at the limitation. First his fire could be stopped by a simple flame-freezing charm, and now this? He needed more ways to protect himself and his friends. What if he ran into something that could block both his abilities again? As if reading his thoughts, Grandpa reached under his desk. That reminds me, those books you asked about have arrived. A friend in China was kind enough to share some fascinating texts about Hun, Po, and the concepts of yin and yang. Harry's face lit up instantly. He'd been desperate to learn more about his souls ever since getting that offer to transform his soul. What did dense and ethereal actually mean? How did yin and yang work? He didn't really know, and that annoyed him to no end. Really? Harry perked up slightly in his seat as Grandpa placed several old books on the desk. Some were bound in red silk, others in leather that looked ancient. Thank you. He carefully placed the books in his pouch, already excited to start reading. Finally, he'd understand what was actually happening with his souls instead of just guessing. But Harry paused when his eyes darkened, and familiar text appeared in his mind. Elixir of Life, generic alchemist costs 300 CP, 375 CP available to spend. A tiny phial of glowing, clear liquid that is the elixir of life. By ingesting this liquid, a person's aging ceases entirely, they are returned to the prime of their life, and they become immune to disease. You gain one of these elixirs every 10 years. Harry froze in his seat. His eyes darted up to look at his grandfather figure sitting across the desk. Dumbledore's long white beard and hair seemed especially stark in the evening light shining through the tall window. The wrinkles around his eyes were more pronounced as he watched Harry with that familiar concerned expression, probably wondering what special offer he had gotten this time. This wasn't just any potion, this was the potion. The one that could stop someone from getting old, sick, weak, and leaving Harry. He quickly accepted the offer, not hesitating for even a moment. A small crystal phial appeared in his hand, filled with softly glowing liquid that seemed to shift and swirl on its own. Grandpa. Harry thrust the phial toward Dumbledore, nearly knocking over an ink bottle in his excitement. You need to drink this right now. Chapter 24, Discipline. Harry's hand trembled slightly as he held out the crystal phial, watching the liquid inside shine with an inner light. Please, you have to take it right now. It's special, it'll stop you from getting old. Dumbledore gently pushed Harry's hand down, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. My dear boy, while I appreciate your concern, I must decline. But Harry started to protest. Death is not something to be feared, Harry. It is something I consider the next great adventure. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, folding his hands in his lap. Growing old is a natural part of life, one that brings its own kind of wisdom and beauty. Harry shook his head frantically. No, you don't understand. This isn't just any potion, it's the elixir of life. It makes you stop aging completely and brings you back to when you were strongest, and you can't get sick anymore either. He took a deep breath. And I'll get another one every 10 years, so you'll never have to worry about being alone. Dumbledore, who had been smiling gently throughout Harry's explanation, suddenly went very still. You said it returns someone to their prime. Yes. And makes them immune to disease too. Please, Grandpa, I don't want you to leave like. Harry trailed off, unable to finish the sentence about his parents. Dumbledore studied the shifting liquid for a long moment. That is quite different from Nicholas's stone, he murmured, almost to himself. And you're certain about getting another every 10 years? Yes. The words said so exactly. Harry clutched the phial tighter. Please take it. I want you to stay. The old wizard was quiet for several long seconds as he stroked his beard. Finally, he reached out and carefully took the crystal phial from Harry's hand. Dumbledore held the phial up to the light streaming through his office window, watching how the liquid moved inside its phial. Harry, I understand how much this means to you. But I need to be absolutely certain about what this is before I consider drinking it. But the words said Harry started. Yes, and I believe you, Dumbledore said gently. However, there's an old friend of mine who knows more about the elixir of life than anyone else alive. I'd like him to examine this with me, to understand exactly how it works. Harry slumped back in his chair. He knew Dumbledore was being sensible, after all, drinking unknown potions was dangerous. But part of him had hoped his grandpa would just trust him and take it right away. Who's your friend? Harry asked, trying not to sound too disappointed. Nicholas Flamel, Dumbledore replied, still studying the elixir. He created the Philosopher's Stone, which produces a different version of the elixir of life. If anyone can help us understand this potion properly, it's him. Harry perked up slightly. He'd seen Nicholas Flamel before in one of his rare famous witches and wizards cards. The one who's over 600 years old. Indeed. Dumbledore finally lowered the phial, and Harry noticed something odd in his expression, a flash of what looked like hope, quickly hidden. This potion, if it can indeed make me return to my prime, it would. He trailed off, shaking his head. No, never mind. Harry wanted to ask what Dumbledore meant, but the old wizard was already carefully wrapping the crystal phial in a silk handkerchief and placing it in a drawer of his desk. I'll contact Nicholas tonight. For now, why don't you go and read your new books? Harry nodded slowly, still watching the desk drawer where Dumbledore had placed the elixir. He attached his pouch to his enchanted belt, but before he could stand up, Dumbledore raised his hand. One more thing, Harry. It's very important that you don't tell anyone about this elixir, not even your friends or the professors. Dumbledore's voice was firm. There are many dark wizards who would do terrible things to obtain such a potion. Some might even try to hurt you or the people you care about to learn how you got it. The words made Harry's stomach twist uncomfortably. He had already figured that out himself. If bad people found out he could get an elixir of life every 10 years, they wouldn't care that he was just a child. They would do anything to force him to give them the potion, just like they had tried to hurt him because he had somehow defeated Voldemort as a baby. I understand, Grandpa, Harry said quietly. It's like how I don't tell anyone about the special words, except you. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows slightly. Speaking of things you tell me, did anything particularly interesting happen today that you might have forgotten to mention? Harry paused, then shrugged. He had planned to tell Madame Rakepick about it, but if Grandpa wanted to know now, why not? He explained about the Dementor in the courtyard, Charlotte's Patronus tiger, and the mysterious letters from R. As Harry finished his story, Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly serious. He steepled his fingers together and leaned forward. Harry, help me understand something. Why did you not immediately come to tell me about a soul-sucking monster loose on the school grounds? Well. Harry shifted in his chair. I was going to tell Madame Rakepick. She said she'd help us investigate the vaults safely. I see. Dumbledore's voice was calm, but Harry could tell he wasn't happy. And did you consider that while you were making these plans, other students might encounter this Dementor? Students who cannot cast a Patronus or transform into an eagle to escape. Harry's stomach dropped. He hadn't really thought about that. He'd been so focused on solving the mystery and helping Charlotte that he'd forgotten about the danger to everyone else. I know you want to have adventures and solve mysteries, Harry. That's natural for someone as curious and capable as you are. Dumbledore's blue eyes held Harry's gaze. But you cannot treat dangerous situations like a game. What if Miss Haywood hadn't been found quickly after her encounter with the Dementor? What if Miss Caruso had wandered deeper into the Forbidden Forest while sleepwalking? I'm sorry, Harry said quietly. I wanted to help Charlotte find her brother. And I can take care of myself with my abilities. Harry. Dumbledore's voice grew softer. While I admire your desire to help your friends, and your confidence in your abilities, you must understand that being able to protect yourself does not mean you should seek out danger. Harry frowned, crossing his arms. But my mist and fire can stop bad things. And I can fly away if it's too dangerous. And now I'm smarter too, so. Enough. Dumbledore cut him off firmly. The old wizard stood up and walked around his desk, kneeling in front of Harry's chair so they were at eye level. You are still a child, Harry. A remarkably gifted child, yes, but still 7 years old. Your special abilities do not make you invincible, nor do they give you the right to put others at risk. I wasn't putting anyone at risk. I was trying to help. By keeping quiet about a Dementor loose in the school. Dumbledore shook his head. No, Harry. That was not helping. That was being reckless. Harry felt his eyes start to burn. He wasn't being reckless, he was being brave. Like his parents had been. But before he could say this, Dumbledore continued. I think you need some time to think about the difference between being helpful and being reckless. For the next month, you will not be allowed in the library except for supervised study periods. No flying as an eagle. And you will write me an essay about why it's important to tell adults when dangerous situations arise. But that's not fair. Harry protested. Charlotte gets to keep investigating. Miss Whitewood is not you, Harry. You are 7. Dumbledore's voice remained gentle. And while you may be exceptionally intelligent and talented, that does not change the fact that you are still developing emotionally. But I'm smarter now. And I have special powers. Harry blinked hard, trying to keep the tears from falling. I can help people. I'm the boy who lived. And that is precisely why I must be strict with you now, Dumbledore said, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. Being the boy who lived, having special powers, being exceptionally bright, these things mean you have a greater responsibility to make good choices, not an excuse to be reckless. Harry slumped in his chair. He understood what Grandpa was saying, but it still hurt. He had tried so hard to be helpful, to be brave like his parents, and now he was being punished for it. But what about Charlotte? Harry asked, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. She needs help finding her brother. And she will receive that help, from the proper authorities, including Madame Rakepick. Dumbledore returned to his chair. Your role right now is to be a good friend to Charlotte, not to put yourself in danger trying to solve mysteries meant for much older wizards. I don't want to just sit and do nothing, Harry said quietly. You won't be doing nothing. You'll be learning, growing, and most importantly, staying safe. Dumbledore's eyes softened. Harry, do you know why I'm being so firm about this? Harry shook his head. Because I care about you very much, and the thought of you getting hurt. Dumbledore paused, seeming to gather his thoughts. Perhaps it would be good for you to spend some time away from the castle for a while. Harry's eyes widened in horror, and tears immediately started falling. No. Please, I don't want to go away. I'll be good, I promise. His voice cracked as he spoke, hands gripping the arms of his chair tightly. I don't mean permanently, Dumbledore said quickly, but his expression remained serious. But maybe, yes, perhaps my old friend wouldn't mind someone staying with him and his wife for a while. Harry's breath hitched as he tried to stop crying. The thought of leaving Hogwarts, of leaving his home and his family, was terrifying. Even though he knew logically that going away temporarily wasn't the same thing, he couldn't help but panic at the idea. Please, Harry whispered, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. I'll tell you everything right away next time. I won't try to solve mysteries anymore. Just don't send me away. Harry, Dumbledore said gently, I think this would be good for you. My old friends are very nice and patient people. And with the elixir to examine, the timing couldn't be better. Harry shrank further into his chair. But Hogwarts is my home. And it will remain your home, Dumbledore assured him. This would just be for some time. Think of it as a special kind of lesson. What about my painting practice? And Kiara's? Harry stopped himself before mentioning the full moon. Even upset, he remembered his promise to keep her secret. You can take your art supplies with you. And I'm sure your friends will understand a short absence. Dumbledore said gently. This isn't a punishment, Harry. It's an opportunity to learn from two of the wisest people I know, away from the distractions and dangers of the castle. Harry wanted to argue more, but he recognized the tone in Dumbledore's voice. It was the same one he used when explaining why Harry couldn't have a real broom yet, or why he had to eat vegetables even though he didn't need much food. The tone that meant no amount of arguing would change his mind. Can I at least say goodbye to everyone first? Harry asked in a small voice. Of course. We'll make arrangements over the next few days. Dumbledore smiled softly. Now, why don't you go get some rest? It's been quite an eventful evening. Harry slid off the chair, his new books feeling heavy in his pouch. He walked to the office door with slow steps, hoping Dumbledore might change his mind. But when he reached for the handle, all his grandpa said was "Good night, Harry." "Good night," Harry mumbled with tears in his eyes, pulling the door open. Chapter 25, Flamels. Harry stood in Grandpa's office, looking up at Dumbledore who was writing something in a phoenix-embossed book. He sighed, watching the quill scratch across the parchment. Another sigh escaped him as he kicked at the carpet with his shoe. "It really won't be so bad, Harry," Dumbledore said with a soft chuckle, not looking up from his writing. Harry just sighed again, louder this time. He had already tried everything, he'd even gone to Aunt Min and Uncle Phileas, explaining how he needed to stay at Hogwarts to practice his abilities. But they'd just nodded along and agreed with Grandpa that some time away would be good for him. And Snape? Harry scowled at the memory. The potions master had actually smiled when he heard the news, saying at last the castle will have some peace and quiet after years of chaos from our arrogant celebrity. As if Harry caused that much trouble. Another deep sigh. "Ah, I believe it's about time we departed to France." Dumbledore stood up, clapping his hands together cheerfully. Harry ignored him, suddenly finding his shoelaces extremely interesting. Maybe if he just stood here long enough. But then Dumbledore was beside him, holding a small ceramic mug in his left hand. His other hand came to rest on Harry's shoulder. Now then, what must you remember to do? Kick my legs back and forth so I don't fall on my face, Harry mumbled, reaching out to touch the mug. And hold on tight. Very good. Now, careful. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Suddenly, Harry felt a sharp tug behind his navel. His feet left the ground, and it felt like someone had grabbed his insides and turned them inside out while yanking him forward. Wind howled in his ears as colors swirled around him. Then it was over. They were falling through open air, and Harry automatically started moving his feet in a walking motion like Grandpa had taught him. 5 seconds later, they both landed softly on grass. Harry looked around, blinking to clear his vision. In front of them stood a small, humble house with a thatched roof and whitewashed walls. 2 ancient-looking people stood in the doorway, dressed in simple white robes. They had matching white hair and weathered pale faces, but their eyes were bright and alert as they watched their visitors arrive. Albus, my dear friend. Nicholas Flamel practically sprung down the steps. When your letter arrived, I could hardly contain myself. Come, is it true? But no, first things first. He grabbed Dumbledore's hands and shook them vigorously. While the 2 old wizards chatted, Pernell Flamel made her way over to where Harry stood studying his shoes. She slowly knelt down beside him. Hello, young Harry. I've heard so much about you from Albus. Harry kicked at the grass, not wanting to be rude but also not wanting to talk. Hello, he mumbled. I understand you're quite the artist, Pernell continued gently. We have a lovely garden you might enjoy painting. I guess, Harry replied quietly, though he did glance up briefly at the mention of painting. Nicholas, perhaps we should continue this discussion inside. Pernell suggested, noting Harry's discomfort. I've just made fresh tea and biscuits. Oh yes. How thoughtless of me! Nicholas exclaimed. Please, everyone inside. Though mind the door frame, Albus, I still haven't fixed it since that explosion last month. Once they were settled in the cozy sitting room, Nicholas could barely contain himself. Now then, Albus, is what you wrote about truly possible? A different kind of elixir. Dumbledore reached into his robes and carefully unwrapped a small package, placing the crystal phial on the table. The liquid inside gleamed with an inner light. Nicholas practically pressed his nose against the glass, his eyes wide with wonder. Extraordinary. The luminescence, the viscosity. I've never seen anything quite like it. He reached for his wand but in his excitement knocked it off the table. As he bent to retrieve it, several loud cracks came from his joints. Oh, my old bones, he groaned, rubbing his back as he finally grasped his wand. He held it up to the phial, muttering detection spells under his breath. Nicholas continued casting spells while Dumbledore watched with interest. The 2 old wizards were completely absorbed in their examination of the phial. Harry, dear, Pernell said softly, why don't I show you to your room while these 2 get lost in their research? They could be at it for hours when they're like this. Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who gave him an encouraging nod without looking away from Nicholas's spell work. Okay, Harry mumbled, adjusting his belt that held his art supplies and books. Pernell led him up a narrow wooden staircase that creaked under their feet. The walls were lined with old paintings, not the moving kind like at Hogwarts, but still pretty. Harry noticed how the light hit them differently than magical paintings. Here we are, Pernell said, opening a door to reveal a small but bright room. A window overlooked the garden she'd mentioned earlier, and a desk sat beneath it. I thought you might like having natural light for painting. Harry walked over to the window, looking down at the colorful flowers below. The colors are nice, he admitted quietly. They are, aren't they? Pernell smiled. Nicholas tries to grow them the mundane way, says magic makes them too perfect. Though he does cheat sometimes when he thinks I'm not looking. That got a tiny smile from Harry, though he quickly tried to hide it. Would you like to see my favorite spot in the garden? Pernell asked. There's an old apple tree that's perfect for sitting under. And if you're hungry, I wasn't joking about those biscuits earlier. Harry considered for a moment. He still didn't want to be here, away from his home. But he hadn't eaten in nearly a week, and the garden did look pretty. Maybe just for a little while, he said. Wonderful, Pernell beamed. And perhaps you can tell me about your paintings while we have our snack? Albus mentioned you've done quite a few. Harry followed her back downstairs and through a side door that led to the garden. The apple tree stood at the far end, its branches spreading wide to create a natural canopy. A worn wooden bench sat beneath it, looking comfortable despite its age. "The biscuits are chocolate," Pernell mentioned as they settled on the bench. She pulled out a tin from her robes. "Nicholas says they're too sweet, but I think he's just grumpy because I won't let him add experimental potions to them anymore." That got a small smile from Harry. She offered Harry the tin. "So, what do you like to paint?" Harry took a biscuit, thinking about his answer. "I like painting the Great Lake at sunset. And sometimes the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, when I spot them from the astronomy tower, though I don't need to see them anymore. The unicorns are hard though, they move too fast for me to get a good view of their faces." "You've seen unicorns?" Pernell asked, genuine interest in her voice. "Once. I spotted a herd near the forest's edge while I was flying above the lake." Harry paused, realizing she might not understand what he meant, but Pernell just nodded. "Albus mentioned you could transform. That's quite remarkable for someone your age." She took a biscuit herself. "Would you like to see something interesting?" Harry nodded, curious despite his lingering reluctance to be here. "Follow me." Pernell stood up, brushing crumbs from her robes. She led him past beds of colorful flowers and herbs, some of which Harry recognized from the books on herbology. At the back of the garden stood a tall hedge. Pernell tapped it 3 times with her wand, and an archway appeared. "This," she said with a wink, "is where we keep the exciting parts of our garden." Through the archway, Harry saw plants he'd never seen before. Flowers that changed colors as they bloomed, trees with crystal fruits that chimed in the breeze, and what looked like a small pond filled with liquid rainbow. "Nicholas likes to experiment," Pernell explained. "Sometimes things go wonderfully right, and sometimes, well, that's why we keep them even further back than here." Harry walked forward, forgetting for a moment that he was supposed to be unhappy about being here. "What's that one?" he asked, pointing to a bush covered in what looked like tiny floating lanterns. "Ah," Pernell smiled. "That's what happens when you accidentally cross fairy lights with whistling daisies. Would you like to help me water them? They make the most interesting sounds when they're happy." Harry hesitated. He was supposed to be sad about leaving Hogwarts, not having fun in some garden. But the tiny lights bobbed so invitingly, and his fingers itched to capture their glow in a painting. "Okay," he whispered. Pernell handed him a small copper watering can. "Just a gentle sprinkle," she instructed. "Too much water and they start singing opera." Harry tipped the watering can slowly, and the bush erupted instantly in soft chiming sounds, like dozens of tiny bells. The floating lights swayed and pulsed with each note, creating patterns of light that shone through the air. Some of the lights broke free from their stems, floating up to circle around Harry's head while humming a cheerful tune. "They like you," Pernell said, watching as more lights detached to join the impromptu dance. "Usually they're quite shy with strangers." 000000. Harry and Pernell returned from the garden, their robes smudged with dirt and grass stains. The whistling daisies had been particularly excited about being watered, spraying them both with rainbow-colored droplets that left odd patterns on their clothes. Harry had found himself enjoying the experience, which he hadn't expected. They found Dumbledore and Nicholas in the sitting room, surrounded by diagrams full of many numbers and glowing magical instruments. The crystal phial containing the elixir sat in the center of a carved silver platform edged with different carvings. "It's the most peculiar thing, Albus," Nicholas was saying, gesturing at a floating near-transparent diagram. "The patterns simply refuse to stabilize. Every detection matrix I've tried, even my modified Paracelsian framework, just slides off." "Yes, the same occurred with my attempts at magical signature analysis," Dumbledore agreed, adjusting one of the instruments. "The Revello series produced null results, and even Ollivander's principle of magical coherence fails to apply." Nicholas tapped his wand against some floating numbers. "Look here, the arithmetic values keep shifting between prime sequences. It's as if the potion exists in multiple magical states simultaneously." He conjured another diagram. "The base resonance suggests a transformation catalyst, similar to my stone's output, but the overtones." He shook his head in frustration. "Perhaps your glass could help identify the underlying principles," Dumbledore suggested, before glancing at Harry. "Though I suspect whatever power is preventing our analysis won't allow full replication, regardless of methodology." Nicholas followed Dumbledore's gaze to Harry, and sighed deeply as his hands covered his blue eyes for a short moment. "Yes, to think, at my age, I'd discover there are higher powers at work in this world. How wonderfully humbling. Nicholas slowly shook his head, collapsing the floating diagrams with a wave of his hand. The glass might give us some insight into the transformative matrix, but... He gestured at the small amount of liquid. This is our only sample. Using the glass would require at least 3 drops for a proper analysis, and there's no guarantee it wouldn't alter the remaining solution's properties. He pulled out a piece of parchment covered in numbers that Harry didn't understand at all. However, if we could isolate even a fraction of the underlying principles. Look here. He pointed to a particular equation. The decay rate is non-existent. Even my stone's elixir shows minor degradation over time, but this... He tapped the crystal phial gently. Perfect stasis. And the way it seems like it would interface with living tissue, the preliminary readings suggest it doesn't just halt aging, it actively reverses temporal degradation at the fundamental level and keeps it there. Dumbledore leaned closer to examine the equations. And you believe this could be replicated, even if only partially? With enough research, perhaps. Nicholas began sorting a few parchments on the table into one stack. The primary challenge would be stabilizing the transformative matrix without access to the original catalyst. But if we could identify the key frequencies, maybe using a modified version of Vagbatta's resonance theory. He looked back at the crystal phial, his hands clenching slightly on the table. Albus, we must do our very best with this. Nicholas Dumbledore started, but Nicholas rapidly shook his head. I know what I told you before, about Pernell and I being ready to move on. But now... He gestured at his aged body. We've been trapped in these failing shells for so long. If we must continue like this, growing even slightly weaker each decade for another century, yes, we'd choose to pass on. Harry listened quietly, understanding more than they probably thought he did. He remembered how Kiara suffered each month, trapped in a body that wasn't really hers. But young bodies. Nicholas's eyes lit up with sudden energy. To truly enjoy life again to its fullest extent. No, we can't give up on this opportunity. He gripped onto the parchments tightly. Even if some greater power is at work, what an fascinating challenge. If we can replicate it even partially, just enough to refresh our bodies. He looked up at Dumbledore, almost jumping in his seat. We won't need to rely on young Harry's gift if we can create our own version. Think of the research possibilities. I think, Pernell interrupted gently, that's enough excitement for one evening. Harry must be tired after the journey. Nicholas blinked, seeming to remember they weren't alone. Oh. Yes, of course. My apologies, young man. When research beckons, I tend to get carried away. Harry shrugged, not really tired since his fire-bending exercises were way more exhausting than this. He watched the old alchemist shuffle his remaining loose parchment into a neat pile, seeing how Nicholas's hands shook slightly. Before we retire, Dumbledore said, standing up from his chair, there's one more thing. He pulled out a familiar red bracelet from his robes. Your occlumency training should continue while you're here. Harry took the bracelet, slipping it onto his wrist. The mental static buzzed faintly against his Hun soul, barely noticeable at this setting. Will you be coming back for practice? Actually, Dumbledore smiled gently at him, you'll have plenty to keep you busy here. Pernell is quite the accomplished herbalogist. I believe you've already seen some of her more interesting specimens in the garden? She's also quite talented with various forms of art. I think you'll find her knowledge of magical pigments particularly fascinating. Oh yes, Pernell added warmly. I'd love to show you how to make your own magical paints. And there are several rare plants in the garden that create the most beautiful natural dyes. Nicholas perked up from his diagrams. And when you're not busy with that, perhaps you'd like to learn a bit about potions. Nothing too advanced, of course, but there are some basic brews that any young wizard should know. We'll make sure you have plenty to do, Pernell assured him. Though there will still be time for painting and relaxation, of course. Dumbledore chuckled. For now, I should return to Hogwarts. He knelt down to Harry's level. Remember what we discussed. This isn't a punishment, it's an opportunity to learn from two of the wisest people I know. Harry nodded, though his chest still felt tight at the thought of Dumbledore leaving. Will you tell everyone I said goodbye again? Of course. Dumbledore squeezed his shoulder gently. Be good, and try to keep an open mind. You might find yourself enjoying your time here more than you expect. After one final squeeze of Harry's shoulder, Dumbledore stood and bid farewell to the Flamels. Then with a soft pop, he disappeared. Harry stood in the middle of the sitting room, suddenly very aware that he was alone with two strangers. Well, not exactly strangers since Grandpa trusted them, but still unknown. His instincts told him both were nearly as dangerous as Grandpa, which didn't help at all. Pernell broke the awkward silence. Would you like to help me prepare dinner? Nicholas gets terribly clumsy in the kitchen, but I could use an extra pair of hands. I heard that, Nicholas muttered good-naturedly, already turning back to his diagrams. Harry considered saying no, but remembered how nice it had been in the garden earlier when he'd given it a chance. Okay. But I don't need to eat much. That's fine, dear. Pernell smiled warmly. Though I warn you, once you try my shepherd's pie, you might change your mind about that. Chapter 26, Yin and Yang. Harry sat at his desk by the window, morning light streaming through the apple tree outside. The past week had kept him busy, learning about magical herbs with Pernell, reading Nicholas's recommended beginner potion books, and helping in the garden. But now he finally had time for something he'd been eager to explore. He pulled out the red silk-bound book Grandpa had given him about Hun and Po souls. The moment he opened it, the strange symbols shifted and reformed into readable text. He recalled the exact moment he'd received this soul transformation, how it had felt like being split in two, yet becoming more whole at the same time. The first passage caught his attention immediately. Master Wei speaks, the soul is like water and steam. The Po remains below as dense water, anchoring the vessel. The Hun rises as ethereal steam, free to touch the heavens. Yet they are one and the same, merely in different states of being. Harry traced the words with his finger. The book continued, young scholar, know this truth, as the moon pulls the tide, so does the Hun pull the spirit skyward. As the earth grounds the root, so does the Po anchor flesh. In harmony they flow, in discord they falter. Harry slowly flipped through the pages. The next section expanded on Master Wei's teachings. The Hun soul, being yang in nature, reaches ever upward like flame seeking heaven. It carries with it consciousness, dreams, and higher thought, untethered by earthly concerns. When one's Hun is strong, the mind remains clear even as the body falters. Master Li demonstrated this truth when he continued teaching despite severe illness, his thoughts unmarred by fever. Harry thought back to when he'd first received the offer about the 3 Hun and 7 Po. The offer had mentioned how the Hun would protect his mind from bodily weakness. According to this book, his consciousness was like a flame floating above a candle, aware of the wax below but not bound by its condition. The book continued with Master Chang's observations, the Po soul grounds us in flesh, being yin in nature. As water seeks the lowest point, so does the Po maintain our earthly vessel. It tends to muscle and bone, to breath and blood. A cultivated Po soul keeps the body strong without conscious effort, like a garden that tends itself. More passages followed, describing how the Hun and Po work together. Venerable Master Sun notes that Yang cannot exist without Yin, just as day requires night. The Hun provides the spark of will, while the Po executes that will through the body. When practicing martial arts, the Hun decides the strike while the Po guides the hand. In meditation, the Hun soars while the Po remains steady. The text grew more complex as it discussed the traditional belief in 3 Hun and 7 Po. The 3 Hun govern spirit, consciousness, and wisdom. The 7 Po manage the physical senses and drives. Yet contemporary philosophers understand these as aspects of the greater Hun and Po duality. Harry slowly put the book aside and stared out the window at the apple tree. His perfect memory let him recall every word he'd just read, but understanding it all was different. The book said his Hun soul was like steam rising up, while his Po soul was like water flowing down. That made sense, he'd seen both happen plenty of times during firebending practice next to the Great Lake. But there was more to it. His Hun soul protected his mind, keeping it clear even when his body was tired or hurt. And his Po soul. Harry flexed his hand, watching the muscles move. The book said it maintained his body without him having to think about it. Like how he didn't need to exercise anymore to stay fit, or how his chi paths had become smoother for firebending. His Po soul was taking care of all that automatically. Together, they worked as a team. His Hun soul decided what to do, and his Po soul made it happen. Just like when he painted, his Hun soul imagined the picture, while his Po soul guided the brush. Or when he flew as an eagle, his Hun soul chose where to go, while his Po soul handled all the complicated wing movements. This all made sense, and the words from the special offer were clear as well. But some parts were still confusing. The book talked about yin and yang a lot, saying his Hun soul was Yang and his Po soul was Yin. But what did that really mean? Why did Yang things always try to go up, like flames reaching for the sky? And why did Yin things always try to go down, like water flowing downhill? There had to be a reason, but the book didn't explain it clearly enough for him to understand. Harry sighed and looked at the other book he'd avoided reading first. Its ancient leather binding creaked as he opened it on his desk. The title simply read The Theory of Yin and Yang in gold letters that shifted into English as he watched. Yang is movement, Yin is stillness, the first page stated. Harry frowned, that didn't help much. He flipped forward a few pages, thankful that he didn't need to slowly read because of his memory. Think of a campfire, the book suggested. The flames dance upward, always moving, always changing, that is Yang. The wood stays below, dark and still, that is Yin. Yet the wood feeds the flame, and the flame turns wood to ash. They need each other. The next part talked about day and night. The sun was Yang because it brought light and movement and heat. The moon was Yin because it brought darkness and quiet and cold. But you couldn't have day without night, just like you couldn't have up without down. Yang spreads out, Yin pulls in, the book continued. Like how heat makes things expand and cold makes things shrink. Or how light spreads across a room while shadows gather in corners. Harry finished flipping through the book, letting out a small breath. He looked up at the bright sunlight streaming through his window, then at the shadows in the corners of his room. Light spread out everywhere it could reach, while shadows bunched up in little spaces. He held up both hands, palms facing the ceiling. Normally when he made fire, he just did it. Like how he knew to flap his wings when he was an eagle. His body just knew what to do, guided by both trained muscle memory and instinct. A small blue flame popped up above his left palm, barely bigger than the flame of a candle. This was how he always did it, letting his body guide the fire naturally. Then Harry tried something different. With his right hand, he focused his full attention on the way the chi flowed, making it move in a rougher manner through his chi paths. A small orange flame appeared, like the ones he used to make before his soul transformed. Harry stared at both flames. The blue one was definitely hotter, he could feel it. But wasn't Yang supposed to be hot? His Hun soul was Yang, so shouldn't it make hotter flames? Unless... His eyes widened as something clicked in his mind. The Po soul had made his chi paths better. The Po soul was Yin. And Yin pulled things together, made them smaller and tighter. So when his chi flowed through the paths that his Yin soul had made better, it got squeezed together more. Like how water flowing through a smaller pipe moved faster and hit harder. But his fire was still Yang, it still wanted to spread out and move and dance. It was just more focused now. More controlled. Both flames flickered as Harry thought harder. Maybe that's why blue fire was stronger, because it had both Yin and Yang working together. The Yang of the fire itself, and the Yin influence of his Po soul refined chi paths. Like the campfire in the book, Harry whispered to himself. The wood is Yin, the flame is Yang. They need each other. He closed his hands, extinguishing both flames. Everything was starting to make more sense now. Except there was one thing. Harry opened and closed his hands a few times again, thinking about the orange flame he'd made. Why had it come out that way when he focused on controlling the chi flow and made it move differently? He scrunched up his nose, trying to work it out. When he'd paid attention to how the chi moved, that was his mind doing the work, his Hun soul. And his Hun soul was Yang, which explained why the flame turned orange instead of blue. His Yang attention had overwhelmed the Yin influence from his refined chi paths. But Yang needs Yin, Harry muttered, remembering what the book said. Even his orange flame must have had some Yin in it, just not enough to keep things balanced like with the blue fire. He held up his hand again, staring at his palm. What would fire be like with no Yin at all? Or no Yang? Could he even make fire without Yang, since fire itself was Yang? Maybe if he tried to separate them entirely somehow, but what would that even make? Harry shook his head, he didn't have any clue how to do that. He could make the Yin weaker by manually controlling the fire instead of letting it flow naturally. But making it even weaker than that? Or reducing Yang when fire was already Yang? It made his head hurt just thinking about it. A gentle knock on his door interrupted his thoughts. Harry. Pernell called. Come in, Harry called out, turning around to face her. Pernell opened the door and stepped inside, her white hair neatly braided today. How are you settling in, dear? Her eyes drifted to the painting on his desk, a view of Hogwarts Castle at sunset, the windows dark and unwelcoming. Oh my, what a beautiful painting! Though it looks rather lonely. Harry looked at his work, at how he'd painted the castle's towers reaching up into grey clouds, no lights in any window. Small tears gathered in his eyes before he could stop them. He'd tried to show how far away Hogwarts felt now, how much he missed his home. Oh, sweetheart! Pernell crossed the room and wrapped her arms around him. Her robe smelled like garden herbs and fresh bread. You won't be away from the castle forever, you know? And haven't you had at least a little fun here? Those whistling daisies certainly seemed to think so. Harry leaned into her hug, sniffling slightly. The garden is nice, he admitted quietly. And the magical paints you showed me yesterday were really cool. But it's not home, Pernell finished gently, running a soothing hand through his messy hair. I understand. When I first left my family's house to study at Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, I cried every night for a week. But do you know what helped? Harry shook his head against her shoulder. Keeping busy with exciting new things to learn. And speaking of learning. She pulled back slightly to look at him with a warm smile. Nicholas is quite eager to start your first proper potions lesson. He wants to see if you've understood those beginner books he gave you. Harry wiped his face with his sleeves. The potions books Nicholas had given him were pretty simple compared to what he just read about Hun, Po, and Yin and Yang. Most of it was stuff he'd already seen in the Hogwarts library anyway, basic ingredient preparation, safety rules, and simple brewing techniques. I think I understood everything, Harry said, separating fully from the hug. There were lots of warnings about not mixing certain ingredients, and how to cut things properly so they don't mess up the final results. Pernell nodded with a smile. Good. Nicholas can get quite enthusiastic when teaching potions. Best to know the safety rules before he starts showing you the fun parts. Harry paused in the midst of walking to the door when his green eyes darkened. Language comprehension, Mushoku Tensei costs 25 CP, 175 CP available to spend. The six-faced world has many languages and going from one continent to another without learning the language there would make you unable to communicate with other people. This grants you an ability to understand, speak, and read any language that you heard people speak and seen its words in hours. When speaking to someone with a different language that you didn't learn, you can instinctively guess the general meaning of their words and slowly piece them together to form words allowing you to speak the said language down to their accent with enough time. Seeing written words of an unknown language with constant exposure or trying would allow you to slowly piece it together allowing you to read the written words with enough time. This also allows you to invent your language or decryption to prevent others from knowing your secrets that you wrote in books that you don't want others to find out about. Harry didn't hesitate long before accepting. 25 CP seemed like a small price to pay for such a useful ability. After all, he'd seen lots of books in the Hogwarts library written in different languages, Latin, Ancient Greek, and others he couldn't even identify. Being able to read those would be incredibly helpful. Chapter 27, Potion Philosophy. Harry followed Pernell down a winding stone staircase to Nicholas's workshop. The room was cluttered but organized in its own way, shelves lined with bottles of every color, bundles of dried herbs hanging from the ceiling, and what looked like at least 5 different cauldrons bubbling quietly in various corners. Nicholas Flamel stood beside a clean workbench, his white hair wild and his robes covered in colorful stains. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he gestured Harry over. Ah, there you are. Ready for your first proper potions lesson? Yes, sir, Harry said, eyeing the neat rows of ingredients laid out on the bench. Wonderful. But first Nicholas pulled out a chair. Pop quiz. What's the difference between crushing and grinding when preparing ingredients? Harry barely had to think, the words from the book appearing clearly in his mind. Crushing releases internal juices while keeping fibers intact. Grinding turns everything into powder. You crush Sopophorus beans but grind unicorn horn. Excellent. And why must we never store armadillo bile in copper containers? Because it reacts with copper to make toxic fumes, Harry answered promptly. Also, it eats through the metal. Nicholas clapped his hands together. Now, what happens if you stir a shrinking solution counterclockwise instead of clockwise? The book didn't say anything about that, Harry said with a small frown. Aha! Nicholas grinned. Good. Always question what isn't explained. The answer, by the way, is that it explodes rather spectacularly. Found that out the hard way back in, must have been 1345. He gestured toward the workbench. Now then, we'll start with something simple but useful, a basic cure for boils. Can you tell me the key ingredients? As Harry listed them off, dried nettles, snake fangs, horned slugs, and porcupine quills, Nicholas set up a small copper cauldron. Very good. Now, first step. Harry reached for the snake fangs and the mortar and pestle. He began crushing them, and immediately something felt different. Like he knew exactly how much pressure to use, how to angle the pestle to get the most even consistency. The crushed fangs came out perfect, not too fine, not too coarse. Nicholas murmured, peering at the crushed fangs. That's precisely the right consistency. Most students take weeks to develop that touch. Harry glanced at Nicholas, who was still examining the crushed snake fangs with fascination. Grandpa Dumbledore probably told you I'm not normal. Nicholas looked up with a bright grin, his stained robes rustling as he straightened. Oh yes. Though I must say, even after Albus's explanations, I never imagined. He waved his hands excitedly at the perfectly crushed ingredients. This level of intuitive understanding is extraordinary. Well. Harry bit his lip, then decided to explain. I once got to pick from different enchantments, and one was better skill at alchemy. I chose it because... He looked down at his feet. I wanted to be like Grandpa. But it turned out to be about potions instead of alchemy. Then later it got stuck in my soul because of another thing that happened. Stuck in your soul? Nicholas's eyebrows shot up. That would explain the instinctive knowledge. He picked up the mortar, turning it this way and that. You can feel exactly how to prepare the ingredients, can't you? Harry nodded. It's like... I just know. Like how birds know which way is south. He reached for the dried nettles. Can I try these next? Of course, of course. Nicholas pulled up a stool and sat down, his eyes sparkling with interest. You know, there's more overlap between potions and alchemy than most realize. Both require perfect balance between opposing forces. Harry's head snapped up. Like yin and yang. Precisely. Nicholas clapped his hands together. Take the Philosopher's Stone, it represents the perfect unity of opposing elements. Just as your crushed snake fangs need to be neither too fine nor too coarse, the stone requires exact balance between. He stopped himself. But perhaps that's too advanced for now. Nicholas cleared his throat and gestured toward the cauldron. Well then, shall we continue? Everything you need is right here. Harry turned to the ingredients. Without thinking too much about it, he began preparing them in a sequence that felt natural. Rather than following the recipe's order exactly, he crushed the dried nettles while heating the base, knowing it would give the active components more time to properly dissolve. The snake fangs went in next, but Harry found himself stirring in a slight figure-8 pattern instead of the simple clockwise motion the recipe called for. From the books he had read in the Hogwarts library, this would give just the extra motion needed for the snake fangs and dried nettles to properly mix. Nicholas watched silently from his stool, occasionally leaning forward with interest but never interrupting. His fingers sometimes twitched as if wanting to point something out, but he kept quiet. When it came time to add the porcupine quills, Harry removed the cauldron from the fire first, something explicitly stated in the recipe. But he also waited exactly 12 seconds longer than specified, until the surface stopped bubbling completely. The quills sank in with a satisfying hiss. The final step called for 5 clockwise stirs. Harry did exactly that, but added a gentle quarter-turn counterclockwise at the end of each rotation. The potion turned a perfect pink, with a slight pearly sheen that wasn't mentioned in the recipe's description. Magnificent, Nicholas said, finally breaking his silence. He pulled the cauldron closer, examining the potion from different angles. You made at least 7 improvements to the standard recipe, did you realize that? Harry shook his head. I just did what felt right. That's exactly what I meant to test. Nicholas smirked slightly from his seat. You see, this recipe is deliberately inefficient. We use this technique across magical schools worldwide to identify students with natural talent. He dipped a ladle into the potion, lifting it to watch the liquid flow back down. The pearly sheen, for instance, that only happens when the ingredients are added in the optimal order, not the one listed in the book. So it was like a test? Harry asked, watching the potion shimmer. More like a puzzle missing pieces. Nicholas set down the ladle and pulled out a small notebook. Most students follow the recipe exactly. Some might make 1 or 2 improvements if they're particularly gifted. But you. He gestured at the cauldron with his quill. You filled in all the gaps without even realizing there were gaps to fill. Harry glanced at the cauldron again. That's because of the enchantment in my soul now. It gives me a talent for potions. Not entirely, Nicholas said, tapping his fingers on the workbench. The talent helps greatly, yes, but you still need to understand why things work the way they do. He reached for a clean vial and carefully poured some of the potion into it. Tell me, why did you stir in that figure-8 pattern? Harry perked up at the question. Oh, I saw that in the library. There was this really old book that talked about how stirring in different patterns affects potions. He traced the figure-8 shape in the air with his finger. The figure-8 makes ingredients mix better because it creates tiny whirlpools that pull everything together. Nicholas smiled at that answer. Exactly. Most wizards and witches just stir in circles because that's what the recipes say. But you found something better in an old book and remembered it. He set down the filled vial and picked up another. That's what makes a true Pokemon, curiosity about why things work, not just following instructions. The library at Hogwarts has lots of interesting books, Harry said, watching Nicholas carefully decant more of the potion. Sometimes I find things that aren't in the normal school books. Ah yes, the Hogwarts library. Nicholas chuckled, setting aside the second vial. I donated quite a few books there myself over the centuries, as I imagine many old wizards do. He pulled out his wand and cleaned the remaining potion from the cauldron with a quick spell. Now then, would you like to know why your potion turned out better than the standard recipe? Harry nodded eagerly. Well, you see, Nicholas grabbed a piece of chalk and started drawing on the workbench. When you make a potion, it's like building with blocks. Some ingredients want to stick together, others try to push each other apart. The recipe in the book. He drew a wobbly tower. Makes a tower that works, but isn't very stable. Nicholas drew another tower next to the wobbly one, this one with more balanced blocks. His chalk squeaked against the workbench as he worked, white dust falling onto his already stained robes. But if you understand how ingredients want to behave, you can build something stronger. Like how the snake fangs want to sink but the dried nettles want to float. Harry asked, watching the chalk move. Exactly. Nicholas's eyes lit up. But it goes deeper than that. You see, in alchemy we believe everything has a nature, hot or cold, wet or dry. Snake fangs are cold and dry, while nettles are hot and wet. When you mix them just right. He drew arrows between the blocks. They balance each other. Harry thought about what he'd just learned about yin and yang. The nettles were like fire, hot and always trying to rise up. The snake fangs were like earth, heavy and wanting to stay down. So the figure-8 stirring makes them. He moved his hands together like pieces fitting. Complete each other. Yes, yes. That's exactly it. In alchemy, we call this the unity of opposites. Everything seeks its counter-nature. He drew more symbols on the workbench. Fire seeks water, earth seeks air. When we make potions, we're helping these opposites find each other. And that's why my potion came out better. Harry looked at the vials of pink liquid. Because I helped the ingredients find their opposite parts. Precisely. Though we typically say complementary elements rather than opposite parts. Nicholas waved his wand, clearing the chalk drawings. You see, a truly masterful potion isn't about forcing ingredients together, it's about understanding their natures and helping them achieve perfect unity. Harry nodded slowly. It was like what the books said about yin needing yang, but Flamel talked about it differently. Same idea, different words. Is that what the Philosopher's Stone does? Makes things complete. Nicholas's eyebrows shot up, and his usual excited movement stilled for a moment. That's a remarkably astute question for someone your age. He twirled his wand between his fingers, thinking. Yes, in a way. But perhaps we should save that discussion for when you're a bit older. Nicholas leaned forward, his stained robes rustling. Though, you know what? Let me tell you a story about an old Greek named Empedocles. He believed everything in the world was made of 4 elements, fire, water, earth, and air. Harry perked up. This sounded a lot more interesting than going back to basic potions. Now, Empedocles said these elements were moved by 2 forces, love and strife. Nicholas's hands waved through the air as he spoke. Love brings different things together, while strife pulls them apart. Like how water and oil separate, but sugar and water mix. Like how the snake fangs and nettles wanted to mix. Harry asked. Yes. Exactly. Nicholas jumped up from his stool and started pacing. But it goes deeper. The ancient Greeks believed everything sought perfection, its most complete form. That's what love does, it helps things become whole. He spun around, nearly knocking over an empty cauldron. Take lead, for example. The Greeks thought it was just, incomplete gold. Like a painting missing its colors. So if you could perfect it, it would turn into gold. Harry's eyes widened. Now you're thinking like an alchemist. Nicholas beamed, then caught himself. Oh dear, I've gotten rather off track, haven't I? We were supposed to be working on basic potions. But Harry didn't want to go back to potions just yet. So the Philosopher's Stone helps things become perfect? Like how love makes things complete. Nicholas ran a hand through his wild white hair. Well, yes. Though Pernell always says I shouldn't discuss such things with. He trailed off, looking at Harry's eager face. Oh, what's the harm? Yes, that's exactly what the stone does. It helps things achieve their perfect form. The old alchemist's eyes had taken on a distant, dreamy quality. You see, we believed, still believe, really, that everything wants to be gold. It's the perfect metal, you understand? Can't be corrupted, won't rust or tarnish. Pure. Complete. He blinked, coming back to himself. But we should really get back to your potions lesson. Please tell me more about the Greeks. Harry asked. This was way more interesting than crushing more snake fangs. Nicholas glanced at the door, then grinned conspiratorially. Well, I suppose a bit more philosophy won't hurt. Did you know Aristotle thought everything had a natural place it wanted to return to? That's why smoke rises and stones fall. Chapter 28, Language in Action. And you see, Plato's theory of Nicholas was building up steam for another philosophical tangent when Pernell cleared her throat from the doorway. I believe it's time for lunch, she said gently. You can continue corrupting our young guest with philosophical theories afterward, dear. Harry stood up from his stool, stretching his arms above his head. His legs felt a bit stiff from sitting still so long, listening to Nicholas's excited explanations. He followed Pernell up the winding stairs, hearing Nicholas shuffling behind them. The kitchen was warm and bright, sunlight streaming through the windows. While Pernell busied herself preparing lunch, Harry sat at the small wooden table. He didn't feel particularly hungry, one good meal every few days was still enough for him, but he'd learned it made people uncomfortable when he didn't eat with them. Besides, watching others enjoy their food wasn't so bad. A thought struck him as he watched Pernell set out bread and cheese. Could you teach me a language? Harry asked. Like Latin for potions, or ancient Greek for all those philosophy things. Or even French since we're here. He smiled hopefully. I should be done learning in a couple hours. Pernell paused in slicing bread, sharing a quick look with Nicholas. Harry, dear, she said slowly, learning a language takes much longer than that. Even with magic, it usually takes months or years of study. Harry watched Pernell's concerned expression and remembered the offer he'd received earlier that day when she came to fetch him for potions. Since they already knew about his special abilities, he figured he might as well explain. Actually, Harry said, fiddling with the edge of his sleeve, when you came to get me this morning, I got another offer. It was called language comprehension, from something called the Six-Faced World. Nicholas perked up, nearly dropping the cheese knife. Oh? What did this one do? It said I can learn any language in hours if I hear people speak it and see the words written down, Harry explained. And even if I don't know a language, I can sort of guess what people mean when they talk. Plus I can make up my own secret languages if I want to. He looked between the two elderly alchemists. So, could you maybe teach me French? Or Latin? It won't take long, I promise. Pernell set down the bread knife and pulled out a chair. That's quite remarkable, dear. Though I suppose we shouldn't be surprised anymore, should we, Nicholas? Nicholas stroked his chin thoughtfully. We could test it. Start with something simple. Bonjour means hello, comment allez-vous means how are you? And pain means bread, Pernell added, gesturing to the loaf she'd been slicing. Let's see how quickly you pick it up. Bonjour, Harry repeated, the word feeling strange but natural on his tongue. Something clicked in his mind as he heard it. Tres bien. Pernell smiled, then paused. That means very good. Harry nodded, watching as Nicholas hurried off and returned with a basic French primer. The elderly alchemist opened it on the table, pointing to simple phrases while speaking them aloud. Each word seemed to connect to something in Harry's mind, not just memorizing, but understanding how they fit together. Le chat est noir, Nicholas read. The cat is black. Le chien est blanc, Harry responded without thinking. The dog is white. Pernell stopped slicing bread entirely, watching as Harry absorbed more and more of the language. When Nicholas switched to reading a more advanced text, Harry followed along, occasionally asking questions about grammar that made both Flamels exchange surprised looks. C'est incroyable, Pernell whispered after an hour had passed. Harry understood perfectly, this is incredible. Nicholas was practically tearing out his hair in excitement in his seat. Harry, may I try something? Latin this time. At Harry's nod, he pulled out another book. Omnia mutantur, nihil interit. Everything changes, nothing perishes, Harry translated, then blinked in surprise at how easily the words had come. Monday Dieu, Pernell breathed. Nicholas jumped up from his chair, knocking it over in his excitement. This is extraordinary. Think of all the ancient texts, Harry. Would you like to read my original alchemy journals? They're mostly in Latin, with some Greek. Nicholas, Pernell said in a warning tone, but her husband was already rushing down the stairs to his workshop. He returned moments later with an armful of leather-bound journals, their pages yellow with age. Look here, he said, spreading one open on the table, nearly knocking over the forgotten lunch. These are my earliest experiments with transmutation. Harry leaned forward, squinting at the cramped handwriting. The Latin words seemed to swim before his eyes before settling into meaning. The base metals resist transformation unless properly purified. Yes, yes. Nicholas flipped through more pages. You see, the ancient authors wrote everything in Latin or Greek. Most modern wizards rely on translations, but so much meaning gets lost. Pernell sighed fondly and resumed preparing lunch, though she kept glancing over at them. What's this word mean? Harry pointed at a complicated diagram. Ah, that's quintessence, the fifth element. Beyond earth, air, fire, and water. Nicholas pulled out another journal. Here, read this passage about celestial influences. Harry found himself drawn into Nicholas's enthusiasm. The ancient writings were like puzzle pieces clicking together in his mind. When he struggled with a word, Nicholas would explain not just its meaning, but its roots and how it connected to other languages. You know, Nicholas said after Harry correctly translated a particularly complex paragraph about metallic transformations, I think you might be the first person since Pernell to actually understand my old notes. That's because your handwriting is atrocious, dear, Pernell called from the kitchen, making Harry giggle. Nicholas pretended to look offended. My handwriting is perfectly legible. To those of sufficient intellectual refinement, of course. Harry switched to French, thinking it might make his hosts more comfortable. Could you tell me more about this special fifth part? Quintessence. Pernell gasped softly from the kitchen. Harry was speaking with a perfect French accent. Nicholas's eyes lit up at Harry's question about quintessence. He pushed aside the scattered journals and pulled out an older, more worn book bound in faded leather. The fifth element, Nicholas said, carefully opening the book, is what the stars are made of. It's perfect and unchanging, unlike earthly things. Harry leaned forward to study a circular diagram showing 4 elements around the edges with a bright star in the center. Inside his mind, he pictured the flow of chi through his body when fire bending, how it spiraled from his core outward. But how can something be unchanging? Harry asked, tracing the lines connecting the elements with his finger. Everything changes. Nicholas jumped up, nearly knocking over his chair again. Ah! But that's where it gets interesting. You see, Aristotle thought the heavens were perfect because they moved in circles. Circles have no beginning or end, they're eternal. While Nicholas talked, Harry felt the way his chi moved in his core. It didn't just flow straight, it spiraled, like the diagram. Like the stars Nicholas described moving in perfect circles. Is that why the stars don't fall down? Harry asked. Because they're made of this special stuff. Exactly. Nicholas pulled out another book, this one showing the spheres of the heavens. Everything on Earth moves up or down, but celestial things move in perfect circles. They're made of quintessence, the perfect element that can't be corrupted. Harry thought about how his blue flames came from perfect balance, while orange flames came from disrupting that balance. He didn't mention this out loud, instead asking, what about love and strife? Do they affect the perfect stuff too? Nicholas paused mid-gesture, his eyes widening. Now that's a fascinating question. Nicholas sat back down, running a hand through his wild hair. You see, love and strife affect everything, even quintessence. Love draws things toward perfection, while strife creates the motion and change needed for transformation. He flipped to another page showing concentric circles with symbols Harry didn't recognize. The alchemists who came after Empedocles, like Zosimos, they believed quintessence was what remained when love and strife balanced perfectly. Harry stared at the diagram. The outer circle showed fire and water opposing each other, earth and air on the other axis. But the center was empty except for a single dot. Is it like? Harry searched for the right words, carefully avoiding mentions of qi or yin-yang to avoid confusing Nicholas. When things fight so perfectly they stop fighting. Yes. Nicholas grinned. Like in music, when two different notes sound together perfectly, they make harmony. Or in potions, when opposing ingredients balance each other exactly. Harry thought about his blue flames, how they came from perfect balance between opposing forces. The diagram showed the same thing, but different. Greek instead of Chinese. Outside instead of inside. Celestial instead of internal. But if love brings things together, Harry said slowly, and strife pulls them apart, what happens in the middle? Where they meet? Nicholas's eyes gleamed. He pulled out yet another journal, this one bound in strange metallic leather. That, my young friend, is where transformation happens. Where the impossible becomes possible. Nicholas traced the center point of the diagram with a wrinkled finger. You see, the Greeks believed that when love and strife meet perfectly, they create a space where change can happen without destruction. Like how a caterpillar becomes a butterfly, it's both dying and being born at the same time. Harry's eyes widened. He thought about how his blue flames felt different from normal fire, not just in color, but in their very nature because of the balance of yin and yang. So it's not just about things being balanced between opposites, he said carefully, but about what happens when they're balanced. Aristotle called it actuality and potentiality, what something is and what it could become. But for a true transformation. He pulled the metallic book closer, revealing a page covered in spiraling text around a central void. We need a perfect point where opposites don't just meet, but transcend themselves. Nicholas ran his finger along the spiraling text, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. The ancients called it the prima materia, first matter. The void that contains all possibilities. He tapped the empty center of the diagram. Most think it's empty. But true emptiness is fullness beyond form. Like zero? Harry asked, remembering his mathematics lessons. It's nothing but it's also a real number. Indeed. Nicholas looked like he was ecstatic for some reason. But it goes deeper. The Arabs who taught us algebra understood, zero isn't just nothing, it's the point where negative and positive meet. Where all numbers begin and end. Harry placed his hand on his stomach where his chi pooled, feeling the constant spiral of energy there. So it's like a special place where things can change. More than that. Nicholas leaned forward, his voice intense. It's the space between spaces. Where something can be itself and its opposite at once. The philosophers called it coincidentia oppositorum, the unity of opposites. Harry closed his eyes, feeling his chi flow. The spiral in his core wasn't just movement, it was a perfect circle folding in on itself endlessly, like the diagrams in Nicholas's books. Each turn of the spiral contained the whole pattern, smaller and smaller, a fractal of energy that never truly ended. Love and strife. The forces that shaped the cosmos also shaped his chi. Love drew energy inward, seeking unity. Strife pushed it outward, creating distinction. But they weren't truly separate forces, they were aspects of a single principle, like how a wheel needed both hub and rim to function. His Hun soul held consciousness, pure awareness that could exist independent of form. His Po soul anchored that awareness in flesh, giving it substance and weight. They weren't two separate things, but rather one reality expressing itself at different levels. Like how a circle was both circumference and center, neither existing without the other. The mere fact other beings held one singular soul proved this theory. Deeper still, Harry followed the spiral of his chi. At each level of reality, the same pattern repeated. The Greeks saw four elements arranged around a center. The Chinese saw yin and yang rotating around emptiness. But both were describing the same truth from different angles, like looking at a crystal through different facets. Prima materia. First matter. The substance that wasn't a substance, the reality behind reality. Harry understood now, it wasn't just theoretical. His chi core spiraled around exactly such a point, a place where all potentials existed simultaneously. Not empty space, but space so full it was more fullness itself. His understanding deepened. Quintessence wasn't just the substance of stars, it was the principle of perfection expressing itself through matter. His blue flames came from perfect balance between yin and yang, yes, but balance was just the first step. True transformation happened at the point where balance itself was transcended. Harry felt his chi paths, refined by his post-soul to crystalline clarity. Each pathway was like a river, but the energy flowing through them wasn't just moving, it was transforming. Like how love drew things together while strife created the motion needed for change, his chi followed similar principles. The inward spiral represented love's pull toward unity, while the outward flow was strife's push toward differentiation. But there was more. The Greeks spoke of actuality and potentiality, what something is versus what it could become. His chi paths carried both aspects simultaneously. Each chi node along the path was both a fixed location and a point of transformation, like how his Hun soul could exist independently while his Po soul anchored it in form. The spiral in his core tightened further. Harry realized he wasn't just observing these patterns, he was actively participating in them. By understanding the principles, he could guide them. He directed his chi to flow in perfect circles rather than mere spirals, each circuit coming closer to that central point where all possibilities converged. The Chinese book on the theory of yin and yang had spoken of emptiness as the source of usefulness, like how a vessel's emptiness made it useful for holding things. The Greeks saw prima materia as the foundation of all matter, the substance that contained all forms and potential. Both were describing the same truth, the void at the center wasn't empty at all, but rather a fullness beyond form. Harry's chi responded to this understanding, but something wasn't quite right. The energy moved perfectly through his paths but couldn't quite reach that final point. Like a key that almost fit a lock, the pattern was correct but lacked something. The missing piece revealed itself as Harry noticed his own tension. He was trying to force understanding, trying to grasp perfection. But perfection couldn't be grasped, it had to be realized. Like how water naturally found its own level, like how fire naturally rose upward, true nature expressed itself when allowance replaced effort. Harry took a deep, slow breath. As air filled his lungs, he felt how it too followed the same principles. Breath was both substance and motion, both form and emptiness. It moved through its own spiral, in and out, up and down, constantly transforming yet always remaining breath. With the exhale, Harry let go. His chi paths resonated with the release, no longer being directed but simply being allowed to follow their true nature. The spiral in his core responded, energy flowing not just in circles but in perfect spheres, each layer containing all others like nested shells of pure potential. Everything aligned. His Hun soul's independence and his Po soul's form became aspects of a single truth. The Greek elements and Chinese forces revealed themselves as different expressions of the same reality. Love and strife, yin and yang, all merged in that infinite point at the center of his chi core where opposition itself dissolved. This wasn't just balance, it was the source of balance. Not the meeting point of opposites but the space from which opposites emerged and returned. Prima materia and quintessence weren't separate principles, they were the same truth seen from different angles. Like how a sphere appeared as a circle when viewed from any direction, yet contained infinite circles within its perfect form. In that moment of perfect clarity, Harry understood. The void at his core wasn't empty or full, it was the principle of emptiness fullness itself, the pregnant nothing from which everything arose. His chi wasn't moving toward this point or away from it, it was expressing the nature of the point through movement, like how a flame expressed the nature of fire through its dance. I think I understand, Harry whispered, eyes still closed. It's like, being and becoming at the same time. Nicholas inhaled sharply. Yes. That's exactly Harry, open your eyes. Harry did. Between his hands floated a perfect sphere of silver-white flame. But it wasn't consuming chi like his normal flames. It simply existed, like a tiny star pulled down from the heavens, unchanging yet constantly in motion, both substance and void. A physical manifestation of that perfect point where all opposites dissolved into unity. From the kitchen came a sharp intake of breath. Pernell stood frozen in the doorway, a half-sliced loaf of bread forgotten in her hands. Her eyes, which had seen centuries pass, were wide with recognition. "Nicholas," she whispered, "he's made a perfect sphere." "Not just a sphere," Nicholas breathed, leaning forward with trembling hands. "Look at how it holds its form. True quintessential fire, like the stars themselves." Harry watched the flame, understanding flowing through multiple languages. The Greek entelechy, complete actualization. The Chinese xiren, spontaneous rightness. The Latin perfectio, not just perfection, but completion. "It's weird," Harry said, his 7-year-old self struggling to put the complex concepts into simple words. "It's like, everything I learned about chi and souls and stuff, it's the same thing you wrote about, just seen differently." Nicholas grabbed another journal, flipping through pages excitedly. "Yes. The principles are universal, just expressed through different." He stopped, looking up sharply. "Harry, how many languages are you thinking in right now?" Harry blinked, realizing he'd been unconsciously switching between them. English, French, Latin, Ancient Greek and a little bit of Chinese. They just sort of help explain different parts better." The silver-white sphere pulsed gently as he spoke, reflecting his momentary confusion. "Like the Greek aporia, the productive state of puzzlement that leads to deeper understanding." Nicholas paused, journal still in hand. "Harry, say that again about it helping explain different parts better." "Well..." Harry frowned, trying to put his thoughts in order. "When I think about elements in Greek, I think about them one way. But when I think in the small part of Chinese I know right now, it's like looking at the same thing from another side. Like how a cup looks round from above but tall from the side." Nicholas set down his journal, eyes widening. "Of course. Each language carries its own way of understanding reality." He started pacing, nearly knocking over his chair when he stood up. "The Greeks saw 4 elements around a center, the Chinese saw opposing forces in balance." "And you understood both instantly," Pernell added, setting down the forgotten bread. "Not just the words, but the meanings behind them. The philosophical frameworks." Nicholas spun around so fast his robes tangled. "Harry, you're not just learning to speak these languages, you're absorbing their entire way of seeing the world." There. Weltanschauung, Pernell supplied with a small smile. "German for world view." "Exactly." Nicholas rushed back to the table. "And you did this with multiple ancient philosophical systems in the span of hours. At 7 years old." He ran his hands through his hair, making it even wilder. "Imagine what you could do with more time, more languages." Harry looked at the silver-white sphere still floating between his hands. "You mean I could learn how everyone in the world sees things? All at once? Not just see, understand." Nicholas leaned forward intently. "Every culture, every civilization has discovered pieces of truth, expressed through their language. If you could comprehend them all." "Nicholas," Pernell warned gently, "he's still a child." Right, of course." Nicholas sat back, trying to contain his excitement. "But think of it, my dear. Even this small taste of multiple perspectives led to..." He gestured at the shadowless sphere. "This." Harry watched the gentle pulse of the flame that wasn't quite flame. "It's getting harder to hold," he admitted. The sphere flickered slightly as his concentration wavered. "Let it go," Pernell said kindly. "There will be time for more experiments later." The sphere dissolved into sparkles that faded away. Harry slumped slightly, suddenly mentally exhausted. "Rest now," Nicholas said, though he was still vibrating with barely contained enthusiasm. "But Harry, I think we've only scratched the surface of what you might be capable of." Pernell brought over the finely sliced bread and some cheese. Harry picked at the food, and he could hear Nicholas muttering excitedly about linguistic quantum states and metacognitive synthesis. Chapter 29, Alchemical Phases. "Did you sleep well?" Nicholas asked the moment Harry came downstairs for breakfast. The elderly alchemist was practically bouncing in his armchair, reminding Harry more of an excited child than someone who'd lived for centuries. "Would you like to practice with that fascinating flame of yours?" Harry nodded, though he felt slightly uncertain. He still wasn't sure what the silver-white fire could actually do. The perfect sphere had been beautiful, but was it useful? "Have some breakfast first," Pernell called from the kitchen, giving her husband a fond but exasperated look. Once Harry finished his small portion of eggs and toast, Nicholas practically dragged him toward what appeared to be a solid wall. As they approached, the stones rearranged themselves to reveal a narrow staircase leading down. Always good to have a proper testing chamber, Nicholas said casually as they descended. Especially when experimenting with new forms of magic. The stairs went down for quite a while before opening into a large circular room with grey stone walls. Scorch marks and odd-colored stains suggested many experiments had taken place here over time. Now then, Nicholas said, pulling out a notebook and quill. Could you create that perfect sphere again? Just like yesterday. Harry closed his eyes, remembering how it felt yesterday when everything clicked into place. The way his chi moved in perfect circles, how his Hun and Po souls worked together, and that special point in his core where everything met but also began. It was easier now. Like remembering how to ride a toy broom, his mind, Hun, and body, Po, knew what to do. When he opened his eyes, there it was, a perfect sphere of silver-white flame floating between his hands, neither hot nor cold. It didn't flicker like normal fire, just stayed perfectly still while somehow moving all the time. Nicholas approached carefully, wand extended. He muttered several detection spells, each one making different colored lights appear around the sphere. His eyebrows rose higher with each spell. This is peculiar, Nicholas said, lowering his wand. There's no magic here at all. Not a trace. He peered at Harry curiously. You mentioned chi yesterday. Could you explain what that is? Albus didn't give me many details about your special abilities. Harry thought for a moment, trying to put complicated ideas into simple words. It's like energy that moves through special paths in my body. When I got my fire-bending power, these paths appeared. And when my soul split into Hun and Po parts, the paths got better at moving the energy around. Nicholas nodded his head, scribbling in his notebook. And this sphere, how does it relate to chi? Well. Harry looked at the perfect sphere floating between his hands. Normal fire uses up chi when I make it. Like fuel. But this doesn't use anything up. It just is. Nicholas leaned closer, his quill scratching rapidly across the notebook. And you created this by understanding multiple philosophical frameworks at once. It's hard to explain, Harry said, watching the silver-white sphere hover between his hands. Yesterday when we were talking about Greek philosophy, I noticed how similar it was to what I learned about chi and souls. Like they're different maps showing the same mountain from different sides. He paused, gathering his thoughts. My chi normally moves in spirals, and when I make normal fire it uses up that energy. But when I understood how love draws things together while strife pushes them apart, it reminded me of how yin and yang work. Then I realized my Hun soul and Po soul follow the same pattern, one wants to be free, one wants to stay grounded. The sphere pulsed gently as he spoke, its light neither casting shadows nor reflecting off the stone walls. And there's this special point in the middle of my chi core, Harry continued. It's like, imagine a wheel. The rim moves, but the center point stays still. Or like zero in math, it's nothing, but it's also the point where positive and negative numbers meet. When I found that point inside me and understood how all these different ideas were saying the same thing, this happened. As if responding to his completed explanation, the perfect sphere suddenly collapsed. It didn't explode or fade, it simply broke apart into tiny sparks that vanished before they could fall, leaving no trace behind. Nicholas was writing furiously in his notebook. The temporary manifestation of quintessential principles through multi-framework understanding. He looked up from his note-taking. Could you make another one? Harry nodded, though he felt slightly tired. Not from using chi, the sphere hadn't used any except for the initial ignition, but from the mental effort of keeping the sphere stable. Let's try something simple first, Nicholas said, pulling out a feather from his pocket. He tossed it toward the newly formed sphere. The feather passed right through, completely unaffected. Not burned, not frozen, not even slightly disturbed. They spent the next few hours testing various materials and spells. Water droplets passed through it. Fire spells ignored it. Even Nicholas's attempts to contain it with advanced magical barriers proved futile, the sphere simply existed, acknowledging neither matter nor magic. Maybe if we... Harry trailed off as the sphere collapsed again, this time dispersing into his usual blue flames before fading away. He created another one, but this sphere imploded almost immediately, vanishing with a soft pop. Nicholas paced around the testing chamber, muttering to himself. The philosophical mercury should act as a bridge between states, unless the antimony principle interferes with the transformation sequence. It's not doing anything, Harry said, frustration creeping into his voice. What's the point of understanding all these different ideas if the flame just sits there? Patience, Nicholas replied, though he looked equally puzzled. Even negative results tell us something. Notice how it breaks down differently each time? Sometimes inward, sometimes outward, sometimes into sparks. He stopped pacing suddenly, staring at the latest sphere as it dissolved. Wait a moment, what if? He ran his fingers through his wild hair, eyes widening. What if we're seeing an incomplete transformation? Harry created another sphere, watching it hover perfectly until it too broke apart. What do you mean? In alchemy, true quintessence only comes after a series of transformations. The first stage is called Nigredu, the black phase. It's a breaking down of the material into its primary constituents. He pointed at the dissolving sparks. What if these aren't failures? What if the sphere keeps breaking down because it's trying to reach that first crucial stage? Harry looked at his hands where the latest sphere had been. So it's supposed to fall apart. Not fall apart exactly, Nicholas said, excitement building in his voice. Transform. Everything must be broken down before it can be rebuilt into something greater. The elderly alchemist grabbed another notebook from his desk. We might be witnessing the first steps toward true quintessential transformation, but getting stuck at the threshold of Nigredu. Wait, Harry said, interrupting Nicholas's excited rambling. Maybe that's why I keep getting tired. I've been trying to force the sphere to stay perfect. Nicholas stopped flipping through his notebook. Yes? Go on. Harry created another silver-white sphere between his hands. This time, instead of maintaining its form through careful balance of his understanding, he simply let it be. Harry let the silver-white sphere hover between his hands, no longer trying to force it into perfection. The moment he released that mental grip, the sphere began to waver. Instead of fighting to maintain its form like before, he watched with curiosity as it started to collapse. Should I try to? Harry began, but Nicholas shook his head. Let it happen, the alchemist said softly. Sometimes we learn more from what goes wrong than what goes right. The silver-white fire sphere pulsed once, twice, then imploded with more force than any previous attempt. But instead of dispersing into sparks or fading away, it condensed into a single point of absolute darkness, a perfect black dot floating in the air where the silver-white sphere had been. Harry felt a strange sensation, not quite cold but more like the absence of temperature itself. The black dot seemed to drink in the light around it, creating a small sphere of stillness in the air. Extraordinary. Nicholas breathed, approaching carefully. Do you feel that? The complete absence. He waved his hand near the black sphere, watching as it remained perfectly stationary. It's not moving at all, not even gravity affects it. Harry reached toward the black sphere, finding it easier to maintain than the silver-white version. It felt natural, like it wanted to exist this way. It's not using up so much effort to maintain either, he noted. Nicholas rushed to his workbench, returning with an armful of leather-bound books. This is exactly what alchemy is about. The first stage of the great work, Nigredu, the blackening. He flipped through pages excitedly. Look here, Egyptian papyri speak of the void before creation, the Greeks wrote of chaos before order. While Nicholas rambled about ancient theories, Harry decided to experiment. He created some of his fear mist and sent it toward the black sphere, curious how they might interact. The mist, usually so responsive to his control, began slowly drifting toward the dark point on its own. As it touched the sphere, the mist simply disappeared. Sir, Harry called, interrupting the alchemist's excited monologue. Watch this. He created more mist, and they both observed as it was steadily drawn into the black sphere, vanishing without trace or effect. Of course. Nicholas slapped his forehead. The prima materia in its raw form, it reduces everything back to its fundamental nature. This mist, what exactly is it made of? Magical energy and some power from my soul, I think, Harry said. Grandpa said it was similar to ghost stuff. Nicholas nodded vigorously. Then this sphere might be burning it back to pure potential, the state before energy takes form. He scribbled rapidly in his notebook. The frustration and failure weren't problems at all. They were necessary steps. Harry looked at the black sphere with new understanding. All this time he'd been trying to maintain that perfect silver-white state, when the real breakthrough came from letting it break down naturally. Like how a seed had to crack open before it could grow. Mr. Flamel, Harry said, watching the black sphere continue to absorb more mist, you mentioned this is just the first stage? What comes after? Nicholas looked up from his notebook, eyes bright with enthusiasm. Ah yes. The great work has 4 primary phases. This black stage, Nigredu, represents breaking down, like how a plant must rot before its nutrients can feed new growth. He pulled another book from the pile, opening it to show Harry 4 circular diagrams. Each showed a bird in different colors, black, white, yellow, and red. After Nigredu comes albedo, the white phase. It represents purification, like washing away impurities to reveal what's underneath. Then citrinitas, the yellow stage, brings illumination and understanding. Finally, rubedu, the red phase, creates something entirely new and perfect. Harry studied the diagrams, noticing how each bird seemed to be eating the previous one. So each stage builds on the last one. Exactly. Nicholas began pacing, gesturing with his hands. Think of how a butterfly transforms. First the caterpillar dissolves into black goo, Nigredu. Then it rebuilds into white tissue, albedo. The yellow chrysalis forms, citrinitas. Finally, the red and gold butterfly emerges, rubedu. The black sphere pulsed slightly as Harry considered this. Could we try moving to the next stage? We could certainly try, though Nicholas started, but Perinel's voice interrupted from the stairway. Perhaps after a trip to Paris. She suggested warmly. You've both been down here for hours, and young Harry should see more of France than just our house. All 3 paused when the black sphere flickered, its perfect darkness wavering for a moment before collapsing. Instead of disappearing cleanly like the silver-white sphere had, this one shattered outward in a spray of dark liquid that splashed across the stone floor. The liquid writhed for a few seconds like living ink before evaporating into an acrid smoke that smelled faintly of burnt metal. Ah, Nicholas said, not sounding particularly disappointed. That would be an incomplete transformation. The material wasn't ready to progress beyond the Nigredu stage. He pulled out his notebook again, jotting down observations. Notice how it tried to maintain cohesion even after breaking down? Fascinating. Harry looked at the slightly scorched spots where the liquid had landed. It felt different at the end. Like it was fighting against itself. That's exactly what happens when we try to rush the stages, Nicholas explained, kneeling to examine the scorch marks. The substance must fully complete its dissolution before it can begin purification. Otherwise. He gestured at the marks. Well, you saw what happens. Are there any stages beyond the 4 you mentioned? Harry asked, looking up from the scorch marks. Nicholas straightened up from his examination of the floor, brushing off his knees. Well, the Philosopher's Stone itself is considered a product of the final rubedu stage. You can see this superficially in its deep red coloring. He paused, stroking his chin. But something beyond these 4 stages? In all my centuries, I haven't discovered such a thing. But couldn't there be different versions of rubedu? Harry asked. Or maybe something that goes beyond it completely. Nicholas settled into a nearby chair, his expression thoughtful. There are indeed different expressions of the red stage. Very few alchemists achieve it even in minor parts through different paths, resulting in varying properties. But something that surpasses rubedu in all aspects. He shook his head. That remains theoretical. Harry nodded, but he thought back to what his hero's journal had mentioned in his own perspective when he first received the fire-bending offer. It had mentioned other forms, air-bending, earth-bending, water-bending. The memory sparked a new thought. If quintessence is supposed to be perfect, Harry said slowly, can it really be true quintessence if it's just fire? Nicholas leaned forward, interest sharpening his gaze. Go on. Well, in Greek philosophy there were 4 main elements, right? But I've only been approaching quintessence through fire. Harry gestured at the lingering scorch marks. Maybe after rubedu, there are similar phases for the other elements? Water, earth, and air? Or even fire itself? Nicholas fell deep in thought, his eyes unfocused as he considered Harry's question. Harry opened his mouth to say more, but stopped when his eyes darkened slightly. Another offer was coming. Natural talent, Fist of the North Star costs 100 CP, 250 CP available to spend. In both body and mind you are simply better than others. You learn quicker and remember more while your physical training is more effective, showing improvements in less time and making gains faster. It isn't much, perhaps just 1.1 times what you should have, but for someone with drive even that small edge can be an overwhelming advantage in the long run. Harry accepted without hesitation. Any advantage, no matter how small, could mean advancing his knowledge at a quicker rate. A brief tingling sensation passed through him as both his Hun soul and Po soul shifted slightly, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. Harry shook his head, clearing away the lingering feeling. "Should we go to Paris now?" he asked, noticing Pernell still waiting patiently by the stairs. Yes, Nicholas said, though his eyes remained distant. "But we'll certainly revisit this discussion, young man." Chapter 30, Collective Faith. Before leaving, Pernell insisted Harry change into his best robes, which admittedly weren't very impressive compared to what he'd seen some people wear at the yearly gathering at the ministry. Nicholas disappeared upstairs and returned looking like a completely different person. His centuries-old appearance had transformed into that of a distinguished gentleman in his late 40s, silver hair neatly styled and face carrying just a hint of dignified wrinkles. The only trace of his true age was a slight stiffness in his movements, as if his body wasn't quite sure how to be young again. Self-transfiguration? Harry asked, remembering hearing about it from some of the older students a year ago. Human transfiguration, Nicholas corrected with a slight smile. More permanent than other options, though it does take some getting used to. It's only superficial, so it's not something people can rely on for too long. Especially not Pernell and I. Pernell joined them moments later, her ancient appearance replaced by that of an elegant blonde woman. Like her husband, there was something slightly off about her movements, too precise, too careful. They gathered around the fireplace, and Nicholas handed Harry a pinch of golden fluo powder. "We'll be going to place Cashi." Harry had used the fluo network before, so he threw in the powder and spoke clearly. The flames turned a brilliant green, and he walked into a space so vast it made Diagon Alley look like a narrow corridor in comparison. Sunlight streamed through enormous glass domes overhead, illuminating wide boulevards lined with numerous shops. The architecture reminded him of the paintings he'd seen of Paris, all cream-colored stone and graceful arches. "Rather different from London, isn't it?" Pernell said as she and Nicholas stepped out of the fluo point behind him. Place Cashi was built during the height of magical France's golden age. The founders wanted to make a statement. Harry stared at the magical district, eyes wide as he tried to take in everything at once. Unlike the cramped, cozy feel of Diagon Alley with its winding paths and overlapping shops, Place Cashi felt deliberately planned. The wide streets formed a star pattern, all leading to a central plaza where a golden fountain sent streams of multicolored water dancing through the air. "First things first," Pernell said, placing a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. "We simply must get you some proper clothes. Those robes have seen better days, and you're growing so quickly." Nicholas chuckled. "I'll leave this in your capable hands, my dear. You've always had the better eye for fashion." While they walked along the side of the central plaza, Pernell pointed out various establishments. "That's Bibliothèque Mystique, they have a long history in France. And there's Jardin des Potions, where we occasionally get our rarer ingredients." She steered them toward a large storefront with windows that somehow showed different outfits to each person who looked through them. The sign read Maison Cape Noir in flowing golden script. "Ah, Maison Cape Noir," Pernell said warmly. "We've been coming here since before young Maurice's great-grandfather took over the business. Must have been, 1740s. A bell chimed softly as they entered the shop. The interior reminded Harry of some of the paintings at Hogwarts, with dark wood panels and mirrors that adjusted their height to perfectly frame whoever stood before them. The shop attendant hurried forward, bowing deeply to Pernell. "Madam, welcome to Maison Cape Noir. How may we serve you today?" "My young charge requires a complete wardrobe," Pernell said, her hand resting lightly on Harry's shoulder. Something befitting his station, naturally. Harry noticed how Pernell's fingers trembled slightly despite her elegant poise. She guided him toward a raised platform surrounded by mirrors. "Arms out," Pernell instructed, and Harry complied while measuring tapes flew around him. No, she said to the attendant who'd brought over some sample robes. "Those colors won't do at all. Something in deep blue, perhaps? And absolutely nothing with moving patterns, we're not dressing a circus performer." Nicholas had settled into a plush chair near the fitting area, and he pulled out a small notebook to occupy himself. "Stand still, dear," Pernell said, examining different fabric swatches. "The way you present yourself matters greatly in the world. Now, what do you think about this shade of grey?" Harry sighed and tapped his foot against the wooden platform, already bored of standing still while Pernell debated fabric choices with the increasingly flustered attendant. With a small gesture, he summoned the representation of the hero's journal from his Hun soul, the leather-bound book appearing in a brief flash of golden light. He'd barely opened it to the latest entry when movement caught his eye. A girl about his height with silvery blonde hair approached, watching him with undisguised curiosity. "Are you starting at Beau's Batons next year too?" she asked. "No," Harry replied, closing his journal. "I'm just visiting Paris for the day." "Oh." She tilted her head slightly. "I'm Fleur Delacour. Are you getting fitted for school robes anyway?" "I'm Harry Potter, and no. My guardian just insisted I needed new clothes." Fleur's expression shifted from friendly to skeptical. "Harry Potter? Like the boy who lived?" She let out a small laugh. "That's not very funny. Harry Potter lives in Britain, and he's only 7. You look the same age as me, and he wouldn't even know French." "I am 7, Harry said, feeling slightly irritated at being called a liar. "And I do live in Britain. At Hogwarts, actually. Normally." "Right," Fleur drew out the word. "And I'm Pernell Flamel." Harry snorted at that, and held up his hand, letting a small sphere of blue flame float above his palm. "See." To his complete surprise, Fleur merely harumphed and created her own flame, a red fireball hovering above her fingers. "What does that prove?" Harry stared at her fire, then back at his own. "You can make fire too." "Of course I can make fire," Fleur said with an exaggerated eye roll. "Everyone learns that trick. It's like learning to tie your shoes." Harry frowned, his blue flame flickering slightly brighter. Something felt off about her casual dismissal, the way her eyes kept darting to his blue flame despite her pretended disinterest. His instincts stirred, telling him she posed absolutely no threat. The familiar sensation of knowing he could easily defeat someone usually brought comfort, but this time it just made him more irritated. "Everyone, hey!" Harry let his flame flow between his fingers. "Then you wouldn't mind showing me how you learned it?" "It's too simple to explain," Fleur waved her hand dismissively, though her red flame wavered slightly. "Like asking how to breathe. You just do it." The old familiar feeling crept back, the one he'd worked so hard to control at Hogwarts. The urge to demonstrate exactly how wrong someone was about their own weak capabilities. He pushed it down, but couldn't quite keep the edge out of his voice. "You're lying," Harry said flatly. "Normal people can't make fire without wands. And they definitely can't maintain it like this." Fleur's cheeks flushed pink. "Well, maybe you're not as special as you think you are, Mr. Pretend to be Harry Potter." Harry felt his temper rise further. He knew he could end this conversation instantly by proving exactly who he was and what he could do. The urge to do so prickled at the back of his mind, stronger than it had been in many months. He had done his best to put this side of him away, because he wanted the professors to be proud of him. "Children," Perinel's voice cut through the tension. "Perhaps we could continue this discussion without the fire? We wouldn't want to singe the new robes." Harry extinguished his flame first, followed reluctantly by Fleur. A tall, elegant woman approached them, her silvery blonde hair matching Fleur's. "Fleur," the woman said with a slight frown. "What have I told you about provoking strangers?" "But ma man," he started. Fleur began. "I saw enough," her mother interrupted. She turned to Pernell with an apologetic smile. "I am Apollon Delacour. I hope my daughter hasn't caused too much trouble." "Not at all," Pernell smiled as she said this. "Though I must say, it's quite remarkable to see such control over her innate magic at her age." "Yes, though some of it comes naturally to our family," Apollon said, glancing at her daughter. "But I don't believe we've been properly introduced." "Pernell Flamel," Pernell said, and Harry noticed how Fleur's eyes widened slightly. "And this is Harry Potter, who is staying with us for a short while." Fleur's face reddened. "But, he really is?" "Yes, and I believe you owe him an apology," Apollon said firmly. "Sorry," Fleur mumbled, not quite meeting Harry's eyes. Harry shrugged. "It's fine. But how did you make that fire? I've never seen anyone else do it without a wand." "We're part Vila," Apollon explained. "Fire comes naturally to us, though Fleur is still learning control." The measuring tapes finally finished their work, and the shop attendant hurried off with the numbers. Apollon apologized once again, and excused herself to handle her own business, leaving Fleur standing awkwardly near the platform. "So," Fleur said after a moment, "you really live at Hogwarts?" "Since I was little, yet." Harry stepped down from the platform. Though this is only my second week in France. Better than Britain, isn't it? Fleur smirked, some of her earlier confidence returning. Beaux Batons is much nicer than Hogwarts too. You haven't even started there yet, Harry pointed out. And Hogwarts is amazing. We have moving staircases and secret passages everywhere. Beaux Batons has gardens that sing and fountains that dance, Fleur countered, ignoring his remark entirely. And their uniforms aren't boring black robes. But why do you look my age? Fleur asked curiously, her head tilting slightly. I thought you were supposed to be 7. I am 7. Probably just the way I am. Harry shrugged, but the question made him pause. He hadn't really thought about it before, but she was right, he did look older than 7. His growth had accelerated after he had accepted the fire-bending offer, hadn't it? The way the chi flowed through his body, strengthening and refining, but was that the whole reason? Maybe the Hun and Po souls had a hand to play in it as well? Before he could think deeper on it, Pernell returned with an armful of clothes in various shades of blue and grey. Here we are. These should suit you nicely, Harry. Harry met Fla's shocked blue eyes. His vision darkened slightly, and he felt the familiar feeling of an offer approaching. Soothing sunlight, dark souls, covenants costs 200 CP, 250 CP available to spend. To stand before the Princess of Sunlight is a wondrous thing, for her very presence is a soothing balm in these uncertain times. In a physical manifestation of this metaphorical quality, you can unleash a wave of divine energy that shall heal yourself and those near you. Harry considered the offer for barely a moment before accepting. Charlotte's cursed scars flashed through his mind, maybe this could help her. The moment he accepted, something unprecedented happened. His Hun soul resonated with something vast. It felt like standing in an endless cathedral built from whispered stories and candlelit prayers. Not individual thoughts or voices, but the pure distilled essence of belief itself. Every time someone had spoken his name with hope. Every glass raised in thanks that Voldemort was gone. Every parent telling their child about the boy who lived. All of it had left traces, like spiritual fingerprints that had slowly accumulated into an ocean of liquid light that sang in harmony with his Hun soul. Harry's consciousness expanded outward, touching this reservoir of faith. It wasn't raw power waiting to be seized, but rather something that naturally flowed toward him. His Hun soul acted as a lens, focusing and refining this collective belief into something purer. Meanwhile, his Po soul anchored him firmly to physical reality. Without it, Harry felt he might have dissolved into that sea of light. Instead, the two parts of his soul worked in perfect balance, one reaching toward heaven, one rooted in earth, creating a bridge between divine and mundane. Just like how his blue flames came from balancing yin and yang, this new power seemed to work on multiple levels at once. The collective belief of the wizarding world wasn't just energy, it was a form of natural law like space or time. People's faith in the boy who lived had created something real, something that existed whether he wanted it to or not. Are you all right? Fla's voice seemed to come from very far away. You're glowing. Harry barely registered Fla's question about his glowing. He couldn't help but think back to one of the books from Grandpa he had read yesterday about Taoism. The way that could be named wasn't the eternal way, and this new power definitely couldn't be named in truth. It flowed like water but burned like fire, yet was neither. The faith of many thousands had crystallized into something beyond normal magic or chi. Harry. Perinel's voice cut through his thoughts. She reached for his shoulder, but before she could touch him, the power surged. A wave of golden white light burst from Harry's body, shining over everyone in the store. Where it touched, minor aches and pains vanished. An elderly witch gasped as the pain from an old scar melted away. The store assistant's paper cut sealed itself. Even Fla's mother's slight limp, so subtle Harry hadn't noticed it before the divine energy had touched it, disappeared. Harry watched as the golden white light spread through the shop, but his attention snapped to Nicholas and Pernell. The divine energy hadn't just healed small injuries, it had found something far more deep in the Flamels. Their disguised appearances remained unchanged, but something fundamental shifted beneath the surface. Nicholas straightened up from his chair, the careful stiffness in his movements melting away. Perinel's hands, which had trembled slightly while holding fabric swatches, became steady. Tears welled up in Perinel's eyes as she pressed a hand to her chest. The pain, she whispered. It's bearable. Nicholas walked over to his wife, this time in a smooth manner for the first time since Harry had met them, now that he could compare what it used to be and what it was now. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and Harry saw tears in his eyes too. We didn't want to burden you, Nicholas whispered softly to Harry. But these bodies, after so many centuries. He shook his head. Your elixir of life was our first real hope in a very long time. And now this. Harry understood then. The Flamels hadn't just been old, they had been suffering. Every movement, every breath had carried an echo of pain built up over centuries of existing far beyond their natural span. They had hidden it well, but now he could see the relief in their faces. We were ready to let go, Pernell admitted quietly. To move on to the next great adventure, as Albus likes to say. The pain had become. She trailed off, squeezing Nicholas's hand. But now we have hope again, Nicholas finished. First your elixir, and now this blessing of light. He looked at Harry with wonder. You truly are remarkable, young man. The shop had gone quiet. Everyone stared at Harry, who suddenly felt very small despite his usual confidence. Fleur gaped at him, all traces of her earlier skepticism gone. I think, Pernell said, wiping her eyes and summoning a smile, we should continue our shopping another day. Perhaps we could all use some ice cream instead. Harry nodded, grateful for the suggestion. He had a lot to think about, and somehow, ice cream seemed like exactly the right way to do it. 000000. Note. Rate of CP gain will be adjusted from 6,000 to 8,000 words for 100 CP. Chapter 31, Developing Greed. 2 months later, November 1987. Again, Nicholas said, barely containing his excitement as he watched Harry maintain the black sphere of flame. Tiny points of white light leaked from its surface like stars appearing at dusk. Look at those motes, they're much brighter today. Harry focused, carefully feeding more of his mist into the sphere. 7 minutes had passed. The black sphere hung in the air of the underground testing chamber, hungrily consuming every trace of magical energy that came near it. The chamber itself, built from smooth granite blocks, hummed faintly with protective charms. 7 minutes 30 seconds, Nicholas noted, practically bouncing on his heels. The sphere's surface is becoming more crystalline. We might actually witness a successful transition to the albedo phase. Harry maintained his concentration but shared Nicholas's enthusiasm. They'd been at this for months now, ever since returning from the shopping trip to place Cashi. After that event, Harry had begged to visit Charlotte at Hogwarts and heal her cursed scars, but Nicholas had told him it was best to visit someone willing to test experimental healing first. They had visited Nicholas's friend Jean-Paul soon after. That had been a sobering experience. While his divine healing had eased the old war veteran's pain from his cursed injuries, it couldn't remove the scars or restore his missing leg. Harry had felt the divine energy trying to purge the dark magic, but it wasn't strong enough yet. It had felt like trying to wash away dried paint with a gentle stream instead of a powerful jet of water. 8 minutes, Nicholas called out. More white motes were escaping now, creating a faint corona around the black flame sphere. The energy conversion is stabilizing. Keep feeding it your mist, slow and steady. The sphere had proven fascinating in its selective appetite. It devoured magical energy in all forms: Nicholas' spells, Harry's mist, even the energy released from an alchemical item, but couldn't touch divine energy at all. Harry figured it was because divine energy existed on a higher plane. As Nicholas had explained, it followed Aristotle's principle of like affecting like. The sphere, born from the material world even if through chi manipulated using alchemical principles, could only break down energy that operated near the same fundamental level as itself. Divine energy, being purely of the celestial sphere, remained beyond its reach. At 8 minutes and 10 seconds, the sphere finally collapsed, dissolving into its usual acidic liquid before evaporating. Harry watched it fade, thinking of how the ancient Greeks viewed dissolution not as destruction but as a return to primary elements. Analyzing katamiras, breaking things down to their constituent parts. Wasn't that exactly what the black sphere was trying to do to any energy it touched? Breaking, or rather, burning it down to its most basic form to progress to albedo? Harry finally lowered his hands, working out the stiffness in his shoulders. That's the longest yet. And did you notice? The white motes stayed visible for almost 3 seconds after the collapse this time. Indeed. Nicholas pulled out his notebook, already scribbling observations. We're definitely approaching a threshold. The increasing duration, the crystalline surface patterns, the persistent motes, all signs point to an imminent phase transition. Though I admit, using your mist as the primary energy source is quite innovative. Most alchemists would insist on pure elemental forces for something like this. Harry had discovered that his mist worked better than regular spells for feeding the sphere. Perhaps because it contained both magical energy and something of the soul, as Grandpa had theorized. The mixture seemed to resonate with the sphere's transformative nature. Should we try another attempt? Harry asked, though he already knew he'd reached his limit for the day. No, Nicholas waved his hand. Too much forcing never ends well in alchemy. Besides, we have your potions lesson to get to. He smirked slightly. Unless you'd rather skip it. Never, Harry said firmly. The past 2 months of almost daily lessons had been incredible. His enhanced learning speed and potions talent combined with perfect memory meant he absorbed everything near instantly. They'd progressed from simple potions that cured boils to ones usually reserved for fifth-year students that made you smarter, stronger, or transformed you into another person entirely. Every process, every ingredient interaction, every subtle color change, all permanently stored in his mind. They climbed the stone steps from the testing chamber, and Harry couldn't help but sigh softly when he thought of his regular fire bending. It seemed he had reached the natural limit in terms of instinctual guidance, 7 core techniques mastered but no new ones revealing themselves. Spark of fire, fire jab, fire stream, fire lash, blazing rings, whip of fire and shield of fire. If Harry wanted to learn new uses of his fire bending, he felt he'd need to actually create them fully on his own. He couldn't count on the instincts gifted by the fire bending offer anymore. Did that mean Harry was worried he would get stuck from here on? Absolutely not. The quintessence flame was something he had invented on his own without any instinctual guidance, even if its combat applications were currently limited. Uncle Nicholas, Harry asked as they reached the main floor, where warm sunlight streamed through tall windows, I've been thinking about practical applications for the Nigredo phase. If I could maintain it while moving, couldn't it act as a defense against charms? Thinking tactically. Nicholas nodded approvingly. Though you'd need to solve several problems first. The sphere's range is limited, its pull isn't very strong, and you'll need to be careful not to depend on its protection. Still, it's worth exploring in the future. They passed through Nicholas's study, where books and scrolls covered every surface. The room connected to a bright conservatory where Pernell experimented with her magical plants. Harry spotted the singing snapdragons they'd been cultivating, just one of many species he'd never seen at Hogwarts. Most magical plants around the castle probably ended up harvested for potions classes, with the truly interesting ones hidden away in the Forbidden Forest. Harry perked up when he heard Grandpa Dumbledore's voice coming from deeper inside the conservatory. He wondered if Grandpa had brought news from Hogwarts. When he recalled what happened the last time Grandpa visited, he couldn't help but snigger quietly. A week after the incident at Place Cashi, Dumbledore had arrived to find the Flamels moving with an ease they hadn't ever shown in his presence. When they explained Harry's divine healing spell, connected to the collective faith in the boy who lived, Grandpa's usual composed demeanor had cracked completely. But how? Grandpa had asked, eyes blown wide behind his half-moon spectacles. This shouldn't be possible. Harry hadn't understood why Grandpa seemed so worried afterwards. The ability to refine people's faith into divine energy that he could heal people with seemed perfectly reasonable to him, especially since it might help Charlotte. The more he thought about it, the more possibilities he saw. If people's belief in him could result in divine energy, then surely increasing that belief would make the energy stronger? Strong enough to heal cursed scars, maybe. The solution seemed obvious: he needed to be more of a hero to those too weak to protect themselves. He had read the stories about Gilderoy Lockhart's adventures that some of the older students at Hogwarts often raved about. Defeating monsters, saving villages, that sort of thing. The hero's journal residing in his Hun soul seemed to approve of this line of thinking. After all, wasn't that what heroes did? Go on adventures, face challenges, help people? The ice vault incident had already given him a taste of adventure. People had talked about it for weeks afterward, though the details had gotten rather mixed up in the telling. Still, he had helped solve the mystery and it had added to his reputation, hadn't it? Maybe the hero's journal would guide him to more adventures soon. More chances to prove himself worthy of people's faith in the boy who lived. More opportunities to gather the power needed to help his friends. But those thoughts could wait. They'd reached the spot where Grandpa Dumbledore was talking with Pernell, surrounded by some potted spleen ward on both sides. The conservatory door creaked open as Harry entered. Grandpa Dumbledore turned from his conversation, eyes twinkling as he spotted Harry. "Ah, there's my budding young alchemist," Dumbledore said warmly. "I trust your experiments are progressing well." I maintained the Nigredu sphere for over 8 minutes today, Harry reported proudly. The white motes lasted longer too. Nicholas cleared his throat. Actually, Albus, we wanted to discuss something with you. Pernell and I have been thinking. We're planning to take Harry on a trip around the world, Pernell cut in excitedly in a way Harry had never heard before from her. Starting with Greece, there are some fascinating sights there that could give Harry some good memories. Dumbledore's eyebrows shot up. A world tour? But you haven't left France in. He trailed off, looking between the old couple with growing understanding. Perinel's laugh was light and musical. Yes, well, we've been rather limited in our movements for quite some time. She touched her chest, where Harry knew centuries of pain had once been. But now, thanks to a certain someone, we find ourselves quite capable of adventure again. And you needn't worry about safety, Nicholas added, wrapping an arm around his wife. I'll divine potential threats regularly, even if it strains me. Between that and our combined experience, Harry will be well protected. Besides, Pernell added with a slight smirk, I seem to recall a certain young wizard who once insisted on travelling to Egypt to study ancient magic, despite his teacher's concerns. Dumbledore chuckled, tugging at his beard. I suppose I did set something of a precedent there. Though I wasn't quite 7 years old at the time. 7 going on 70, in Harry's case, Nicholas said fondly. Just yesterday he was explaining to me why the efficient recipe of wit sharpening potion wastes perfectly good ingredients that could be used for other potions. Harry felt his cheeks warm slightly. Well, it does. If you just adjusted the proportion of ginger roux. Perhaps we could save the potions discussion for after we've settled the travel plans. Pernell suggested gently. Albus, we'd like to leave next week, if you're amenable. We can arrange regular check-ins through the Phoenix books. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully, looking at Harry. And what do you think about all this, my boy? Harry didn't even have to think about it. Hadn't he fantasized for weeks now of going on adventures? He needed to go on this tour. I want to go, he said firmly. There's so much to learn out there. And he hesitated before adding, maybe we'll find something that could help Charlotte's cursed scars too. Dumbledore's expression softened. Very well. Though I expect regular letters, young man. And do try not to start any international magical incidents. Harry grinned at Dumbledore's last comment. I'll write every week, Grandpa. Promise. A burst of flame above Dumbledore's head interrupted any response he might have made. Fawkes appeared in a shower of golden sparks, carrying a letter sealed with the Hogwarts crest. The phoenix trilled a worried note that made the singing snapdragons stop their humming. Most unusual, Dumbledore murmured, breaking the seal. His eyes darted across the parchment, and the customary twinkle vanished from them. It seems my visit must be cut short. Hogsmeade is currently being terrorized by charmed skeletons of all things. Harry perked up instantly. This was exactly the sort of thing he'd been thinking about, a chance to help people, to be the hero they believed in. I could help. My fire would work great against skeletons, and... Absolutely not, Dumbledore cut him off. You are far too young to face such dangers, regardless of your abilities. But... No buts, Harry, Nicholas placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Albus, you should go. We'll keep an eye on this little troublemaker here. Harry crossed his arms and tried not to sulk too obviously. He understood the logic, 7 was young, even if he didn't feel young most of the time. But still, how was he supposed to prove himself worthy of people's faith if they wouldn't let him help? I'll send word once the situation is resolved. And Harry? Dumbledore paused with a grip on Fawkes' claws. Sometimes the most heroic thing we can do is wait until we're truly ready. With a flash of flames, he was gone. Harry stared at the floor, wondering if being truly ready would feel any different than he felt right now. Chapter 32, Delphi. Harry kept staring at the floor until Perinel's gentle voice broke through his thoughts. Come, let's discuss our travel plans. I've always wanted to show you the magical sights of Greece. Nicholas settled into a plush armchair, summoning a large map that unfurled itself across the coffee table. Athens has some magical districts hidden beneath the Acropolis. Though personally, I'm more interested in visiting Knossos, the magical section there has some of the oldest known alchemical writings. Harry moved closer to examine the map, and his earlier disappointment was temporarily forgotten as he traced the dotted lines marking magical locations. His eyes lingered on Delphi when a familiar whisper touched his hun soul, the hero's journal suggesting something significant would happen there. What about Delphi? Pernell asked, noticing Harry's interest. The Oracle's Cave is still an important site for the divination art, even if the Pythia no longer gives prophecies. Harry didn't want to make it obvious that he wanted to go there, so he made up an excuse. I read that it was one of the most important magical sites in ancient Greece. Wouldn't it make sense to start there? Actually, that's quite logical, Nicholas muttered, drawing circles on the map with his wand. Delphi is perfectly positioned for a northern route through Greece's magical sites. We could continue to Thessaly afterwards. The Flamels started discussing logistics, and Harry felt a bit guilty for his little deception. But he needed adventures, real ones, not carefully controlled experiments in a basement. How else could he strengthen his divine healing enough to help Charlotte? The cursed scars from the empowered Boggart's dark magic weren't going to heal themselves, and his current level of faith wasn't enough. When can we leave? Harry asked, trying not to sound too eager. Well, we'll need to prepare proper documentation, arrange port keys. Nicholas began listing tasks on a piece of parchment. And you'll need proper traveling robes, Pernell added. The ones we got in Place Cashi are lovely, but Greek winters can be quite cold in the mountains. Harry nodded along. The hero's journal wouldn't guide him somewhere without good reason. There would be a chance to prove himself there, something challenging enough to increase people's faith in the boy who lived, but not so dangerous that the Flamels would stop him entirely. Hopefully. 3 days later. The ancient ruins of Delphi was nestled in the mountains, stone structures and fallen columns scattered among terraces that overlooked a large valley. Harry stood with Nicholas and Pernell at the entrance to the archaeological site, momentarily distracted by something new. Crowds of tourists milled about the ruins, their cameras flashing and voices echoing off old stone. Harry found himself frozen in place, because he was witnessing something he had never seen before in his life. These were Muggles. Real, living Muggles, not just descriptions from books or passing mentions in conversations. Parents guided small children between columns, teenagers posed for photos, and elderly couples consulted guidebooks while wearing odd clothing, pants and shirts with no robes in sight. What struck Harry most wasn't their strange attire, but how utterly normal they appeared otherwise. They had the same faces, same expressions, same basic movements as any witch or wizard. Harry. Pernell touched his shoulder gently. What's wrong? I've never actually seen Muggles before, Harry admitted quietly, still watching the crowds. I mean, I've read about them, but... He trailed off, trying to articulate the strangeness of the situation. Nicholas and Pernell exchanged a quick glance, and Harry could tell they hadn't considered this gap in his experience. Growing up entirely within Hogwarts' magical boundaries had left him more isolated from the non-magical world than most young wizards. They're just people, dear, Pernell said softly. Different customs and different tools, but people all the same. Harry nodded at Pernell's words, still watching a young girl chase pigeons between columns while her parents laughed. There's actually quite an extensive magical community right beneath our feet, Pernell mentioned as they began walking along the tourist path. We could have operated directly there, but sometimes it's nice to take the scenic route. They passed through groups of tourists taking photos with their cameras and guides explaining the site's history in various languages. Harry found his attention repeatedly drawn to them despite his best efforts. A teenager was showing something in a glossy tourist guidebook to his friends, while an elderly man sketched the ruins in a notebook. The Temple of Apollo sat on the highest terrace of Delphi, though sat might have been too generous a term. What remained were damaged pillars and a cracked stone floor, with small signs explaining what each section might have been. See that particular fissure there? Nicholas pointed to a deep crack running through the temple floor. When a magical person approaches it. He walked closer, and the crack began spreading wider, transforming into smooth stone steps that led down into darkness. Rather clever bit of enchantment, that. The Moldus see nothing but shadows. A tour group walked past them, their guide telling them something about geological formations while the magical staircase was right next to them in plain sight. Shall we? Pernell asked, already taking out her wand to cast Lumos. Harry walked the stone steps behind Nicholas and Pernell, watching as the entrance sealed itself behind them. The staircase wound downward in a gentle spiral, each step smoothed by centuries of footsteps. He couldn't help but pause slightly when they exited the staircase. It was an enormous cave in which streets had been carved directly into the bedrock. Ancient Greek amphoras floated at regular intervals on both sides of the streets, each filled with flames that shone warm light. What caught Harry's attention most were the upside-down olive trees growing from the ceiling, their roots somehow growing through solid rock. Oracle's Way, Nicholas announced as they reached the main street. The heart of magical Delphi. Shop windows lined both sides of the street, most dedicated to some form of divination. Crystal balls gleamed with inner light, floating tarot cards shuffled themselves in endless patterns, and much more. A woman in extravagant purple robes stepped into their path, gesturing dramatically. For just 5 drachma, I can reveal your destined path. No thank you, Pernell said firmly, steering Harry past the self-proclaimed seer. Watch out for those types, dear. The real seers don't need to advertise. Harry nodded, noticing how for every proper-looking divination shop, several more suspicious ones crowded the street. The fraudulent seers were easy to spot, too much jewelry, too many dramatic proclamations, and far too eager to separate tourists from their gold. Actually, Nicholas said, speaking of real seers, an old friend of mine runs a shop here. Haven't seen Alexandros in person for, must be 40 years now. Would you mind if we paid him a quick visit? The tea shop with the silver door? Pernell asked. When Nicholas nodded, she smiled. Perfect. I could use a proper cup of Greek tea anyway. They turned down a side street where competing fortune-tellers were arguing loudly about whose predictions were more accurate. The 2 fortune-tellers were making quite a scene as Harry and the Flamels passed by. One woman wore enough bangles to sound like wind chimes whenever she moved, while her competitor had draped himself in so many symbols he looked like a walking gift shop. My dear, the woman called to a young tourist couple, I see great danger in your future. Only I can guide you away from this terrible fate, for merely 20 drachma. Don't listen to that fraud, the man cut in, pushing forward. I am descended from the original oracle herself. My predictions come straight from Apollo, and I only charge 15 drachma. The tourist couple looked increasingly uncomfortable as the 2 seers started arguing over whose bloodline was more gifted. Harry watched with mild fascination, it was like seeing the opposite of everything he'd read about proper divination. These people were trying so hard to appear mysterious that they'd completely missed the point. They soon approached the silver door of Alexandros' shop, and the difference compared to some of the gaudy decorations of neighboring establishments was telling. No dramatic signs proclaimed amazing fortunes within, just a simple teacup etched into the metalwork. Those 2 give proper seers such a bad name, Nicholas muttered as they approached. Alexandros once predicted a volcanic eruption 3 months in advance. He'd never dream of shouting about it in the street. Harry glanced back one last time at the arguing fortune-tellers. The woman was now claiming she could see the tourists' past lives, while her competitor insisted he could communicate with their deceased relatives. The tourists had taken advantage of their bickering to slip away unnoticed. The silver door swung open silently as they approached. A small bell chimed somewhere, though Harry couldn't spot any actual bell. At least he could heave a sigh of relief now that he wasn't forced to smell the overpowering scent of incense. Inside was a cozy tea shop with simple wooden furniture and walls lined with shelves of tea canisters. Behind a dark blue counter sat an elderly man who looked frail enough that a strong breeze might knock him over. His eyes, though clouded with age, widened with recognition. Nicholas Flamel, the man said in Greek. I'd recognize you from anywhere, even with that youthful look you're wearing. Nicholas laughed warmly. Alexandros, old friend. You're looking like death warmed over. Alexandros finished with a dry chuckle. No need to be polite. These old bones have served me well enough. Harry listened to their exchange with interest, the Greek words as clear to him as English thanks to his language comprehension. It wasn't just the words he understood, but the subtle meanings and cultural context behind them, the way Alexandros' formal Greek carried hints of an old dialect, or how his choice of words showed respect while maintaining the familiarity of old friendship. And here I thought you might be losing your touch, Nicholas teased. Shouldn't a true seer have known we were coming? Alexandros shook his head with an amused smile. If I made true prophecies about every old friend dropping by for tea, I'd never get any actual work done. The sight doesn't work on command, as you well know. Fair enough, Nicholas conceded. Allow me to introduce Harry Potter. Harry, this is Alexandros, one of the few genuine seers left in Greece. When Alexandros's gaze met Harry's, the old man's clouded eyes suddenly cleared, taking on an unsettling silver sheen. His frail body went rigid, and when he spoke, his voice carried an otherworldly resonance that made the tea canisters on the shelves vibrate. Through paths of light the pure one soars, while deeper shadows line the doors. Each gift consumed birth's greater thirst, till sweetest honey turns to worst. When dawnlight dims to dusk's desire, the truth lies burning in the fire. The silver faded from Alexandros's eyes, and he slumped slightly in his chair. Well, he muttered, reaching for a cup of tea with slightly shaking hands, that was unexpected. Well, Nicholas let out a long sigh, it seems the sight does work on command after all, old friend. Alexandros took a long sip of tea before responding. Not on command. Never on command. But sometimes. He glanced at Harry with an odd expression. Sometimes the sight has its own priorities. Was that prophecy about me? Harry asked carefully. The verses tumbled through his mind, each line carrying implications that worried him. The mention of gifts particularly caught his attention. What was it referring to? The offers? Dragon hearts? Faith? Something else? Prophecies are peculiar things, Alexandros leaned forward in his chair. They show what might be, what could be, or what must be. But they rarely show why or how. He poured 4 fresh cups of tea, the liquid a deep amber color that smelled of mountain herbs. Sometimes understanding comes only after events happen as they should. Harry accepted his cup, noting how the old seer's hands had stopped shaking. But the pure one, that seems rather specific, doesn't it? Purity can mean many things, Pernell interjected gently. In alchemy, in magic, in intent. Indeed, Alexandros nodded. Though I must say, in all my years of giving prophecies, this is one of the rare times I've had one arrive with such certainty. He studied Harry over the rim of his teacup. Usually they're more abstract, more open to interpretation. This one felt different. Harry took a careful sip of the tea, letting the warm liquid settle his thoughts. The prophecy's words kept repeating in his mind, especially the part about gifts and honey turning sour. Well, Nicholas said, breaking the thoughtful silence, at least it wasn't all doom and gloom. Better than that prophecy you gave in 1862 about the plague of acid-spitting locusts. Alexandros chuckled weakly. Don't remind me. I couldn't look at insects for months after that one. Let's not dwell too much on prophecies, Nicholas said, setting down his teacup. They have a way of becoming self-fulfilling when people obsess over them. Sometimes a prophecy is just the sight having a bit of fun. But Harry started to protest, before Pernell touched his shoulder gently. Nicholas is right, dear. I've seen too many wizards drive themselves half-mad trying to interpret every little detail. It might not even be about you at all. Harry wanted to point out that the timing seemed too convenient to be coincidence, but held his tongue. The hero's journal hadn't given any hints about the prophecy's meaning either. Nicholas took another long sip before changing the subject. How are things in Delphi lately, old friend? Still keeping the tourists from stumbling into magical areas? Alexandros's face fell slightly. Actually, the past few days have been rather chaotic. Did you arrive through the temple entrance? We did, Nicholas confirmed. Noticed quite a crowd up there. That's part of the problem, Alexandros sighed. One of the ancient protective charms failed 3 days ago. The ones that help keep the Mangl away from sensitive areas. He used the Greek word for muggles naturally. Now they're wandering into places they shouldn't, and it's causing all sorts of trouble. Harry perked up at this, momentarily moving past the prophecy to more immediate concerns, adventure. What kind of trouble? Magical creatures have been spotted where they wouldn't normally be, Alexandros explained. Yesterday, 4 marble serpents almost attacked a Mangl family near the eastern ruins. If someone hadn't been there to interfere. He shook his head. We were lucky. Chapter 33, Desolate Upbringing. Marble serpents? Here. Nicholas leaned forward with interest. I thought they'd all gone extinct centuries ago. Alexandros settled back in his chair with a weary sigh. They're not the only creatures appearing where they shouldn't. We've had reports of all sorts of beasts that haven't been seen in centuries. Just last week, someone swore they saw a Nemean cub near the treasury. A living Nemean lion cub. Nicholas whistled softly. That's quite a claim. We think there might be tunnels deep under the ruins, Alexandros continued. Old passages that haven't been opened since ancient times. But nobody's been able to find the entrance, if it exists. Nicholas and Pernell shared an excited look. If these creatures are coming out now, they must have been living somewhere all this time, Pernell said. And if the creatures survived, then the plants they feed on might have survived too, Nicholas finished. Magical flora that's been extinct everywhere else. While the adults discussed increasingly obscure plant names, Harry quietly pulled out the representation of the hero's journal from his belt. He flipped through the familiar pages, looking for anything new. Near the end, fresh words appeared in flowing script. Beyond the silver door lies the first step. Where every seeker's journey begins, the most forgotten path lies beneath their feet. The oracle's first words were spoken in silence, and her last breath opens the way. Harry stared at the words. Something felt different about this hint. It wasn't like the usual nudges about where something might be or which direction to explore. This read more like a puzzle, almost like that time with Kiara and the Whomping Willow. Maybe he had to complete it before he had the right to go on the adventure? The silver door part was obvious enough, he was sitting right behind one. And Seeker's Journey probably meant Oracle's Way outside, where all the fortune tellers set up their shops. But what about the Oracle's first words being spoken in silence? That didn't make much sense. How could words be silent? He thought back to what he'd just read in the Hogwarts library about the original Oracle of Delphi. The books said she would breathe in vapors from a crack in the earth, then speak Apollo's prophecies. Maybe that had something to do with the last breath part? Harry closed the journal, and supported his head with his left hand on the table. The hint talked about things being beneath their feet and mentioned breathing. There had to be something about the ground outside, maybe near where the original Oracle gave prophecies? At least this puzzle was more interesting than trying to figure out if Kiara was a werewolf from Monthly Ordeal and Violent Tree. Though finding secret passages would probably be harder than following someone. Harry raised an eyebrow when Nicholas and Pernell both suddenly stood up from their chairs. "We should check with the local authorities about those failing protective charms," Pernell said, then gave Nicholas a knowing look. "Though I suspect someone just wants an excuse to investigate those creatures." "As if you're not hoping to find some extinct magical herbs," Nicholas replied with a smile. Pernell laughed. "Harry, dear, would you mind staying here with Alexandros? We shouldn't be away for too long." Harry nodded, careful not to seem too eager. This was perfect, he could investigate the journal's clue once they left. After the Flamels left, Alexandros gestured to a door behind the counter. "There's a small library through there if you'd like to look around. Might interest you to learn about Greek magical history." Harry did want to learn more about Greek magic. Besides, he couldn't go solving puzzles outside with Alexandros watching. Better to wait for the right moment. "Yes, please," he said. "I'd like that. 000000. 2 hours later, Harry looked up from an interesting passage about ancient Greek wizards when he heard soft snoring coming from the main shop. He'd already thoroughly examined the small library for any hidden exits, finding nothing but shelves of history books about magical Greece. While the texts about fake gods and ancient prophecies were engaging, the hero's journal's puzzle kept nagging at his thoughts. Setting down records of the wizards of Olympus, Harry carefully stood up from his reading nook. He moved quietly into the main shop area, where Alexandros had dozed off in his chair, an empty teacup balanced precariously on the armrest. Just as Harry reached for the door handle, Alexandros jerked awake with a sharp intake of breath. Harry froze, heart hammering in his chest. "The locusts!" Alexandros muttered, his clouded eyes half open. "They're in the tea leaves again." Harry remained perfectly still, barely daring to breathe. The old seer's gaze swept across the room, passing right over Harry as if he wasn't there. For a terrifying moment, Harry thought those eyes might clear and take on that silvery sheen again. But Alexandros just mumbled something else about stubborn insects and shifted in his chair, causing the teacup to wobble dangerously. His eyes drifted shut, and soon the soft snoring resumed. Harry waited another full minute before moving again. He slowly eased the silver door open just enough to slip through, wincing at the slight creak of metal. Once outside, he gently pulled it shut behind him, relieved when no bell chimed this time. Harry had barely taken 3 steps onto Oracle's Way when a middle-aged woman in eye-wateringly bright robes swooped down on him. "Such a precious child," she cooed, jingling with every movement from her countless bangles and necklaces. "Surely you'd like to know what great destiny awaits you? Only 1 drachma for a full palm reading." Harry tried to step around her, but she moved to block his path. "No thank you. I'm actually just..." "Oh but I insist." She reached for his hand. "I sense great power around you, young one. The stars themselves whisper of your importance." Harry suppressed a flash of irritation. Every second spent here was time wasted, and the woman's theatrical performance was becoming increasingly grating. The street was crowded with tourists and local shoppers, making it difficult to simply push past her without causing a scene. Well, if she wanted to be dramatic. A thin tendril of mist, barely visible in the warm light of the floating amphoras, snaked down his leg and across the stone floor. Harry had long learned precise control of small amounts of mist since even before the boggart incident, and right now he just needed enough to make her back off. The fortune teller had managed to grab his wrist and was turning his palm upward when the mist touched her feet. She went rigid for a moment, her eyes widening as a hint of her own fears brushed against her mind. Harry quickly pulled his hand free and darted past her, slipping between the crowd of shoppers. Behind him, he heard her theatrical voice crack slightly as she called out, "Wait! Your destiny!" The words were lost in the general noise of the street, and now he could finally focus on. His eyes darkened. Healthy eating, desolate era, the three realms costs 100 CP, 150 CP available to spend. Being one of the richest and most prosperous in Swallow Mountain means a lot of things, but what it means the most is that you also ate a lot of dire monster meat in your childhood, which is naturally full of minerals and nutrients to help a growing child. As a consequence, the only word to describe you would be either handsome or beautiful, as it is clear that you are well-bred and well-raised, and it even shows in your demeanor, allowing you to present a calm, cool facade to anyone giving a casual glance your way. Harry ducked into a narrow alley between two shops, leaning against the cool stone wall as he considered the offer. His first reaction was dismissal. Who cared about being handsome? He had more important things to worry about, like finding whatever secret the hero's journal was hinting at. But then he couldn't help but think about his divine healing. He needed people's faith to make it stronger, and fame was the quickest path to faith. Wouldn't being more handsome make it easier to become famous? People seemed to pay more attention to attractive people, after all. Harry frowned, remembering how his previous offers had worked. The Hun and Po souls had done far more than just split his soul, they'd refined his chi paths and changed how his hero's journal worked. And the divine healing offer had given him access to faith that worked perfectly with his soul structure. This offer wasn't just saying you'll be handsome. It was saying that eating this dire monster meat from childhood would make him handsome as a consequence. What else might this meat do? If it could change someone's looks and outward demeanor, it had to be more than ordinary food. Harry could easily brew appearance-changing potions by now, but he had never read anything about meat having such effects, let alone permanent ones. Even magical creature meat didn't work like that at all, as far as he knew. The offer wasn't telling him everything, just like his journal never gave complete answers. But maybe that was the point, figuring out the hidden synergies was part of becoming stronger. After checking that no one was watching, Harry stepped deeper into the alley and accepted the offer, bracing himself for whatever changes might come. They began subtly at first. Harry felt a strange tingling sensation throughout his body, as if every cell was remembering something it had forgotten. His muscles felt denser, more refined, and his bones seemed to hum with a quiet strength he'd never noticed before. It wasn't painful, but rather, nostalgic. The strangest part was how natural it felt. Like his body was saying, yes, this is how we should have been all along. His chi pathways, or rather meridians, already refined from both his practice with firebending and the effect of his Po soul, began to undergo a great transformation. It started at his chi core, but more appropriately his danshan, his core energy center, which seemed to pulse with much greater vitality. The meridians, those channels through which energy flowed and transformed, began to expand, not painfully, but with a sense of rightness, like a flower finally getting enough water to bloom properly. The meridians themselves, which he'd always imagined as strong channels carved in stone, were becoming more like rivers. The chi that normally flowed through them like a gentle current now rushed with the force of rapids, yet somehow remained perfectly controlled. Each meridian adapted to handle this increased flow, expanding greatly in width. Yet, Harry could still remember, hazily, learning about the system of true fiend gods/key refiners. The complexity was much greater than his own energy system just from the little he could perceive from those faded memories. His blue flames, born from the balance between yin and yang, took on an even deeper azure hue. The control he now possessed was something else entirely. Almost experimentally, Harry threw a quick fire jab, watching as a perfect sphere of azure flame flew out from his fist. But instead of letting it fly forward as he usually would, he held it in place with nothing but his chi control. The fireball flew back towards him and hung suspended above his head. He smirked slightly, appreciating how easy it felt now. Before, maintaining a flame without constant physical movement had been challenging, requiring intense concentration. Now it felt as natural as breathing. The flame responded to his thoughts with ease, neither wavering nor fluctuating in the slightest. Perhaps this was a small taste of what those elders had meant when they spoke of achieving unity between intent and action. Speaking of that, what caught his attention now were the faded memories. Not clear ones at all, more impressions really. Of sitting at grand tables filled with dire monster meats, of esteemed elders discussing techniques while he played nearby, of watching in awe as fiend gods and key refiners flew through the sky trailing immortal energy. The memories were indeed hazy, like trying to recall a dream, but they carried with them an understanding of power. He remembered stories of the primal deists, how they would spend centuries cultivating their bodies and souls, seeking to understand the fundamental truths of the universe. His current abilities, the fire bending, the mist, even his divine energy, they all seemed like mere stepping stones compared to what those legendary figures could achieve. Yet somehow, rather than feeling discouraged, he felt inspired. The philosophical frameworks he'd absorbed through his language comprehension ability were also finding new context in these half-remembered lessons about cultivation and Deo. Everything seemed to be connecting in new ways. But what really struck him was how small he still felt. Even with all his abilities, even with these new memories of a privileged upbringing among powerful fiend gods and key refiners, he couldn't help but feel humbled. The feats of the primal deists he half-remembered hearing about, their power had been beyond comprehension, capable of destroying immense mountains with ease. Even Grandpa Dumbledore, as powerful as he was, would have been like a candle before the sun in comparison. Harry shuddered slightly at the thought. Perhaps it was better that he was here, where such overwhelming power didn't exist. He was still way too weak to survive in that cruel and desolate world. Chapter 34, Oracle Depths. Harry sighed deeply and shook off the faded memories of primal deists, took a step forward, and immediately froze. Something felt different about even that simple movement. His body seemed lighter, more responsive, as if he'd been wearing weights his entire life and had suddenly taken them off. Curious, he reached out and pressed his hand against one of the stone blocks making up the alley wall. The rough surface barely registered as uncomfortable against his skin. When he pushed, the stone cracked slightly under his fingers. Harry quickly pulled back, startled by his own strength. He looked down at his hands. They appeared the same as always, if perhaps a bit more refined in structure. Yet he could feel the difference, layers of dense muscle and reinforced bone that hadn't been there before. Even standing still, he sensed his body was operating on an entirely different level. A cat darted past the entrance of the alley, and Harry tracked its movement with ease. Every detail was crystal clear, the individual whiskers, the subtle shift of muscles under fur, even the slight displacement of air as it passed. The cat seemed to be moving unusually slowly, though Harry quickly realized it was his perception that had changed, not the cat's speed. He needed to test this properly. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, Harry coiled his legs and jumped. He barely managed to stop himself from shooting straight up through the hanging clotheslines above the alley. Even that careful hop had lifted him 8 feet into the air with minimal effort. Harry landed silently back on the ground, and his control over his body made even that instinctive. The sheer ease of the movement struck him, he'd jumped higher than most adults could with barely any effort at all. Amazing, he whispered, thinking back to the potions he'd studied with Nicholas. The strengthening solution could grant similar strength, but it took time to brew and required powdered chimera bone for the better quality versions. Even then, the effects only lasted an hour and repeated use would eventually cause organ failure that couldn't be fixed with magic. The weaker version they'd actually brewed only took 1 day, but its effects were far less impressive. Yet here he was, permanently enhanced beyond what even the strongest potions could safely provide. While raw strength and speed weren't particularly useful against competent dark wizards who could simply fly and apparate away from danger, better reaction time alone could make the difference in a fight, letting him dodge spells that might otherwise hit. Harry shook his head, forcing his mind back to the present moment. Fascinating as it all was, he had a puzzle to solve. The hero's journal's hint had mentioned. Beyond the silver door lies the first step. Where every seeker's journey begins, the most forgotten path lies beneath their feet. The oracle's first words were spoken in silence, and her last breath opens the way. He'd already completed the first part by leaving through Alexandra's silver door. Now he stood in Oracle's way, surrounded by fortune-tellers and their customers. But where exactly was he supposed to go? The riddle mentioned every seeker's journey. Since this was Oracle's way, that had to mean all the people who came seeking prophecies. And if he was thinking about where their journey began? Harry turned around, looking back toward the entrance of the street. Of course, everyone who came seeking answers would start their journey at the same spot. The very first step into Oracle's Way. He walked back toward the entrance, ignoring another fortune teller's attempts to catch his attention. The stone archway marked the boundary between the magical underground and mundane ruins of Delphi. Tens of thousands of people must have passed under it over the centuries, each hoping for a glimpse of their future. Harry looked at the steps beneath his feet. If there really was a hidden passage, this would be the perfect place to hide it. After all, who would think to look for secrets right at the entrance, where everyone walked every day? Harry knelt down to examine the worn stones, remembering what he'd read about the oracle just days ago before they arrived at Greece. Apparently the Muggle version claimed Apollo spoke through her, but wizarding histories painted a different picture. According to ancient Greek magical sites, the first oracle had been a powerful witch who discovered gases seeping from a crack in the earth. These vapors, when breathed in, enhanced her ability to see years beyond her normal sight. First words spoken in silence, Harry muttered, tracing the grooves between stones. The history books mentioned the oracle would sit in complete silence, breathing in the vapors before speaking prophecies. But that wasn't quite right, there had to be more to it. The first oracle wouldn't have just stumbled onto magical vapors by accident, right? He sat back on his heels, thinking harder. The books had glossed over how she found the crack in the first place. Almost like they were hiding something. Harry had noticed similar patterns in Hogwarts histories, where obviously important details were conspicuously absent. Last breath opens the way, he repeated slowly. The vapors came from underground, and the oracle had to breathe them in. What if the first oracle hadn't found the crack? What if she'd made it? Created a passage to whatever was producing those vapors? Harry looked more closely at the stone archway above. Thousands of people seeking prophecies would have walked under it, but how many had stopped to really look? The eroded carvings seemed random at first glance, but there was something about their pattern. He remembered Nicholas talking about how ancient Greek wizards often hid their secrets in plain sight, protecting them with puzzles rather than straightforward charms that could be broken. The worn grooves in the stone might not be damage at all, but a spell waiting to be activated. But how? The clue mentioned breathing, and Harry doubted simply exhaling at the stones would work. There had to be something he was missing about that first oracle and how she opened the original passage. The hero's journal had never steered him wrong before. Each part of the clue had to mean something specific. First words in silence, last breath opens the way, what was he not seeing? Harry brushed his fingers against the stone archway, making sure to follow the small grooves. There was something familiar about them, not from books or lessons, but from his painting. The seemingly random grooves flowed like brush strokes, forming shapes that only became clear when viewed as a whole piece rather than individual marks. "It's not damage," he whispered. "It's a painting done in stone." The grooves weren't separate lines at all, but one continuous path that wrapped around the entire archway. Harry followed it with his eyes, seeing how it spiraled inward toward a central point just above eye level. The pattern reminded him of air currents, like the ones he'd observed while flying as an eagle. Then it clicked. The oracle's first words weren't spoken, they were drawn. The spiral wasn't meant to be seen, but followed. Like a path for breath to travel. Harry glanced around quickly. The street was still busy, but everyone seemed focused on the fortune tellers and their customers. No one was paying attention to a young boy examining an old archway. He took a deep breath. The expanded meridians made it easy to gather energy in his lungs. When he exhaled, he didn't just breathe out, he guided his breath with chi, following the spiral pattern carved into the stone. For a moment, nothing happened. Harry felt foolish standing there with his breath held, but then a faint silver glow traced along the spiral where his breath had touched. The light spread quickly through the carved grooves, illuminating the entire pattern. Before he could step back, the stone beneath his feet shifted. A tugging sensation pulled at his navel, and Harry paled slightly at what was about to happen. The world blurred around him as the archway's magic took hold. He had just enough time to think that perhaps he should have told someone where he was going before reality twisted sideways. The portal deposited him rather ungracefully onto a smooth stone floor. Harry pushed himself up, noting the complete darkness around him. Only the fading silver light from the closing portal provided any illumination, and through it he caught a glimpse of marble columns stretching up into blackness. "Well," Harry muttered to himself as the portal sealed shut with a quiet hiss, I suppose this is what I get for solving puzzles without backup. The complete darkness pressed against his eyes, but he wasn't particularly worried. He gathered chi into his palm, creating a large azure flame that lit up what appeared to be an enormous underground chamber. The architecture reminded him of the temples above, but these stones were unmarked by time, as if they'd been sealed away and perfectly preserved since ancient Greece itself. The azure flames cast shadows across the chamber walls, but revealed little of interest. No mysterious artifacts, no ancient texts, not even basic furniture. Just an empty space with polished marble floors and towering columns that disappeared into the darkness above. The only notable feature was a large doorway between two particularly thick pillars on the far side. Harry approached the exit. The pillars flanking the doorway were decorated with thick spiral marble patterns that seemed to catch and reflect his blue flames. He paused then, and wondered for just a moment why the lines were so dangerous. The decorative lines moved. Harry frowned. Not decorations after all, he muttered, gathering chi into his legs. The marble snakes unwound themselves, their stone bodies gleaming in his azure light. Swish! The first snake struck like lightning. Harry dove to the side, his enhanced reflexes barely keeping him alive. But the second snake had anticipated this, curving around its companion in a perfect flanking maneuver. Harry raised his left hand to push it away. The moment his palm touched the creature's surface, a horrible cold sensation shot through his arm. He yanked back, but frost-like marble was already creeping past his wrist. Not good. Harry's eyes narrowed as he watched the snakes move. They flowed around each other with clear coordination. These weren't mindless constructs, but ancient guardians with battle wisdom. The first snake's head weaved hypnotically, while the second circled wide. They were cutting off his escape routes. Harry glanced at his arm, the petrification was spreading fast. Perhaps 30 seconds before it claimed him completely. Since running isn't an option. Harry gathered chi into his remaining hand, compressing it into a whip of concentrated azure flame. The strength of his muscles made even this move feel stronger than normal. The first snake lunged again. Harry leapt straight up, using the chamber walls for leverage. As he sailed through the air, he brought the flame whip down in an arc. Let's see how you handle this. Crack! The impact sent fragments of marble flying, but the snake's liquid stone body began reforming almost immediately. Harry landed on a pillar, quickly realizing normal attacks wouldn't work. He needed something hotter, more concentrated. Hiss! The second snake's body suddenly contracted, transforming from a massive pillar-sized creature into something barely thicker than Harry's arm. Its speed doubled instantly. Harry's eyes widened. Not good. The smaller snake shot through the air like a silver arrow. Harry barely managed to dive away, feeling the wind of its passage brush his cheek. Where the snake struck, marble cracked and splintered. The first snake, seeing Harry's attention divided, took advantage. Its tail whipped out, aiming not for Harry but for the pillar he stood upon. The impact shattered the ancient marble, forcing Harry to jump. Mid-leap, Harry realized his mistake. Both snakes had maneuvered him exactly where they wanted, airborne with no way to change direction. Then I'll just have to be faster. Harry's entire body began glowing faintly as he pushed his chi to its limit. The azure flame in his hand compressed further, becoming even more hot at its core. The first snake opened its maw wide, ready to swallow him whole. But Harry had anticipated this. He shot a thin stream of concentrated flame directly into its mouth, while simultaneously using the heated air to propel himself higher. Scree! The snake's crystalline shriek echoed through the chamber as its head began to melt from within. But the second snake was already moving. It coiled its smaller body into tight loops, then unleashed itself like a spring. The speed was beyond anything Harry had seen before. Even with his enhanced perception, the snake seemed to blur. My arm's at the limit, Harry whispered, glancing at the marble that had spread past his elbow. He had perhaps 10 seconds before complete petrification. Time to end this. Harry gathered large amounts of his chi into his legs, timing it perfectly. Just as the second snake was about to strike, he kicked off the air itself, using the heated currents from his solidified flames as platforms. The snake shot past beneath him, missing by mere inches. Now! Harry unleashed everything he had left in a devastating combination. His flame whip separated into 3 streams, one to force the second snake down, another to keep the first snake's melting head from reforming, and the third. The third stream of azure flame curved around in an impossible arc, guided by pure mental control. It struck the second snake from behind just as the creature tried to dodge the first stream. Boom! The impact was tremendous. Both snakes crashed into each other, their marble bodies glowing white-hot from the concentrated flames. Harry landed hard, immediately drawing upon his Hun soul. The petrification had almost reached his shoulder. 3 waves of divine healing light pulsed out, barely managing to purge the marble from his flesh. Harry collapsed to one knee, breathing heavily as he watched the snake's liquid stone bodies cool and harden into twisted shapes. A memory flickered through his mind, hazy impressions of watching a young disciple being torn apart by a giant leopard in a nearby forest. The elders had merely nodded, saying death was natural for the weak. Another flash, seeing the mangled remains of a patrol return home after they'd encountered sentient dire monsters in the wilds away from Snowdragon Mountain. Harry felt his stomach turn slightly. Even if those memories weren't fully his, they carried weight. That world had been infinitely more dangerous than this chamber, yet people had lived there, had grown strong there. They hadn't let fear stop them. I can't just stay here, Harry whispered to himself. His voice echoed slightly in the marble chamber. But I'm not going to be stupid about it either. He was only 7 years old, enhanced body or not. If there were more marble creatures ahead, he needed to be even smarter. The snakes had been wrapped around the pillars, he should watch for similar patterns. And be prepared to create a flame shield around himself, just in case. Harry looked toward the doorway the snakes had been guarding. Something important had to be through there, or why bother with such deadly guardians? Taking another deep breath, Harry stepped forward. He was still scared, only a fool wouldn't be after nearly being turned to marble. But he refused to let that fear stop him. Besides, he thought with a weak smile, at least these monsters couldn't fly or use techniques that could level forests. Yet. Chapter 35, Pythia. The doorway led not to another chamber, but into absolute darkness. Harry paused at the threshold, raising his azure flame higher. The light simply disappeared a few feet ahead, as if devoured by the void itself. Remembering his recent battle with the marble snakes, Harry tried something new by gathering chi into his eyes and slightly enhancing his vision. It made no difference. The darkness remained impenetrable, defying even his senses. Well, Harry muttered, at least there aren't any obvious monsters waiting. He touched the wall beside him, confirming it was real stone. And the floor seemed solid enough. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped forward into the darkness. His flame winked out instantly, but the floor remained steady under his feet. Another step. Then another. The darkness pressed against him, not threatening exactly, but aware. I see you, little seeker, a woman's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. So young to walk these paths. So bold to face my guardians. Thank you, Harry replied politely, remembering how the Grey Lady responded better to courtesy. His voice sounded strangely muffled in the darkness, as if the void itself was listening. Are you the Oracle? A soft laugh sounded through the darkness. I am what remains of her. Echoes of wisdom, preserved in stone and shadow. The voice paused. But you carry echoes of your own, don't you? Memories of another world, where power flowed differently. Harry tensed slightly. You can see that. I see many things, little seeker. Past and future blur together here, where time flows strangely. The darkness shifted, taking on subtle patterns that reminded Harry of ink spreading through water. Tell me, why have you come? What truth do you seek? I need. Harry hesitated, then decided honesty might work best with a being that could apparently see through time. My friend was hurt by dark magic. I can heal with divine energy, but I'm not strong enough yet. I thought if I could find something valuable here, something to help the authorities, I could become famous enough to gather more faith. Ah, the voice seemed amused. Such a circular path you walk. Seeking fame to gain power, seeking power to help others, helping others to gain fame. The darkness rippled. But tell me, little seeker, what happens when the fame becomes hollow? When faith built on lies crumbles? Harry frowned. I wouldn't be lying. I really did find this place. Did you? Or did this place find you? The patterns in the darkness began forming scenes, Charlotte screaming under the Cruciatus curse, her scars refusing to heal. Your friend's pain drives you, but pain itself can be a teacher. What lesson does her suffering offer? That I'm not strong enough, Harry answered immediately, thinking of the desolate world memories. That I need more power. The voice interrupted. Yes, that is one lesson. But consider, why did the curse scar her so deeply? What makes dark magic linger? Harry opened his mouth to answer, then stopped. He thought about his mist ability, how it worked with fear and souls. About how the boggart had created a feedback loop of terror. About how his divine healing came from people's belief in him. Emotions, he whispered. Dark magic leaves scars because it carries the caster's hatred and cruelty. It's not just the spell, it's the intent behind it. Very good. The darkness began to clear slightly, revealing what looked like an ancient Greek classroom carved from marble. Shadowy figures sat at stone desks while a teacher demonstrated something at the front. Our ancestors understood this. They knew that all magic, whether light or dark, carries the weight of emotion and belief. Harry watched in fascination as the shadow teacher drew various symbols in the air. Is this real? A memory. All times exist here simultaneously, the voice replied. Past, present, future, they flow together in the currents of possibility. But yes, this particular scene occurred over 2,000 years ago. Watch carefully. The shadowy classroom scene suddenly solidified around Harry. The cold marble beneath his feet became warm stone, sunlight streamed through high windows, and the ghostly students transformed into young men and women in ancient Greek robes. Harry found himself sitting among them, his own clothes now matching theirs. Pay attention, the teacher spoke in Greek, yet Harry understood perfectly thanks to his language comprehension ability. Today we discuss why prophecy and healing are two sides of the same art. Harry blinked. Unlike what he imagined normal illusions were like, this felt completely real. He could smell the olive trees outside, feel the slight breeze from the windows, even hear his own heartbeat. The teacher, an elderly woman with startlingly bright eyes, cast a spell at the air with her wand. Golden light formed into the shape of a human body, with threads of different colors running through it. The body remembers, she explained. Every joy, every pain, every moment of triumph or terror leaves its mark upon our essence. When we heal, we must see not just the wound before us, but all the wounds that came before. When we prophesy, we read these marks to understand what paths lie ahead. A student raised his hand. But Master Pythia, how can past wounds affect future paths? An excellent question, Theophrastus. The teacher, who Harry realized must be the original oracle herself, smiled. Let us demonstrate. Would our guest like to volunteer? Harry started as every head turned toward him. Their faces were kind, curious, but there was something odd about their eyes. As if they were seeing both him and through him simultaneously. Come, child of two worlds, Pythia beckoned. Let us see what marks you carry. Harry stood carefully and walked to the front of the classroom. This couldn't be real-time travel, even by wizarding standards that was impossible. Yet everything felt so present, so immediate. The other students watched him with ancient eyes that seemed to hold centuries of wisdom. You carry many interesting patterns, Pythia observed, walking around him. Meridians from one world, magic from another. Divine energy gathered from faith, yet bound by souls split between the mundane and celestial. Most curious indeed. She raised her wand. Shall we see how they all connect? Before Harry could respond, golden light surrounded him. The classroom blurred and shifted, transforming into large spherical chamber. Harry floated in its center, surrounded by countless threads of light that stretched in every direction. Each thread pulsed with different colors and rhythms, some familiar, others completely alien. Each thread represents a moment that shaped your mentality, Pythia explained. Some bright with triumph, others dark with fear. Touch them, and understand. Harry reached out hesitantly. The instant his fingers brushed a silvery thread, the chamber dissolved. He was 4 years old again, standing in a Hogwarts corridor as 3 Slytherins towered over him. Fear coursed through his small body, but something else rose with it, a deep, primal understanding of terror itself. The mist had come at the perfect time then, born from that perfect moment of fear and defiance. The scene shifted. He was flying as an eagle for his weekly hunt, wind rushing through his feathers. The sheer joy of freedom mixed with predatory instinct, teaching him that power came in many forms. Not just strength, but speed and precision too. Another thread pulsed, this one a deep azure. The chamber transformed into a grand courtyard surrounded by snow-capped peaks. Harry recognized it instantly, Snowdragon Mountain. But something was different about this memory. Unlike the hazy impressions he usually got, this one felt crystal clear. Curious, Pythia's voice echoed. This place. I cannot see it clearly. It exists beyond my sight, yet your soul remembers. Harry watched as a massive figure descended from the sky. An elder wearing simple white robes landed in the courtyard, each step crackling with power that made the air itself shiver. Young Harry sat nearby, gnawing on what looked like a crystalline beast's leg, completely unafraid of the elder's overwhelming aura. Grandson, the elder spoke casually, finish your dire monster meat. Today's lesson will require full strength, let us see if you will remain trash or become more than what was destined. The scene blurred slightly, becoming less distinct. But Harry could still feel the lingering impression of that power, how it had dwarfed anything he'd encountered in this world. Such power, Pythia mused. Yet notice how naturally that child accepted it. Your soul remembers living in a world where such strength was common, even if your mind cannot fully recall it. The child shows no fear, Harry observed, watching his alternate self continue eating. Even though that elder could probably destroy mountains with a gesture. Because in that world, such was the natural order, Pythia replied. The scene shifted back to the spherical chamber with its countless threads. Just as you now accept that Albus Dumbledore could defeat you with a thought. Your soul adapts to the rules of where it dwells. Harry frowned, reaching for another thread. This one pulsed with a strange silvery white light, like his quintessential flame. But I'm not just adapting anymore, am I? I'm mixing things together. The moment he touched the thread, the chamber filled with overlapping images. His blue flames, born from balanced chi. The mist that affected souls. Divine healing powered by faith. Exactly, Pythia smiled as the images swirled around them. You instinctively understand what many never grasp, that power comes not from mastering one path, but from seeing how all paths connect. The images gathered into a new scene, Charlotte in the hospital wing, her cursed scars glowing faintly in Harry's divine light. But now Harry could see more. Threads of dark magic wrapped around her wounds, pulsing with malice. Yet there were other threads too, golden strands of her own magic trying to heal, silver lines of Harry's divine energy seeking to purify. The curse lingers because it resonates, Harry realized, watching the threads pulse around Charlotte's wounds. Like the boggart feeding on its own fear. The dark magic keeps finding something to hold onto. Indeed. Pythia waved her hand, and the threads became more distinct. See how your friend's own magic fights against the curse? But in doing so, it acknowledges the curse's power. Belief makes it real, just as belief powers your healing. Harry thought about this. So if I try to heal her with divine energy, you bring more belief into the equation, Pythia finished. The faith of others in the boy who lived, transformed by your Hun soul into divine power. But what happens when that divine power meets the curse's malice? The image zoomed in closer. Harry could now see how his healing light seemed to battle with the dark magic, neither fully able to overcome the other. They're balanced? No, that's not quite right. They're both feeding off belief, mine in healing her, and the curse's belief in harming her. So fame wouldn't actually help, Harry said slowly, watching the threads of magic flow around Charlotte's wounds. Even if I gathered more faith, the curse would just match it. Unless, Pythia raised a finger, you understand what truly powers both magics. Tell me, when you use your mist spell, what gives it strength? Harry thought back to the boggart incident, how his own terror had darkened the mist. Strong emotions make it more powerful. But also, he remembered the feedback loop, how the boggart's fear had fed back into itself. It's strongest when there's resonance. Precisely. The chamber filled with new images, Harry's mist surrounding the boggart, the marble snakes melting under his azure flames, divine light healing wounds at the clothing shop. Each of your abilities works through different kinds of resonance. Your flames resonate with your passion, your mist with fear, your healing with faith. The images swirled together, forming a pattern that reminded Harry of the brush strokes in the entrance arch. But the curse. Harry's eyes widened. It's also resonating with Charlotte's fear of being hurt again. And so the student begins to see. Pythia smiled. The chamber dissolved, returning them to the ancient classroom. But now Harry noticed details he'd missed before, how the sunlight formed specific patterns on the floor, how the students' positions created subtle geometric shapes. Everything was connected. The greatest magic, Pythia continued, drawing another symbol in the air, comes not from forcing our will upon the world, but from understanding how all things naturally flow together. This is why prophecy and healing were once considered the same art. Both require us to see the true patterns. She turned to Harry, her bright eyes seeming to look straight through him. You seek my gifts, little seeker? Then understand this, the inner eye is not a prize to be won, but a truth to be understood. Are you prepared to see what must be seen? The other students watched silently, their ancient eyes filled with knowing. Harry thought about Charlotte's scars, about how seeking fame had been the wrong approach entirely. About how all his abilities seemed to work primarily through understanding rather than pure power. I am, he said firmly. Pythia nodded once. From within her robes, she withdrew a small crystal vial filled with what looked like silver tears. Then drink, and see. Chapter 36, A Different Perspective. The tears tasted like liquid starlight. The moment they touched his tongue, Harry's perception exploded outward. The classroom, Pythia, the ancient students, all dissolved into streams of pure possibility. He saw himself, through countless eyes. A small boy demanding respect for his power while those around him exchanged worried glances. Nicholas Flamel's patient smile hiding concern as Harry bragged about improving potions. Dumbledore's quiet sadness watching Harry measure everything in terms of strength and weakness. No, Harry tried to turn away, but the visions were everywhere. That's not I'm not. You are, Pythia's voice echoed. See truly, little seeker. The scenes shifted. Charlotte, lying in the hospital wing, whispering to Penny, sometimes I think he only helps because it makes him feel powerful. Kiara, confiding in Tonks, he's kind, but there's something cold about how he views people. Even the Grey Lady, watching him practice his mist, so much like Salazar, measuring worth only in power. Each memory struck like a physical blow. Harry saw himself through their eyes, not the confident young prodigy he imagined, but a child so afraid of being weak that he'd built walls of arrogance around himself. Stop, Harry whispered, but the visions continued mercilessly. He saw possible futures now. Himself growing stronger but more isolated. People's faith in the boy who lived turning to fear of what he might become. Dark wizards seeking him out not as an enemy, but as a potential ally who understood their hunger for power. Enough! Harry shouted. I'm not I wouldn't. Then see deeper, Pythia commanded. The visions twisted. Now he saw the source of his fears, that terrible night when Voldemort came. But through his new sight, he could see more than just his mother's pleas. He saw the Dark Lord himself, twisted by the same hunger for power that now drove Harry. Saw how Tom Riddle had once been a brilliant young boy who measured everything by strength, who thought love and friendship were weaknesses to overcome. I'm not like him, Harry insisted, but his voice shook. No, Pythia agreed softly. Not yet. But every step on that path begins with the same belief, that power alone brings worth. The visions shifted again, but now they went further back. Harry saw himself as a toddler in the sky, the first time his instinct to sense danger had activated. He watched his younger self recoil from Hagrid's friendly approach, suddenly terrified of the half-giant's raw physical power. Your gift of sensing danger, Pythia's voice was gentle now, it changed you before you could even understand how. Every day surrounded by people who could destroy you with a thought. What child wouldn't learn to value power above all else? Harry saw himself growing up at Hogwarts, constantly aware of the deadly potential in every person around him. Each spell he witnessed, each casual display of magic, had reinforced the same lesson: power was everything. The weak died, like his parents. The strong survived and thrived, like Dumbledore. But see what else was there, Pythia urged. Look again. The scenes replayed, but now Harry noticed details his younger self had missed. Hagrid's genuine tears of joy at finding him alive. McGonagall's fierce protectiveness disguised as stern discipline. Flitwick spending countless hours helping him practice control, not to make him stronger, but to keep him safe. Not just from others, but from himself. They saw a child who needed love, Pythia said. While you saw only threats to overcome and power to gain. Fresh visions flowed. Charlotte facing the boggart Voldemort despite her terror, not for power but to help her brother. Penny brewing healing potions late into the night, not for fame but because she couldn't stand seeing others hurt. True strength, Pythia's voice echoed, comes not from making others fear your power, but from having something worth protecting. The visions shifted again, showing Harry hunting mice near the lake. He watched himself play with the prey, letting it think it had escaped before swooping down again. At the time, it had felt natural, he was the predator, they were prey. Simple. But now he saw the truth beneath that simplicity. How his transformation hadn't just given him an eagle's body, but its instincts too. How those predatory urges had merged with his growing obsession with power. Even his mist spell, born from fear, had become another way to prove his strength by making others afraid. See deeper still, Pythia commanded. The scene changed to the ministry gathering. Susan Bones stumbling, tears in her eyes after bumping into him. He remembered thinking how rabbit-like she'd looked, how disappointed he'd been that he couldn't play with her like he did with mice. Only the presence of powerful adults had stopped him. I was. Harry's voice cracked. I was going to hurt her. For fun. Like the mice. The eagle's instincts gave you permission, Pythia said. But the choice to view others as prey was yours. More memories surfaced. Theodore Knott's cruel comments about Harry's parents, and Harry's immediate response, not anger at the insult, but cold calculation about how to best use his mist to demonstrate superiority over the weak. He'd felt proud of his restraint in using only a small amount. Merlin, Harry whispered, really seeing himself for the first time. I'm a monster. No, Pythia's voice was firm. You are a child who learned the wrong lessons from necessary gifts. Your ability to sense danger could have kept you alive in dangerous situations, but it taught you to see threats everywhere. Your eagle transformation gave you freedom, but it made others seem like prey. Even your mist, born from the need to defend yourself, became another way to prove dominance. But Harry fought through the shame, trying to understand. The memories, they show a world where the strong do rule over the weak. Where power is everything. Wasn't I right to? Look again, Pythia interrupted. See truly. The visions shifted to Snowdragon Mountain. But this time Harry saw beyond the surface memories of powerful elders and mighty techniques. He saw disciples sharing cultivation resources with their friends despite the competitive atmosphere. Saw elders spending decades teaching rather than pursuing their own advancement. Even that memory of the young disciple being killed by the leopard, he now saw the grief in the other disciples' eyes, carefully hidden lest they appear weak themselves. They built walls too, Harry realized. Everyone pretending not to care, but still. And what of your own world? Pythia asked. See again with clear eyes. The visions shifted to Hogwarts. Harry saw Dumbledore, arguably the most powerful wizard alive, spending hours carefully teaching occlumency to a spoiled child. McGonagall, who could defeat most dark wizards with ease, patiently helping him choose a belt in Diagon Alley. The Flamels, with centuries of magical knowledge, delighting in teaching him basic potions and herbology. Power without purpose is meaningless, Pythia said softly. See how they use their strength. Harry watched Nicholas Flamel, who could have been the richest wizard in the world, living a humble and small life. Saw Pernell, who could have ruled magical France with her husband's help, instead tending her garden and teaching Harry the joy of taking care of plants. But they're still powerful, Harry argued weakly. They're not weak. What is weakness? Pythia challenged. See truly. The visions shifted again. Charlotte, scarred but refusing to give up searching for her brother. Chiara, facing monthly transformations that would terrify most adults, yet still finding time to help younger students. Even Penny, brewing backup healing potions despite her own fears after the Vault of Ice incident. They're all stronger than me, Harry whispered, understanding finally dawning. I've been measuring everything wrong. The gift of seeing danger is valuable, Pythia agreed. But you let it become all you could see. Now look deeper, what lies beneath the surface of power. The visions blurred again, but this time Harry tried to see beyond his usual measure of strength. He watched Grandpa Dumbledore defeat Rookwood at the Ministry, but now he noticed how the headmaster had positioned himself to draw fire away from the children. Saw Aunt Min's transfiguration skill, but recognized how she used them primarily to make her students laugh and feel comfortable with magic. They all have power, Harry said slowly, but that's not what makes them, them. And what of your own powers? Pythia asked. See their true nature. Harry's abilities appeared before him like threads of light. His mist, born from fear but capable of showing people their deepest terrors. His flames, fueled by passion rather than anger. Divine healing, drawing on others' faith and hope. They're all connected to emotions, Harry realized. To understanding how people feel, not just overwhelming them with power. Yes, Pythia smiled. Now see what could be. The visions shifted one final time. Harry saw himself using mist not to terrorize, but to help people face and overcome their fears. Saw his flames lighting the way for others rather than just proving his strength. The divine healing growing stronger not through fame, but through genuine connections with those he helped. I still want to be strong, Harry admitted quietly. I still want to help Charlotte and protect myself. As you should, Pythia nodded. But see the difference between seeking power to dominate, and seeking strength to protect. One path leads to isolation and fear, the other to understanding and growth. The visions began to fade, but Harry caught one last glimpse, himself slightly older, surrounded by friends who saw him as Harry, not just the boy who lived or a powerful prodigy. He was still strong, still capable of sensing danger, but it no longer defined him. The ancient classroom reformed around them, and Harry felt different. Not completely changed, he knew his habits and fears wouldn't disappear overnight. But for the first time, he could see beyond them. The tears have opened your inner eye, Pythia said, her body beginning to fade with the rest of the vision. But what you choose to see with it, that remains your choice. The ancient classroom now faded completely, leaving Harry standing in darkness once more. But now he could see tiny motes of light drifting through the air, remnants of possibility, Pythia had called them. Most were too faint to make out clearly, and trying to focus on them just made them scatter like startled fish. Is this all I can see? Harry asked the darkness, but Pythia's presence had faded with her visions. Only a lingering warmth in his chest where he'd drunk the tears suggested any of it had been real. He tried reaching out to one of the brighter motes, but the moment he concentrated on it, his head began to ache. The mote itself seemed to blur, showing only vague impressions, someone walking down a corridor? Or was it just a shadow? Right, Harry muttered, rubbing his temples. Not exactly the powerful gift I was expecting. But then he remembered Pythia's lessons about measuring everything by power. Maybe the point wasn't to see dramatic visions of the future, but to notice the small patterns that were always there. Like how he'd finally seen the truth about himself through all those memories. A distant rumbling interrupted his thoughts. The chamber around him began to shift, walls grinding against each other. Light poured in from above as sections of ceiling retracted. The spells are failing. Get those stabilization charms up now. Someone find Alexandros, the whole system is collapsing. Harry looked up through the opening ceiling and managed a weak smile. I suppose this is going to be difficult to explain. The chamber's ceiling continued retracting, revealing more stonework above. Harry was about to call out when a soft mewling sound caught his attention. One of the light motes he'd been seeing suddenly brightened, drawing his gaze to a dark corner he hadn't noticed before. There, curled up on what looked like a nest of old prophecy scrolls, lay the golden-furred Nemean lion cub Alexandros had mentioned. It couldn't have been more than a few months old, barely larger than a house cat. As Harry watched, it raised its head and mewled again, clearly hungry. You've been down here all alone? Harry asked softly, careful not to make any sudden movements. The cub's fur gleamed like metallic silk, and even at this young age, he could sense it was far more dangerous than any normal lion cub. Yet something about it pulled at him, not his usual predatory instincts, but something deeper. One of the brighter motes drifted between them, and for a moment Harry saw a flash of possibility, the cub growing alongside him, both of them learning to be more than what others expected. Not predator and prey, but companions walking the same path. The cub stood shakily, and Harry noticed it favored one leg. No wonder it hadn't left the chamber, it was injured. Without thinking, he gathered some of his divine energy. It's all right, he said gently, letting the warm light flow toward the cub. I used to think being hurt meant being weak too. But I'm learning better now. The cub watched the approaching light with intelligent eyes. Rather than backing away, it stretched its neck forward to sniff the energy. The moment it touched the golden fur, Harry felt something click into place, like two pieces of a puzzle finally meeting. Above them, the voices grew louder. The inner chambers are opening. By the might of Zeus, there's someone down there. Sir Flamel, wait. The structural integrity. But Harry barely heard them. He was focused on the cub, which had limped over and was now rubbing against his leg, purring with a sound like distant thunder. He could feel their connection forming, not the master and servant familiar bond he might have expected, but something more balanced. Equal. I suppose we both need to learn about real strength, Harry told the cub, carefully picking it up. It weighed far more than its size suggested, and its fur was surprisingly warm. Though I should probably warn the Flamels about you before they panic. Chapter 37, Consequences of Gifts. Harry. Nicholas' worried face appeared at the opening above. Don't move, we're stabilizing the chamber. Harry looked up, absently stroking the cub's fur. I'm fine, Uncle Nicholas. I found someone here, but it's not dangerous. His voice carried an unusual melodic quality for just a moment, making Nicholas pause briefly before continuing his spell work. The chamber walls groaned as magic poured through ancient channels, forcing the structure to hold its shape. Greek wizards in official-looking robes rushed around the edges above, casting stabilization charms while arguing in rapid-fire Greek about seal degradation and temporal anomalies. The Nemean cub. Alexandros appeared next to Nicholas, his eyes wide. How did you? No, never mind that now. Can you reach the rope ladder? A steel ladder unfurled from above. Harry secured the cub carefully against his chest with one arm, noting how naturally it settled there, as if they'd always been meant to find each other. As he climbed, he felt the last traces of Pythia's visions fading from his mind, leaving only the faint ability to see those scattered motes of possibility. Harry climbed the final rungs into what appeared to be a massive circular chamber filled with marble pillars. Greek wizards were working frantically at various points along the walls, their wands trailing lines of light that seemed to stabilize the enchanted stone itself. A Nemean lion cub, one of the officials breathed, lowering his wand. And it's bonded to you. Harry nodded, still cradling the cub. We found each other down there. I healed its leg. Extraordinary. Alexandros moved closer, studying the pair. Nemean lions haven't been seen in centuries, let alone as familiars. The bond itself should be impossible, their pride makes them resist such connections. The boy is exceptional, Nicholas said quietly, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. Though I'd very much like to know how you ended up down there, child. Several officials gathered around as Harry explained about finding the entrance, carefully leaving out any mention of his hero's journal. When he described the battle with the marble serpents, how they could transmute their size and petrify with a touch, Alexandros actually dropped his wand. Impossible, one of the Greek wizards muttered. Marble serpents are guardian constructs, barely more dangerous than animated statues. But what you're describing? Living stone, another official finished. True marble serpents from the ancient times. They were said to guard the oracle's most precious secrets. Harry shifted the cub in his arms with a delicate touch. There seemed to be lots of old scrolls down there, he said with a soft smile, swaying slightly as he spoke. All about the true history of magical Greece. The officials exchanged excited looks, but Nicholas was watching Harry carefully. And did you see anything else unusual down there? Just old chambers and corridors, Harry said easily. The cub bumped its head against his chin, as if in agreement. Though everything's a bit blurry after fighting the snakes. I was pretty tired. The boy needs rest, Pernell stepped forward, clearly not accepting anything other than agreement. You can excavate your historical treasures after he's had a proper meal and sleep. The Greek officials looked ready to protest, but one look at the Flamels' firm expressions changed their minds. After a brief discussion, they agreed Harry could keep the cub, partly due to the already formed familiar bond, partly due to the Flamels' reputation, and largely because no one wanted to try separating a Nemean lion from its chosen companion. The Flamels took Harry to their home through an emergency porte-caitte, leaving the Greek officials to their frenzied documentation of the chambers. The cub remained calm during the transport, as if magical travel was perfectly natural for an ancient magical creature. You should rest, Pernell said, guiding Harry toward his room. We can discuss everything tomorrow. Harry nodded, feeling strangely disconnected from his own movements. The motes of possibility still drifted at the edges of his vision, but they seemed different now. Darker somehow, though he couldn't explain why. The cub will need food, Nicholas said thoughtfully. I believe we have some preserved griffin meat that might. Raw venison, Harry interrupted, then blinked in surprise at his own certainty. She prefers it fresh. He wasn't sure how he knew that, or when he'd decided the cub was female. Nicholas and Pernell exchanged a quick glance. I'll fetch some from the market, Pernell said carefully. Why don't you get settled in your room? Nicholas can help ward it properly for your new friend. Harry climbed the stairs, the cub padding silently beside him. His room felt different somehow, the paintings on the walls seemed to shift slightly when he wasn't looking directly at them. Or perhaps he was just tired. We'll need to name you, he told the cub as she explored his room. Something fitting for what you truly are. He trailed off, frowning. What had he meant by that? 000000. After making sure Harry's room was well protected in case the cub tried to harm him, though it seemed remarkably well behaved, Nicholas descended to his study. Pernell was already there, organizing her thoughts while preparing a fresh pot of tea. Something's different about him, Nicholas said quietly, settling into his favorite armchair. The way he speaks sometimes, it's almost like someone else's words are mixing with his own. Pernell finished, handing him a steaming cup. I noticed. And that business with the cub, knowing exactly what it needs, as if the knowledge was simply placed in his mind. Nicholas took a slow sip, considering. The chamber shouldn't have opened for him at all. Those spells were clearly designed to keep out anyone who wasn't. He paused, then continued more carefully, who lacked certain qualities. You mean anyone who wasn't her, Pernell said bluntly. We both know what those chambers were really built to contain, Nicholas. The question is, why did they open now? And for a child? Nicholas set down his cup with a slight frown. Did you notice how he described finding the entrance? Following carved patterns, using his breath to activate them? That's not something a 7-year-old should intuitively understand, no matter how brilliant. And the marble serpents, Pernell added. True living stone, not mere constructs. They haven't awakened in. She trailed off, looking troubled. Not since she was sealed, Nicholas finished quietly. The question is whether they awakened to stop him, or to test him. Pernell stood and walked to the window, watching the stars twinkle in the darkening sky. Do you remember what Alexandros said? About the failing protective charms around in the ruins of Delphi. You think they weren't failing at all, Nicholas said. They were being deliberately weakened. By something that wanted to be found. Pernell turned back to her husband. But found by whom? And why a child? I've already checked for the obvious, Nicholas said, rubbing his temples. No direct possession, no direct influence on his mind, nothing that I could find. Whatever happened down there was far more subtle. Nicholas traced the rim of his teacup thoughtfully. Do you remember Alexandria? 1732. The temple incident. Perinel's eyes widened slightly. With the possessed priestess who spoke in ancient tongues. We thought we understood ancient magic then too, Nicholas said quietly. Spent decades studying those ruins, thought we knew everything. And yet, we nearly died, Pernell finished. Because we assumed ancient magic would work like modern magic. Exactly. Nicholas stood and walked to one of his bookshelves, running his fingers along leather-bound spines. The oracles of ancient Greece didn't think of magic the way we do. To them, power wasn't just about spells and rituals. It was about. He paused, selecting a particularly old tome. Resonance, Pernell said. The way all things echo through time. And space, Nicholas added, flipping through brittle pages. Here, look at this passage about the original oracle. Pernell moved to read over his shoulder, frowning at the ancient Greek text. It says she wasn't just a prophet, but a nexus. That can't be right. The translation is tricky, Nicholas agreed. But I think it's suggesting she was a focal point where different kinds of magic naturally gathered. Not just divination, but... A soft thump from upstairs interrupted them. They both looked up, listening intently, but only silence followed. The cub, Pernell said. Probably just settling in. Nicholas nodded, but his expression remained troubled. We need to be careful how we proceed. If what I suspect is happening. He trailed off, then shook his head. No, best not to even voice it yet. We need more information. Should we tell Albus? Not yet, Nicholas decided after a moment. Let's observe first. The boy seems stable enough, and whatever happened down there isn't obviously harmful. If we raise alarms too quickly, we could make things worse, Pernell agreed. But we should set up some monitoring charms. Subtle ones. Already done, Nicholas smiled slightly. The moment I warded his room. Though. His smile faded. I'm not entirely certain they'll work as intended. Pernell returned to her seat, picking up her cooling tea. We could be overreacting. Perhaps it's simply another gift affecting his behavior. Perhaps, Nicholas agreed, though his tone suggested he didn't believe it. But there's something else bothering me. The timing. How so? Think about it, protective charms failing, ancient creatures appearing, sealed chambers opening, all just when a uniquely gifted child arrives in Delphi. Nicholas shook his head. That's not coincidence. That's resonance, Pernell whispered. Like calling to like across time itself. They sat in silence for a moment, considering the implications. We'll need to be subtle, Nicholas finally said. Whatever is happening, confronting it directly could be disastrous. We need to guide him, protect him, while we figure out exactly what we're dealing with. And hope, Pernell added softly, that we're not already too late. Nicholas closed the journal with a sigh. We need more eyes on this. Not Albus yet, but Alexandros. Pernell suggested. He knows the old magics of Delphi better than anyone. No, Nicholas shook his head. He's too close to it. Did you notice how excited he was about the chamber's opening? He'd want to study everything immediately, consequences be damned. He traced a pattern on his teacup thoughtfully. I was thinking of Moen. The hermit. Pernell raised an eyebrow. He hasn't left his cave in the Nilgiris in decades. Exactly. He's removed enough to be objective, but experienced enough to recognize ancient magic at work. And he owes me a favor from that business with the Naga Temple in 1843. 000000. Upstairs, Harry froze mid-motion, his hand hovering above the cub's fur. His bright green eyes darkened. The cub nuzzled against him, waiting patiently. Snow in summer, I shall seal the heavens costs 100 CP, 150 CP available to spend. Snow will only appear during winter, he said quietly, and can only exist in the cold wind. Therefore, its life exists only during the depths of winter. Snow can only live in the winter. When it nears a fire, it dies. That is its life. It may yearn for summer, but it can only desire it. Yearning for summer, Zheng Yang murmured to himself, but only able to exist in the cold of winter. Only able to look off into the distance, that is snow. In much the same way, humans change with every moment, and the man that is can only ever stare wistfully at the man that was. Unless it's you. Because in you there remains something altogether stronger, something deeper. No matter what you undergo, how many trials or tribulations you endure, there remains a clump of snow that just will not melt. There is a kernel of you that remains you, come hell or high water, or the end of all things. This is not to say you can't learn from life's lessons, or that you can't change or grow. But no amount of change will ever erase the base of what makes you, you. No curse will snare your mind for very long, and no experiences will make you give into despair or drive you insane for any meaningful duration. That is, all those things might still happen, this doesn't make you immune. What it does is to make sure you always recover from any such things. No matter how far gone you may be, such is your mind that you'll always rise again, refined and improved by the experience. After a long moment, Harry smiled and accepted the offer. Then he blinked, a small frown crossing his face as he resumed petting the cub. You need a name, he said softly, scratching behind her ears. Something that fits. He trailed off, still frowning slightly. The cub bumped her head against his hand, purring that strange thunderous purr. Harry's frown deepened for just a moment before clearing entirely. Krissa, he decided suddenly. Your name is Krissa. The cub, Krissa, purred louder, as if approving the choice. Harry didn't question how he'd known the name, or why it felt so right. He was too tired to think about it now. He lay back on his bed, and Krissa curled up against his side, her golden fur gleaming in the lamplight. Within minutes, they were both asleep. Chapter 38, Gone, Gone, Gone Beyond. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through the window and Krissa's thunderous purring. The cub had somehow migrated from his side to sprawl across his chest, her golden fur catching the morning light like metallic silk. Heavy, Harry muttered, though he didn't actually mind. His strength made her weight negligible, and there was something comforting about her presence. The motes of possibility drifted at the edges of his vision, darker and more numerous than before. When Harry entered the kitchen, Pernell was humming softly while arranging fresh croissants. Nicholas sat reading what appeared to be a letter, though he folded it away as Harry approached. Good morning, Pernell smiled warmly. I trust you slept well. Harry nodded, settling into his chair as Krissa padded silently behind him. The chamber was. His voice carried that slight melodic quality again, just for a moment. He cleared his throat. Like walking through history itself. History has a way of surprising us, Nicholas commented mildly, passing the honey. Actually, Harry said, almost without thinking, I had the strangest dream about snow. In summer. Nicholas Spoon paused mid-stir. Oh. Harry's eyes suddenly brightened, becoming startlingly clear. Snow that yearns for summer but can only exist in winter, he said softly. The words felt foreign in his mouth, yet familiar. He blinked, frowning slightly. Chrissa pressed against his leg. The morning light caught Nicholas Spoon as he set it down, casting brief patterns across Harry's face that resembled the motes of possibility. Our quintessence experiments. Nicholas studied the perfect circles in his tea. The albedo phase requires absolute clarity. He took a careful sip. Though I'd want to be certain of all variables first. Have you had any offers that might affect our work? Harry paused mid-bite. The urge to share everything, the tears, the visions, rose up, then settled back like disturbed water. Just the usual things. Actually, Nicholas set down his teacup, Alexandros sent an interesting owl this morning. The Greek ministry is quite excited about their findings in those chambers. Will they need me to help more? Harry asked, absently breaking off a piece of croissant for Chrissa, who delicately accepted it despite her evident preference for meat. No need, Nicholas smiled. Though your name might appear in the papers soon. Unless you'd prefer otherwise. Harry's hand stilled. Chris's golden eyes fixed on him as the motes of possibility swirled darker. I'd rather not, he said quietly. Perinel's spoon clinked against her cup. Even to help your friend. Something stirred inside Harry at her words. The motes clustered thickly, but Chris's warmth against his leg anchored him. Maybe there's. He trailed off as his voice took on that melodic quality again. Chrissa growled softly, and the tone faded. Harry spent most of the day in the Flamels garden, Chrissa padding silently beside him as he tried to clear his head. The motes of possibility seemed thicker here, clustering around certain plants, especially the ones Nicholas used in his alchemy experiments. He paused by a patch of night-blooming flowers. Their petals were still closed against the daylight, but something about them pulled at his attention. The motes swirled differently here, almost like they were trying to show him. Beautiful, aren't they? Perinel's voice made him start slightly. They're from India, the mountains there have the most fascinating magical flora. Mountains? Harry asked, watching how the motes reacted to the word. The Nilgiris, she said, kneeling to touch one of the closed buds. Where Nicholas learned some of his earliest lessons about alchemy. About the nature of transformation. Harry frowned as the motes scattered and reformed. What kind of lessons? The sort that challenge everything you think you know, Nicholas said, joining them by the flowers. He studied Harry for a moment. Actually, given our quintessence experiments, you might find those teachings particularly relevant. Harry brushed his fingers against one of the stone benches, tracing something that wasn't there. What kind of teachings could affect alchemy? Isn't it already about transformation? Nicholas watched Harry's fingers move across the stone. I learned something interesting in those mountains, years ago. About transformation. He paused, something distant in his eyes. It changed how I viewed our work here. The motes darkened around Harry's hand. He could almost see other patterns beneath the stone's surface, like ripples in still water. Chrissa bumped against his leg, and the vision faded. I have an old friend there, Nicholas continued. Something of a hermit now, but his perspective on. He paused, choosing his words. On maintaining one's nature through transformation might interest you. Harry's head tilted slightly. The motes swirled violently at Nicholas' words, as if fighting against some unseen current. His voice carried that melodic quality again, nature cannot be changed, only understood. Chrissa growled softly. Harry blinked, the strange tone fading. Sorry, I'm not sure why I. Pernell and Nicholas exchanged a glance that lasted a fraction too long. Perhaps, Pernell said lightly, it's time we extended our world tour eastward. Harry nodded, though something about the suggestion made the motes cluster so thickly he could barely see the garden anymore. Only Chris's warmth against his leg kept him anchored in the present moment. The journey to India passed in fragments. Harry caught glimpses of busy magical markets in Cairo, popular temples in Persia, and finally the green foothills of the Nilgiri range itself. Throughout their travels, the motes of possibility grew increasingly agitated. Now, in the pre-dawn light, Harry stood before stone steps that vanished into the mountain mist. Each was carved with Sanskrit characters that shifted subtly under his gaze. Krissa padded ahead, looking around curiously. Normally, Nicholas stressed that word as he adjusted his traveling cloak, one must meditate on each step for days, sometimes weeks, before the next becomes visible. Harry nodded, already absorbing the first characters. Gate prasagat bodhi sva with macron ha with macron. The words resonated instantly through his mind. Gone, gone, gone beyond, gone utterly beyond. The motes of possibility scattered violently as multiple layers of meaning crashed through his consciousness. Each syllable carried centuries of contemplation, now flooding into him all at once. Harry. Perinel's voice seemed to come from very far away. He blinked. The sun had moved, hours had passed while he stood frozen on that first step. Krissa pressed against his leg, her warmth drawing him back to the present moment. The next step bore different characters. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Harry's brain grasped the surface meaning immediately, but something deeper pulled at him. The motes of possibility swirled around the carved Sanskrit, as if trying to obscure what lay beneath. Not just words about emptiness, but emptiness itself gazing back through the characters. Krissa growled softly. Harry stumbled, catching himself against the mountain wall. The stone felt both solid and insubstantial under his fingers. Perhaps we should rest, Nicholas suggested, but Harry was already moving to the next step. Neither created nor destroyed. The characters seemed to write themselves into Harry's consciousness. His understanding of prima materia wavered. How could something be neither created nor destroyed when he'd seen matter transform in his own experiments? Unless transformation itself was. The melodic quality crept into his voice, all forms are dreams within dreams. Chris's tail brushed his hand. The strange tone faded, but the insight remained. The motes of possibility churned like storm clouds around him. Neither pure nor impure. Harry's certainty about the albedo phase fractured. How could anything be purely white if purity itself was illusion? The Sanskrit didn't just suggest this, it demonstrated it through its very structure. Each character contained its opposite, like mirrors reflecting mirrors infinitely. Time blurred. Steps passed beneath his feet as concepts poured into him at incomprehensible speeds. Neither increasing nor decreasing. One became many, many became one. Numbers lost meaning, gained it, lost it again. No eyes, no ears, no nose, no tongue. Perception itself questioned, not philosophically but fundamentally. No form, no feelings. Reality unraveling not through argument but through direct. Chris's growl snapped him back. The sun had moved again, hours lost in moments. The motes of possibility had grown so dense they nearly obscured the physical world entirely. Most seeking wisdom take years to reach this point, Nicholas said quietly. The mind requires time to understand. Harry barely heard him. The next characters were already burning themselves into his consciousness. All dharmas are marked with emptiness. Something vast pressed against Harry's mind. Not just understanding emptiness, but emptiness understanding itself through him. The motes of possibility writhed as if in pain. They do not appear nor disappear. Reality itself seemed to flicker. Are not tainted nor pure. Every certainty dissolved. Are not deficient nor complete. Wholeness and fragmentation becoming one concept. Chris's thunderous purr vibrated through Harry's bones, anchoring him as the Sanskrit tried to pull him beyond conventional existence. The melodic quality fought to emerge in his voice, but her warmth kept him grounded in whatever reality still remained. There, Nicholas pointed through the thinning mist. Mohan's temple. Harry looked up. The simple stone structure seemed to both exist and not exist simultaneously, its clean lines describing absence as much as presence. The motes of possibility swirled chaotically around it, as if unable to find purchase on its perfect emptiness. A figure stood in the doorway, watching them with eyes that saw far more than physical forms. Welcome, Mohan said in perfect English, though Harry heard the Sanskrit underneath every word. Though I see one of you brings more than just questions to my door. The motes of possibility writhed under that knowing gaze. Come, Mohan gestured to the temple entrance. We have much to discuss about the nature of self, and what remains when emptiness gazes into emptiness. The temple's interior defied Harry's expectations. No statues, no ornate decorations, just empty space defined by perfect proportions. Bare stone walls caught the light in ways that made shadows seem more real than substance. Moen moved like the space itself, and his simple white clothing seemed to both absorb and reflect light. Sit, he gestured to cushions arranged on the floor. Harry settled onto a cushion, Krissa pressing close against him. The cub's eyes never left Moen. Tea first, Moen smiled, though his eyes remained serious. Stories should be shared properly. His movements as he prepared the tea were like flowing water, each gesture containing its opposite. The silence stretched, broken only by the soft sounds of tea preparation. Harry found himself studying the way light moved through the temple. Something about the angles seemed familiar. Like the oracle's chamber, but inverted somehow. Your companion, Moen spoke suddenly, watching Krissa, sees clearly. The cub's golden eyes met his gaze steadily. Though perhaps not what was intended. Harry's voice took on that melodic quality, the oracle's sight reaches through. Krissa growled softly. The tone faded, but Harry noticed how Mohan's eyes had sharpened at the sound. Interesting, Moen poured the tea slowly. You've walked many paths to reach this point. Some chosen. He paused, studying Harry's face, most perhaps not. The tea's steam rose in spirals that seemed to mirror the motes of possibility. Harry reached for his cup, but his hand froze as Sanskrit characters appeared in the rising steam. Just for a moment, he saw. What sees is also seen. The motes of possibility writhed. Harry's head spun as multiple philosophical frameworks tried to process the insight. Greek concepts of subject and object blurred against Chinese understandings of observer and observed. Our friend Nicholas, Moen sipped his tea, spoke to me of snow that refuses to melt. His eyes met Harry's. But what of the one who watches the snow? What sees through eyes that are not eyes? Harry's mouth opened to respond, but the words caught in his throat. Different answers fought for dominance, Greek, Chinese, and something that spoke about eternal sight. Rest tonight, Moen set down his cup. Tomorrow, we will speak of seeing and being seen. Of truth and. His gaze flickered to where the motes churned most violently, what merely wears truth's form. Rising smoothly, Moen studied Harry with old eyes. Until then, consider this, when the oracle showed you visions of friends speaking behind your back. A gentle smile touched his lips. Did she show you what was, what might be, or what she wished you to see? The question hung in the air like incense, making the motes of possibility shiver. Harry felt something crack, just slightly, in the certainty those visions had built. Your room awaits, Moen gestured to a side door. We have much to discuss of snow that refuses to melt, and tears that resonate through time. Chapter 39, Water is Snow. Harry woke to pre-dawn darkness. The simple room held only a sleeping mat and low table, yet somehow the space felt complete. The motes of possibility were different here, less dense, more scattered. They avoided the corners of the room as if the angles themselves rejected their presence. Did you dream? Mohan's voice came from the doorway. He carried a tray with 2 clay cups, steam rising in gentle spirals. About snow, Harry said, accepting a cup. And mirrors in still water. Mirrors show what we expect to see, Moen settled onto a cushion. The surface reflects our assumptions back to us. Krissa stretched and padded over to sit between them, her eyes moving between Harry and Moen as if following an invisible conversation. The oracle showed me things in mirrors, Harry said. His voice started to take on that strange melodic quality, but Krissa bumped her head against his hand. The tone faded. About my friends. What is a reflection without someone to perceive it? Moen asked. What remains when the observer dissolves? Harry frowned. But someone has to be there to see. Otherwise, who sees the seeing? Moen smiled. When you look for the self that sees, what do you find? Harry started, then stopped. The motes of possibility churned as he tried to grasp the concept. But I know who I am. Like snow that refuses to melt. Ah, Mohan's eyes crinkled. But what is snow except water temporarily holding a shape? Does it have a true nature separate from the conditions that form it? It's still snow though, Harry insisted. Even if it changes form. Is it? Moen took a sip of tea. Or do we simply label different arrangements of water as snow when they match our concept of what snow should be? Harry opened his mouth to argue, but the Sanskrit characters he'd absorbed yesterday rose in his mind, offering a completely different framework for understanding existence. The motes of possibility scattered, as if avoiding this new perspective. Your friend sees clearly, Moen nodded to Krissa. Lions have no need for concepts of permanent self. They simply are. But she's still Krissa, Harry said, rubbing his familiar's golden fur gently. Even if she doesn't think about being Krissa. Names are convenient markers, Moen agreed. Like pointing at the moon. But the finger pointing is not the moon itself. Harry sipped his tea, letting the warmth spread through him. In the Oracle's chamber, she showed me visions of my friends. Of what they really thought about me. Interesting choice of words, Moen noted. Really thought. As if thoughts are solid things that can be captured and displayed like butterflies in glass cases. But she could see through time, Harry's voice gained that melodic undertone. She showed me. Chris's tail brushed his arm. The strange tone vanished. Time, Moen said, as if he hadn't noticed the shift in Harry's voice. Another convenient marker. Like drawing lines on water and calling them permanent paths. The morning light crept across the floor as they sat in silence. Harry found himself studying how the shadows moved, not like in the Oracle's chamber where they had seemed to hold secrets, but simply as absence of light. When water is disturbed, Moen finally said, the reflection fragments. Which piece shows the true image? Harry thought about the visions he'd seen. Charlotte's words in the hospital wing had felt so real, so painful. But now, in this simple room with its clean angles and empty spaces. I want to understand, Harry said carefully. But everything I know says there must be something permanent. Something that stays true no matter what. Ah, Moen smiled. But who is it that wants to understand? Who is it that knows? The motes of possibility swirled violently at these questions. Harry felt something shift inside him, like ice cracking, not breaking, but showing the first signs of stress. Perhaps, Moen stood smoothly, you might enjoy walking in the garden. Sometimes watching flowers bloom offers more wisdom than all our words. He left Harry with his thoughts and his tea. Krissa remained by his side, rubbing her head against his thigh. Through the paper screens, Harry could see the garden where simple stones created paths through carefully tended plants. Everything had its place, yet somehow nothing seemed fixed or permanent. The Sanskrit characters he'd learned yesterday whispered at the edges of his mind, offering a completely different way of seeing. Not better or worse than the other ways of thought, just, empty of his assumptions. Harry finished his tea and stood. Perhaps the garden would help him understand. Or perhaps understanding itself was just another reflection in disturbed water. 000000. The garden was smaller than it had appeared through the screens, yet somehow contained more than seemed possible. Stone paths wound between carefully placed rocks and simple plants, creating spaces that felt both intimate and large. Harry walked slowly, Krissa padding silently beside him. A small stream trickled over rocks, its surface catching light in ways that reminded him of the motes of possibility. But unlike the motes, which seemed to actively avoid certain areas of the humble temple, the water simply flowed where it would. The snow in my dream, Harry said quietly to Krissa, it wanted to experience summer. But it knew touching warmth meant losing itself. He paused by a flowering bush. Is that what Moen means? That holding on to anything too tightly means missing everything else. Kris's only response was to watch a butterfly land on a nearby flower. The insect's wings opened and closed slowly, each movement causing subtle shifts in the air currents. The motes of possibility tried to gather around it, but they seemed to pass right through. Young guest, a temple attendant approached with a simple wooden bucket and cloth. If you wish, the morning ritual of washing the stones begins soon. Harry accepted the bucket. The task was straightforward, clean each stone in the path until it showed its true color. As he worked, he found himself thinking about the Oracle's chamber, about how everything there had seemed to hold hidden meaning. Here, the stones were just stones. Wet or dry, clean or dirty, they remained exactly what they were. Even the act of cleaning them didn't change their nature, it just revealed what was already there. A memory surfaced, Charlotte in the hospital wing, supposedly confiding in Penny. But now, washing simple stones in morning light, something felt off about that vision. Like a reflection that didn't quite match its source. Your companion has keen eyes, the attendant commented, nodding toward Krissa who was watching Harry work. Lions see things as they are, without adding or taking away. Harry looked at his familiar. Her golden eyes met his, and for a moment he saw something, not a vision of past or future, but a simple truth. Like the stones beneath his hands, Krissa was exactly what she appeared to be. No hidden meanings, no secret purposes. The motes of possibility churned uncomfortably at this observation. Thank you, Harry told the attendant, for sharing this task. The old man smiled and continued his own work without further comment. They cleaned stones together in comfortable silence as the sun climbed higher, each stone simply being what it was. By midday, Harry's hands were pruned from the water, but his mind felt clearer. The motes of possibility had thinned considerably while he worked, though they still clung to his peripheral vision. A gong sounded from within the temple. The attendant gathered their cleaning supplies. Lunch will be simple rice and vegetables, the old man said. Though your companion's needs have been considered. He nodded toward a bowl of fresh meat that had appeared near the temple entrance. Harry watched Krissa eat, noting how she approached her meal with the same direct simplicity she showed everything else. Like before, there were no hidden meanings, no subtle purposes, just a hungry cub eating what was before her. His own lunch was indeed simple, a bowl of rice, some pickled vegetables, and clear soup. But as he ate in the temple's main room, he found himself noticing things he'd missed before. Like how the room's proportions created a sense of space that felt both intimate and infinite. Or how the shadows never quite reached the corners, as if the angles themselves rejected darkness. The oracle's chamber was different, Harry said suddenly, breaking the comfortable silence. Everything there felt heavy with meaning. Like every shadow held secrets. Interesting observation, Moen said from where he sat nearby. What makes a shadow heavy or light? Harry started to answer with that melodic tone, but Krissa pressed against his leg. He continued in his normal voice, I thought it was showing me truth. About myself, about my friends. Truth, Moen repeated thoughtfully. Another heavy word. Like trying to catch a cloud and keep it in a box. A butterfly drifted in through the open door, its wings catching sunlight. The motes of possibility tried to swirl around it but passed through just as they had in the garden. When you clean a stone, Moen said, watching the butterfly, do you add something to make it shine? Or do you simply remove what obscures its natural state? Harry thought about the morning's task. About how the stones had revealed their true colors once the dirt was washed away. About visions that felt like dirt covering what was really there. The butterfly landed on Chris's nose. She went cross-eyed trying to look at it, and Harry found himself smiling at her simple reaction. No hidden meanings there, just a curious cub encountering something interesting. I think, Harry said carefully, I need to wash some stones in my mind. Mohan's eyes crinkled slightly, but he said nothing. The butterfly took flight again, drifting out the way it had come. 000000. After lunch, Harry found himself back in the garden. The afternoon sun cast different shadows now, but they remained simple absences of light rather than keepers of secrets. He sat by the stream, letting his thoughts flow like the water. Krissa sprawled nearby, batting lazily at falling leaves. Each time she caught one, she seemed perfectly content with just that moment, not wondering about the next leaf or remembering the last. The oracle showed me Charlotte talking to Penny, Harry said quietly, more to himself than to Krissa. But Charlotte would never say something like that after what we had just experienced together in the Vault of Fear. The memory of the vision wavered slightly, like a reflection in disturbed water. The motes of possibility thickened around him as he questioned the vision, but Chris's tail brushed his arm. They scattered again, revealing something he hadn't considered before. And Kiara? He frowned. She transforms into a werewolf every month. Why would she think I'm cold when she knows I spend those nights with her with no ulterior motive? The words felt strange in his mouth, as if something was trying to stop him from speaking them. A temple bell rang in the distance. The sound was pure and simple, yet it seemed to make the motes of possibility vibrate uncomfortably. Harry watched them swirl around him, trying to show him something about eternal sight and ancient wisdom. But the bell rang again, and he found himself thinking about the stone path he'd cleaned that morning. How removing the dirt had revealed what was actually there, not what he expected to see. Your friend seems troubled, the old attendant appeared with fresh tea. Though perhaps not as troubled as the shadows that follow her. Harry accepted the tea, noting how the motes avoided the steam rising from the cup. I thought I understood what I saw in the oracle's chamber. But now. Ah, the attendant smiled. Understanding often begins when we admit we do not understand. He left Harry with the tea and his thoughts. Krissa had caught another leaf and was watching it drift back to earth with simple fascination. The motes of possibility tried to gather again, bringing with them memories of wisdom and sight. But Harry found himself focusing on the leaf falling instead, just a leaf being a leaf, no hidden meanings required. 000000. Evening approached, painting the garden in soft colors. Harry had stayed by the stream all afternoon, watching leaves fall and stones simply be stones. When water is still, Mohan's voice came from behind him, it reflects perfectly. But stillness itself is an illusion, isn't it? Even the calmest pond has currents beneath. Harry turned to find the Buddhist wizard sitting nearby, though he hadn't heard him approach. The oracle's tears showed me visions in still water. But... He paused as that melodic quality tried to enter his voice. Krissa pressed her warm side against him, and his normal tone returned. But maybe the water wasn't as still as I thought. Interesting, Mohan said, watching a dragonfly skim the stream's surface. When we expect water to be still, we might miss the currents that move it. When we expect friends to speak poorly of us, we might miss. He let the thought hang unfinished. The Grey Lady, Harry said suddenly. In the vision, she compared me to Salazar Slytherin. But she told me herself that she betrayed her mother's trust. Why would I believe her judgment about? He trailed off as something shifted inside him, like ice cracking further. Ah, Mohan smiled. When we clean stones, we do not argue with the dirt. We simply let water wash it away. The sun touched the horizon, painting the sky in colors that reminded Harry of his quintessence flame. How that silver-white sphere had formed when he understood multiple truths simultaneously. I keep trying to hold on to what I think is true, Harry said slowly. Like snow refusing to melt in summer. But maybe. The melodic quality tried to assert itself again, but this time Harry noticed something. The tone wasn't coming from him at all, it was like another voice trying to speak through him. The motes of possibility swirled frantically as this realization struck. Your lion sees clearly, Mohan commented, watching Krissa track the agitated motes with her golden eyes. No concepts of past or future cloud her vision. Only what is, as it is. Harry looked at his familiar, really looked at her. Not just her golden fur or her unusual size, but the simple directness in her gaze. She saw things exactly as they were, without adding meanings or searching for hidden truths. Something else cracked inside him, like ice breaking up in spring thaw. Sometimes, Harry said carefully, watching the last light fade from the sky, when I think about the oracle's chamber, my voice changes. But it's not my voice, is it? Mohan hummed softly. When we hear an echo in a cave, do we mistake it for the original sound? The motes of possibility writhed at these words, trying to show Harry visions of ancient wisdom. But they seemed weaker now, less convincing. Like seeing stage props in daylight rather than during a performance. The tears, Harry started, but that other voice tried to surface again. Krissa bumped her head against his hand, and he continued in his normal tone, they weren't just tears, were they? What is a tear? Mohan asked, watching the first stars appear. Water carrying salt, carrying memory, carrying. He paused, letting Harry complete the thought himself. The motes grew frantic, clustering so thickly Harry could barely see the garden. But Krissa's warm presence beside him felt more real than any of their shifting patterns. She said she was showing me truth, Harry said quietly. About my friends, about power, about... He stopped as another crack formed in whatever had been building inside him. But she wasn't really teaching me, was she? Mohan stood smoothly. The moon's reflection in water is not the moon. Yet we often mistake the reflection for what it reflects. He started walking back toward the temple, then paused. Though perhaps the more interesting question is, why would someone want us to mistake reflections for reality? The motes of possibility became almost violent in their movement, but Harry found himself focusing on Krissa instead. On how she watched them with those golden eyes that saw only what was really there. I think, Harry said slowly, I need to meditate tonight. To look at some reflections more carefully. Mohan nodded once and continued toward the temple. As darkness settled fully over the garden, Harry sat with his familiar under the stars, watching the motes of possibility churn while something inside him continued to crack. 000000. Night deepened around them. Harry sat cross-legged in the garden, Krissa's warmth steady against his side. The motes of possibility whirled like a storm now, desperately trying to show him the truth. But Harry found himself thinking once more about the stone path he'd cleaned that morning. About how simply washing away dirt had revealed what was actually there. No magic needed, no hidden meanings required. I remember being afraid, he said softly to Krissa. When she showed me those visions of my friends. It hurt so much, thinking they saw me that way. The words came easier now, though that other voice still tried to surface occasionally. Chris's tail brushed his arm, and Harry noticed something interesting. Every time she touched him, the motes of possibility seemed to lose some of their substance. Like shadows fading in strong light. The oracle said she was helping me understand, Harry continued, watching the motes try to regain their density. Teaching me about power and protection. But... He paused as a memory surfaced, not a vision this time, but something real. Charlotte facing the boggart Voldemort despite her terror. Not for power or fame, but because she couldn't leave her brother lost and alone. The motes surged violently, trying to overlay that memory with the vision of Charlotte speaking badly about him in the hospital wing. But the real memory felt solid, while the vision seemed thin somehow. Like a painting trying to cover a sculpture. Something else cracked inside him, and this time Harry felt it distinctly. Not ice breaking, but something foreign starting to lose its grip. The night air grew cooler, but Harry barely noticed. He was too focused on examining memories, real ones, not the visions she'd shown him. Each true memory seemed to make the motes of possibility more agitated. Penny brewing healing potions late into the night, sharing her fears about the cursed ice even as she worked to help others. The vision had shown her doubting his motives, but the real Penny had trusted him enough to admit her own weaknesses. Another crack formed in whatever had been building inside him. Kiara, fierce and frightening in werewolf form, yet gentle enough to let an eagle sleep between her ears. The vision had shown her calling him cold, but the real Kiara had trusted him with her darkest secret. The motes swirled frantically now, trying to draw his attention to power that transcended time itself. But Harry found himself thinking about the butterfly in the garden. How it had simply been what it was, no hidden meanings needed. How Chrissa had watched it with pure, uncomplicated interest. You see things as they are, he told his familiar quietly. Is that why she couldn't? He trailed off as that melodic voice tried to surface again. But this time he noticed something else, how it felt like fingers trying to grip something that was slowly slipping away. The night deepened around them. Stars wheeled overhead while Harry sat in the garden, letting real memories wash away false reflections like water cleaning stones. A cool breeze stirred the garden, carrying the scent of night-blooming jasmine. Harry watched the motes of possibility grow thinner, more transparent, as each real memory settled into place. McGonagall's fierce protectiveness when Rookwood attacked, not because Harry was powerful, but because he was family. The vision had twisted that, tried to make him see only the power dynamics, but... Another crack. Deeper this time. Dumbledore spending hours teaching him occlumency, patient even when Harry struggled. The vision had painted it as control, as fear of his growing power. But Harry remembered the genuine warmth in his grandfather's eyes, the careful way he'd explained each step. The motes became almost frantic in their movements, but they seemed less substantial now. Like smoke trying to maintain a shape in wind. She said power alone wasn't the answer, Harry whispered to Chrissa. That true strength comes from protecting others. But she was just... He stopped as that other voice tried to emerge. This time though, he felt the external nature of it clearly, like puppet strings going slack. Something that had been building pressure inside him for days began to dissolve, not all at once, but slowly, like ice melting in natural time. The motes swirled desperately around him, but Harry found himself focusing on the simple truth of this moment, stars overhead, cool grass beneath, Chris's warmth beside him. No hidden meanings. No ancient wisdom. Just what was. More memories surfaced, his real motivation for entering the Oracle's chamber. Not fame for its own sake, but because he thought he needed more faith to heal Charlotte's scars. The vision had twisted that too, tried to make him doubt even his genuine desire to help. Harry scratched behind Chris's ears, remembering how naturally he'd healed her leg. No thoughts of power or faith then, just wanting to help a hurt creature. Like all the times before, helping Kiara through her transformations, fighting the cursed ice and boggart with Charlotte, using his divine healing. The motes flickered weakly now, as if losing substance. They tried to show him something about wisdom again, but the images seemed faded, unconvincing. I was already on the right path, Harry said softly, understanding finally settling in. She didn't teach me about using power to protect others, I was already doing that. She just made me doubt. He paused as that foreign voice tried to surface once more. But now it felt distant, like an echo fading in deep caves. Something shifted inside Harry, not cracking this time, but settling. Like finding solid ground after walking on ice. The night air grows cool, Mohan's voice came softly from the temple doorway. Though sometimes clarity comes best when we are slightly uncomfortable. Harry nodded, still processing how the oracle had used his own good intentions against him. She hadn't needed to teach him about protecting others, she'd needed him to doubt himself enough to. The motes swirled weakly, trying to interrupt that line of thought. But Harry remembered Nicholas teaching him about quintessence, and how he had discovered that understanding multiple truths simultaneously could lead to deeper insight. When you pour clean water into muddy water, Mohan said, as if commenting on the weather, which water changes the other. He set a fresh cup of tea near Harry and turned to leave. Though perhaps the more interesting question is, why would someone trouble themselves to muddy clear water in the first place? Harry sipped the tea, letting its warmth spread through him as he considered Mohan's words. The motes of possibility were barely visible now, like dying embers rather than the storm they'd been earlier. The Buddhist perspective he'd absorbed from the Sanskrit steps whispered about the illusion of self, how everything was empty of inherent existence, constantly changing like water taking different forms. Yet his own experience told him about snow that refused to melt, about something permanent that remained unchanged no matter what. Two opposing truths. Like his quintessence flame experiments, where understanding contradictions simultaneously had led to something new. Maybe, Harry said quietly to Krissa, they're both true in different ways. The motes tried to stir at his words, but they seemed too weak now to properly form. Like, water is always changing, flowing, becoming different things. But being water is its permanent nature. Krissa's golden eyes met his, reflecting starlight. She was both a cub that would grow and change, and fundamentally herself in every moment. The oracle tried to change who I was, Harry continued, feeling something settle deeper inside him. But she couldn't, because changing is part of who I am. Like water flowing, but always being water. The foreign presence that had been building inside him seemed to lose more of its grip, unable to find purchase on something that was both permanent and changing. Snow melts, Harry said, eyes clearing up in understanding. But being able to melt and flow and change, that's its permanent nature. Just like my permanent nature includes growing and learning and changing. From the temple doorway, Mohan's soft hum of appreciation drifted through the night air. But he said nothing, letting Harry find his own path through these intertwining truths. The water in a stream, Harry said slowly, working it out as he spoke, is never the same water from moment to moment. But the nature of being a stream stays constant. The motes of possibility trembled at these words, growing even fainter. Just like I'm not the same person I was yesterday, or even a moment ago. But my nature, wanting to help others, to learn, to grow stronger for both selfless and selfish reasons, that stays. Krissa's tail brushed his arm, and Harry noticed how the remaining motes seemed to pass right through her. As if her simple, direct way of being rejected anything artificial trying to take root. From somewhere in the temple came the soft sound of a bell, its pure note carrying through the night air. Each ring seemed to make the foreign presence lose more of its grip, unable to maintain resonance with something that accepted both change and permanence. The oracle showed me visions in still water, Harry continued, the insights flowing naturally now. But real water is never truly still. It's always moving, changing, flowing, that's its permanent nature. He smiled slightly. Just like my permanent nature includes growing and changing. She tried to make me fight against that, to hold on to a fixed idea of myself. A soft breeze carried the scent of incense from the temple. Harry caught a glimpse of Mohan lighting prayer candles, each flame steady yet different, permanent in its impermanence. The silver tears, Harry whispered. They weren't just for her seeing. They were. He paused as the melodic voice tried to surface. But now he could feel exactly what it was, an attempt at resonance, trying to synchronize with a moment of manufactured weakness. Krissa's golden eyes met his, and Harry remembered how directly she saw things. The oracle had shown him twisted reflections of his friends to create doubt, to make him vulnerable. But more than that, she'd tried to make him doubt his own nature, his own reasons for seeking strength. The memories from Snowdragon Mountain stirred, no longer hazy but sharp and clear. He saw himself as a child there, eating dire monster meat, watching mighty elders demonstrate overwhelming power. But what struck him now wasn't their strength, it was how naturally they wielded it. No conflict about seeking power, no doubt about their path. Seeking power isn't wrong, Harry said softly, feeling the foreign resonance start to fade. The elders knew that. But they also knew power was just power. Like water is just water and stones are just stones. It's how it flows that matters. The motes of possibility were almost gone now, unable to maintain their form as Harry's understanding grew stronger. The Oracle had tried to create internal conflict where none needed to exist, between seeking power and helping others, between changing and staying true to himself. She needed that conflict, Harry realized. Needed me to doubt everything I was, everything I wanted to be. Because only then could she. He trailed off as the final piece clicked into place. The silver tears weren't just for granting the inner eye. They were for creating resonance across time itself, using that manufactured moment of weakness to. The foreign presence made one more attempt to take hold, but it slipped away like water through open fingers. There was nothing for it to grip anymore, no conflict, no doubt, no artificial division between power and purpose. The last trace of foreign presence finally faded, and Harry noticed something changing in his inner eye. The motes of possibility disappeared completely, but in their place. He could see differently now. Not more powerfully, not further into time, but with a strange clarity. Like looking at a reflection in water and seeing both the reflection and the water itself simultaneously. The future wasn't clearer, but his perception of how present moments flowed into future ones was. Oh, Harry said softly. This was what real inner sight felt like, not the Oracle's eternal vision trying to control time, but a simple awareness of how moments naturally flowed into each other. From the temple doorway came the soft sound of Mohan's prayer beads. Harry didn't need to look to know the Buddhist wizard was seeing exactly what Harry was seeing through simple clarity of perception. The first hints of dawn touched the eastern sky. Harry watched the stars fade, seeing how each moment flowed naturally into the next. Not through powerful visions, but through understanding how change itself was the only constant. Chrysa stretched beside him. He noticed how naturally each muscle flowed into its next position, no hesitation or hidden purpose in her actions. The realization struck him then, not through his inner eye but through simple observation, that her straightforward way of being had served as an anchor against the Oracle's influence through their equal familiar bond. She was exactly what she appeared to be, regardless of her origins or the Oracle's intentions. The tears were meant to transform, Harry said quietly, understanding more clearly now. But they became part of me instead, like water absorbed by soil. Different than intended, but following natural patterns. From the temple came the morning bell's first ring. Harry could see how its sound rippled through the air, not just physically but in the way it marked transition from night to day. Simple truth, no hidden meanings needed. The memories from Snowdragon Mountain settled more comfortably now. They were part of him too, not conflicts to be resolved, but tributaries feeding the same river. Seeking power, helping others, growing stronger, staying true to himself, all flowing together like streams joining a larger whole. The sun rose fully, washing the garden in clear morning light. Harry's new way of seeing showed him how each plant turned subtly toward the warmth, not through conscious choice but through natural response. Like how his own instincts had always gravitated toward seeking power and helping others, even before he understood why. Young guest, the temple attendant approached with breakfast, simple rice porridge and tea. The morning cleaning ritual begins soon. Harry nodded, watching how the steam rose from his bowl. His inner eye showed him the simple truth of how heat and moisture interacted, how temporary forms shifted and changed while their essential nature remained. The Oracle sought eternal existence, Harry said quietly to Chrysa as they ate. But she couldn't see that trying to remain unchanged was what made her. He paused, finding the right words. Like trying to hold a river still. The more she grasped at permanence, the less real she became. Mohan joined Harry after breakfast, settling on a stone by the stream. Now that you have cleaned the stones in your mind, perhaps we might discuss what you see. Harry watched a leaf fall, understanding how wind currents and its own shape determined its path. Not seeing its future, but understanding its natural flow from moment to moment. The inner eye doesn't show me visions anymore. It shows me how things move from now into next. Ah, Mohan smiled. Like watching water flow downstream, understanding its path by seeing the rocks and curves that guide it. Yes, Harry nodded, then hesitated. The Oracle, she didn't just want to teach. She wanted to. He thought about how the silver tears had tried to create resonance, to use his manufactured moment of weakness. When one attempts to grasp permanence, Mohan said carefully, they often seek to impose their pattern on others. Like a wave trying to maintain its shape by forcing other water to match its form. Harry watched Chrysa track a butterfly, seeing how her movements flowed naturally from attention to action. She used her tears to create connections through time. 2. He paused, understanding deeper. To make others resonate with her pattern. Many seek to deny impermanence, Moen agreed. Some through simple attachment, others through. He gestured to where the last traces of foreign presence had faded. More indirect means. But it didn't work properly with me, Harry said, watching sunlight play on water. Because I understand now, being able to change is part of what makes me permanently me. Mohan's eyes crinkled. Like a river that remains a river precisely because it never contains the same water twice. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the garden wake to morning sun. Harry's inner eye showed him only the simplest of flows, how a dewdrop would slide down a leaf in the next moment, how a blade of grass would bend under its weight. Not prophecy or grand understanding, just the natural progression from one instant to the next for things directly before him. I used to think seeing meant knowing the future, Harry said, watching a small stream navigate around stones. He could see how each water droplet would move in the next split second, but nothing beyond that immediate flow. But now it's more like, seeing clearly what's already here. Moen nodded. When we truly see this moment, we need not see the future. The leaf does not know where it will land, yet it falls perfectly. Harry thought about Charlotte's cursed scars. His inner eye wouldn't show him how to heal them or what would happen, it could only show him the immediate flow of energy when he tried healing, nothing more. But somehow, that felt more real than all the Oracle's grand visions combined. There is a story, Moen said, watching the morning light play across the garden, of the first Oracle of Delphi. Not the tale known to most, but one whispered among those who study deeper truths. Harry watched a spider rebuild its web, seeing how each strand would connect to the next in the immediate moment. Simple, clear sight. She sought permanence in a unique way, Moen continued. Not through the illusory self, philosopher's stone, or dark rituals, but through resonance. Each new oracle was not truly new. The morning breeze stirred the grass. Harry could see how each blade would bend in the next instant, nothing more. The silver tears. They weren't just for passing on power. No, Moen agreed softly. They carried her pattern, her self. Each successor drinking them would slowly resonate with that pattern until... He let the thought hang unfinished. Harry remembered how the foreign presence had tried to take hold. Until they became her. Many paths to immortality exist, Moen said, his eyes distant. Some through understanding, some through power, some through transformation. But to impose that pattern on others. He shook his head slightly. It was considered inappropriate. She was stopped. Sealed away, the stories say. Though that is a gentle way of saying she was ended. Moen traced a pattern in the dirt. But she had prepared. Left behind means for her pattern to survive, waiting for the right vessel. Your journal, Moen said carefully, it guides you to new paths, yes? But perhaps it also tests you through them. Harry watched a bee move from flower to flower, seeing only how it would approach its next landing, nothing more. It led me to her chamber. Or... He paused, understanding deeper. It led me to a choice. Ah, Moen smiled slightly. And what does that tell you about your journal's nature? That it doesn't just give adventures, Harry said slowly. It presents risks worth taking. Or... He thought about how the journal had pointed him toward both danger and growth. Worth choosing whether to take. And the oracle, Moen added softly, what choice did she have? An echo cannot echo forever. Harry remembered how desperate the motes of possibility had become near the end. Not just manipulative, but... She was fading. She had to risk everything on someone who might. He trailed off, seeing everything more clearly now. When a pattern cannot maintain itself, Moen said, watching leaves drift in the morning breeze, it must either transform or fade entirely. She chose to risk transformation through you, rather than accept fading. But she didn't understand, Harry said quietly. That transformation was exactly what she feared most. Moen hummed in agreement. Those who grasp most tightly at permanence often cannot see how their grasping prevents what they seek. The morning grew warmer. Harry could see how the dew would evaporate in the next moment, returning to air, not gone, just changed form. Like how the oracle's attempt to maintain her pattern unchanged had ultimately led to its dissolution. Your journal will present more choices, Moen said, rising smoothly. More risks worth considering. But now, perhaps, you see more clearly how to weigh them. Harry nodded, scratching behind Chris's ears. His familiar's thunderous purr reminded him of simple truths, how being exactly what you are means accepting both change and permanence. It's time to return to your path, Moen said, looking toward the temple where Nicholas and Pernell would be waiting. Though perhaps you walk it differently now. Chapter 40, Pressure Released. The Flamels' cottage felt different upon their return, not smaller or larger, just clearer somehow. Harry's new way of seeing showed him how sunlight would move across the floor in the next moment, how dust motes would move in its beam. Hot chocolate, I think, Pernell said firmly, heading for the kitchen. Some conversations require sweetness. Nicholas settled into his favorite armchair while Harry curled up on the sofa, Chris's warm weight pressed against his side. So, Nicholas said gently after Pernell returned with steaming mugs, shall we discuss what actually happened? Harry wrapped his hands around his mug, watching how the marshmallows would melt in the next few seconds. She tried to. His voice caught slightly. She wanted to. Take your place, Pernell finished softly. To continue her pattern through you. Harry nodded, taking a sip of hot chocolate. The warmth helped steady him. The silver tears weren't just for seeing. They were meant to make me resonate with her. To doubt myself enough that her pattern could overlay yours, Nicholas agreed. A sophisticated approach to immortality, though ultimately flawed. She showed me things that weren't true, Harry said quietly. About my friends, about. He stopped as his throat tightened. Oh, Monday Petit, Pernell moved to sit beside him. It's all right to be upset. What she attempted was. She paused, choosing her words carefully. A violation. The hot chocolate trembled in Harry's cup. His new sight showed him how each ripple would move in the next instant, but that simple clarity somehow made everything feel more real. More immediate. I almost believed her, he whispered. About Charlotte and Penny A&D. His voice cracked. She made everything seem so. You're 7 years old, Harry, Nicholas said gently. Regardless of your gifts or understanding, you're still a child who was targeted by something very old and very desperate. Something about those words, about being reminded he was just 7, broke through the careful composure Harry had been maintaining. Tears spilled down his cheeks as everything hit him at once. She tried to make me think everyone was afraid of me, Harry sobbed. That they only pretended to care because I was powerful. But that's not. Pernell wrapped an arm around him as he cried. Chrissa moved to lay across his lap, her steady purr vibrating through him. The truest power, Nicholas said softly, is in remaining yourself despite what others wish you to become. You did that, Harry. Even against something that had centuries to perfect its approach. But I almost didn't, Harry hiccuped. If Chrissa hadn't, if Moen hadn't. That's why we have friends and teachers, Pernell stroked his hair gently. No one faces such things alone. Not even ancient oracles, though some forget that truth. Harry wiped his eyes, but fresh tears replaced the old ones. She wanted me to think seeking power was wrong. That I had to choose between being strong and helping people. But that's not. He struggled to express it through his tears. That's not how it works. No, Nicholas agreed. Power itself is neutral. It's how it is used that matters. He leaned forward slightly. Your instinct to become stronger while helping others, that's not a contradiction. It's who you are. The Oracle forgot that truth long ago, Pernell added. She sought power for its own sake, until maintaining her pattern became more important than why she wanted to maintain it. Harry nodded, though tears still fell. His new sight showed him how each one would roll down his cheek in the next instant. I keep thinking, he said between shaky breaths, about what would have happened if I'd believed her completely. If I'd started doubting everyone who cared about me. But you didn't, Nicholas reminded him gently. Even at 7, even against something so ancient and clever, you held on to your true nature. Harry wiped his eyes again, the hot chocolate now cool in his cup. I always thought being grown up meant being strong enough to handle everything alone. Ah, Pernell squeezed his shoulder gently. But that's not being grown up at all. That's just being isolated. Nicholas leaned forward in his chair. Harry, you've been taking on more and more challenges. Fighting cursed vaults, protecting friends, seeking power to help others. These are noble goals, but you're 7, Pernell finished softly. These shouldn't be your burdens yet. Harry's throat tightened again. But my journal, it shows me where to go, what needs to be done. Perhaps, Nicholas said carefully, that's part of what made you vulnerable to the Oracle. Always seeking the next challenge, the next adventure. He paused, choosing his words. Maybe it's time to set the journal aside for a while. But... Harry started to protest, then stopped as fresh tears welled up. His new sight showed him how they would fall, and somehow that simple clarity made him understand. He was trying so hard to be grown up that he'd forgotten how to be a child. You don't have to stop learning or growing stronger, Pernell assured him. But perhaps it's time to do those things at a child's pace. To play, to paint, to simply be 7 years old. The journal will still be there when you're ready, Nicholas added. When you're older and better prepared for what it shows you. But for now, Pernell hugged him close, let the adults handle the adventures. Let yourself be protected instead of always protecting others. Harry buried his face against her shoulder, crying again but differently now. Not from pain or fear, but from relief. Relief at being told he didn't have to carry so much, didn't have to be so grown up yet. He didn't want to be the boy who lived. I don't know how, he admitted in a small voice. I don't know how to just be a kid anymore. Well, Nicholas smiled gently, that's something we can help you learn. Starting with more hot chocolate, I think. Pernell summoned fresh hot chocolate while Harry wiped his eyes. Chris's purring had grown even louder, as if trying to physically vibrate away his distress. You know, Nicholas said conversationally, when I was young, truly young, not just pretending to be through alchemy, I spent every summer trying to catch pixies in my mother's garden. Harry looked up, curious despite his emotional exhaustion. Did you succeed? Oh heavens no, Nicholas chuckled. I was terrible at it. But I had such fun trying. Built elaborate traps out of twine and flower petals, spent hours planning strategies. He smiled at the memory. Looking back, I'm quite certain my mother had enchanted the garden to keep pixies away entirely. But she let me try anyway. Why? Harry asked, accepting a fresh mug from Pernell. Because that's what childhood is for, Pernell said softly. For trying things that don't matter, for failing without consequences, for... She gestured to the garden window. For chasing pixies that might not even be there. Harry watched a marshmallow slowly dissolve in his hot chocolate. His new sight showed him exactly how it would melt in the next moment, but somehow that simple predictability was comforting rather than limiting. Harry hesitated, then the words spilled out. I hate being the boy who lived. Everyone watching all the time, expecting things. Chrissa pressed closer as his voice wavered. Nicholas and Pernell remained quiet, letting him find his words. From the beginning, I could tell how dangerous everyone was. Every student, every teacher. Harry's hands tightened around his mug. I was terrified all the time. Anyone could have killed me so easily. Oh no, Pernell murmured softly. That's why I started wanting power so badly, Harry admitted. Because everyone around me was so strong, and I was just a baby who got lucky with a mirror. He took a shaky breath. But then I started noticing how they used their strength. Grandpa Albus would spend hours reading me stories, even when he had important work to do. Aunt Min would transform into a cat just to make me laugh. Fresh tears welled up. Uncle Phileas taught me chess and never let me win just because I was little. And Aunt Pomona always saved the best cookies for me, even when I'd gotten dirt all over her greenhouse. They became your family, Nicholas said gently. Harry nodded, wiping his eyes. The Oracle, she tried to twist that. Made me think they only cared because I was powerful, or because they were afraid of what I might become. But that's not. He hiccuped slightly. That's not true at all. What is true? Pernell prompted softly. They love me, Harry whispered, as if saying it too loudly might break something. Not because I'm the boy who lived or because I'm powerful. They love me just because I'm me. He managed a wobbly smile. Well, except Professor Snape. He stuck out his tongue. He's just grumpy all the time. The moment of levity faded as Harry's eyes darkened, fresh tears welling up. And there it is again, he whispered. Another offer. Another gift that makes me special. Pool of Magica, the Elder Scrolls costs 0 CP, 150 CP available to spend. The arcane energy known as Magica leaks into Nirn through the sun and stars, holes into the divine realm of Aetherius. And while normally leaving the Orbis would result in losing access to Magica, that is not the case here. You now have a decently sized pool of magicka that regenerates over time. Krissa pressed closer as he wiped his eyes. That's why people come to me, you know? Because I can do things others can't. Because I keep getting these powers. The offers are part of who you are, Nicholas said gently. But they don't define your worth. But they're why people think they can ask me for help, Harry's voice cracked. Why everyone expects. Pernell hugged him closer as he struggled with the words. What does this offer show you, Monday Petit? Harry took a shaky breath. It's about magicka. Real magic, flowing from the stars themselves. His hands trembled slightly around his mug. It means I'll always have magic, no matter what. That it's really mine, not just borrowed or... He trailed off, coming to a realization even as he tried to wipe his tears away. This wasn't just another power making him special. This was something fundamental, something that made magic truly his. I think, he said slowly, I want to accept it. Not because it makes me the boy who lived, but because... He managed a small smile through his tears. Because it means magic will always be there for me, like family. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the new sensation within his soul. Where before he'd always had to draw magical energy from the outside world and carefully pool it, now there was something different, a permanent reservoir of magic that belonged solely to him. It's... He pet Chris's furry head gently. It's like having a well inside me. Even if I use all the water, it fills back up on its own. He could feel how his soul had changed to accommodate this new feature. The magic pool wasn't just stored there, it was generated there, replenishing itself naturally without needing any external source. And I can still draw magic from outside too, Harry added, opening his eyes. It's not replacing anything, just adding something that's truly mine. Nicholas nodded thoughtfully. Like having both a well and a river. You can draw from either, or both. Harry wiped his eyes again, feeling drained but somehow lighter. The hot chocolate had gone cold, but he didn't mind. Chris's warmth and the Flamels' presence felt more important than perfect temperature. Nicholas and Pernell exchanged a quick, astonished glance at his description of internal magic, but neither commented directly on it. Instead, Pernell simply summoned a blanket and wrapped it around Harry's shoulders. You know, Nicholas said softly, there's no rush to figure everything out. You have time to just be. But what about Charlotte's scars? Harry asked in a small voice. And the other vaults, A and D. Let the adults handle those things for now, Pernell stroked his hair gently. You've carried enough burdens already. Harry leaned against her, suddenly feeling very tired. Can we? He yawned slightly. Can we maybe make cookies later? Just because. Of course, Pernell smiled warmly. Just because is the very best reason.
Thanks for listening.